A brilliant blue light splits open.
A glowing white figure is severed.
A high school dropout spends 20 years mastering the professional knife business.
He eventually earns a reputation as the nation's greatest knife master.
An exquisitely prepared seafood dish is called out for delivery.
Inside a bustling restaurant, patrons marvel at the chef's legendary precision while a new order is announced.
A quick chime sounds in the kitchen, leaving the junior staff members looking around in confusion.
Another sharp chime rings as the black-haired chef focuses intensely on his work.
A junior chef gestures toward the counter, informing the head chef that his phone is ringing. Touching his earbud, the black-haired chef questions why his phone is making noise if it was set to vibrate.
He stares at a persistent notification for a game he thought was deleted, wondering if his device is malfunctioning. A junior chef pulls back the curtain to remind the head chef that more customers are waiting. Clenching his fist, the black-haired chef orders the staff to tell the customers the item is unavailable. A man in a brown suit steps into the kitchen, accusing the chef of being dishonest about his stock.
Flanked by bodyguards in sunglasses, the man in the brown suit demands a final answer from the chef.
He insists that the chef has had more than enough time to consider his offer. Opening a briefcase filled with stacks of cash, the man in the brown suit attempts to bribe the chef with a massive gesture of goodwill. Rapid blue strikes slash through the darkness. Flashes of light cut across the void. The black-haired chef expertly dismantles a fish with blinding speed, sternly reminding the intruder that his kitchen requires absolute cleanliness. He declares that someone as repulsive as the visitor has no business being in his workspace as fish pieces fall.
Sliced portions of fish rain down as the chef coldly orders the group to depart.
The man in the brown suit laughs manically, praising the swordmaster's talent and claiming he is overqualified for kitchen work.
A gleaming knife rests on the block.
The man in the brown suit and his bodyguards recoil in sudden terror at the chef's aura. Before retreating, the man in the brown suit vows that he will not give up his pursuit so easily.
The man in the brown suit signals his group to leave while the black-haired chef watches in silence.
Outside the restaurant, a junior chef asks why he would turn down a 3 billion won advance, but the head chef claims he has no interest in dealing with criminals.
As they smoke, the junior chef suggests he use the money to improve his life, but the black-haired chef remains firm in his refusal.
The junior chef teases him about his constant phone alerts, but the black-haired chef clarifies it is just a game called Miracle Blessing. A loud voice calls from inside, prompting the junior chef to panic about cleaning up while the head chef decides to end his shift.
A sharp chime rings out again, annoying the chef as the phone continues to buzz relentlessly.
He checks the device, suspecting he reinstalled the game while intoxicated and preparing to remove it once more.
A sudden top sounds as he goes to delete the app, but an error occurs. He curses his luck after accidentally clicking on the notification, causing the game's theme music to blare loudly. The game's loading screen appears, featuring a girl with long light blue hair. A vibrant red beam erupts from the screen, startling the black-haired chef as his phone malfunctions. A junior chef enters the back alley to fetch the head chef, but finds the area strangely empty.
He spots the glowing phone abandoned on the ground and expresses confusion at the head chef's disappearance.
Standing alone in the alley, the junior chef wonders where his boss could have gone so suddenly.
He runs back inside, joking that the chef must have had an emergency bathroom break while the abandoned phone begins to glitch. The digital screen displays a completed transfer message amidst a field of static.
A teal-haired woman with striking yellow eyes stares out from the screen.
A hand navigates through a series of mobile application menus.
Reviews and videos describe the title as a generic pay-to-win mobile game with impressive character designs. The main interface for the mobile game Miracle Blessing prompts the user to begin. A group of brightly colored anime heroines is displayed as the primary draw of the game.
Narration explains the protagonist's lack of investment in the game before a blonde-haired boy appears on screen. The text emphasizes that he never even appeared in the game's world as a background character or a non-player entity.
A digital cursor hovers over the simulated landscape.
The protagonist is forcibly possessed into the body of an unknown background character.
Kang Geomma stands alone in the bustling city.
He accidentally bumps into a teal-haired woman.
He is stunned to realize he has encountered a one.
In the crowded subway, he quickly apologizes to the teal-haired woman while noting the game's familiar Korean setting.
Riding the train, he observes how closely the game world's geography mirrors reality.
He adapts quickly to his new life as a teenager. The boy reflects on experiencing a youth he never had in his previous life.
He enters his apartment, embracing a completely ordinary second chance.
At home, his parents enthusiastically welcome Kang Geomma back.
His parents present his official acceptance notice to Awakens Academy. The boy laughs awkwardly as his parents boast about their success in raising such a gifted child.
His parents pressure him to finish packing for tomorrow's entrance ceremony. Alone in his room, he realizes there is no way back to his old life with everyone so excited.
He reflects on his failed attempts to leave this world. Staring at a family photo, he feels exhausted by the expectations placed on the original owner of his body.
He wonders how this boy managed to enter such a prestigious academy. He recalls his parents explaining how he passed the entrance exam after manifesting a divine blessing.
Divine blessings grant humans extraordinary special abilities.
These powers function like game skills, though not everyone receives divine protection.
Society is strictly divided into genetic ranks based on the quality of one's blessing.
High-ranking nobles and privileged individuals dominate the social hierarchy. Hawaken Academy serves as a prestigious training ground for future heroes.
A destructive red light illuminates a battlefield. Legions of monsters threaten the safety of the human world.
Sitting at his desk, he realizes he is being prepared for an inevitable war. He groans in frustration, lamenting the quality of his own blessing.
A status window confirms his painless blessing has a massive cooldown period.
He feels depressed by the uselessness of a 30-second skill with a 12-hour wait. The status window reveals the ability only activates for blades of a very specific size.
He suspects someone is playing a cruel joke on him.
He realizes the required blade size is perfect for a sashimi knife. Despair washes over him as he shouts into the void.
He suddenly remembers he still needs to pack his combat equipment.
He notes that high-rank gear is worth a fortune. He resents spending money on a future he never asked for.
The boy steps forward toward his new destiny.
He remembers his first master's obsession with expensive knives.
Dressed in his new uniform, he prepares for the academy.
A bald instructor with a mohawk scowls at the students.
A bundle of cheap, discounted knives sits on the table. At the entrance screening, the bald instructor stares at the boy's bizarre choice of weaponry. The instructor decides to assert his authority immediately. He rages at the boy, asking if he thinks the placement test is a joke for bringing a kitchen knife. The student and instructor lock eyes in a tense standoff. The boy calmly explains that expensive equipment is a financial burden his ordinary family cannot afford.
The instructor is taken aback by the boy's seemingly sincere devotion.
The boy stares down the teacher, declaring that only amateurs blame their tools. The instructor recoils in terror as the boy's massive aura towers over him. The instructor is completely overwhelmed by the student's unyielding spirit. The instructor is moved to tears. Standing at the counter, the bald instructor declares that he will allow the special admission student Kang Geomma to use his equipment. Kang Geomma zips his bag while saying thank you to the instructor.
A pink-haired girl asks if he is a special admission student. A blonde boy wonders how someone like him got in, and another student complains that he stinks.
Clenching his fist, the Mohawk instructor yells for the students to be quiet and to move once the evaluation is over. While the students shout back in agreement, the instructor says he can be an angel or a devil depending on their actions, making Kang Geomma worry about getting PTSD. Exhausted, he notes he needs a break.
Sitting on a park bench, he reflects that while he expected this reaction, experiencing it firsthand feels awful.
He notes that with the equipment evaluation done and the entrance ceremony over, the only thing remaining is the class placement test. Hero Training School Hawaken Academy stands. Observing the massive campus, he thinks about how it is completely different from what he saw on a screen and compares its scale to a small city. He admits the view is cool. Resting on the bench, he considers the reality of studying at a school for the upper class after having to drop out of high school due to family circumstances. A sharp ping sounds as an announcement informs new students that there will be a placement test soon and they must assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. He wonders if it is happening so soon while acknowledging that the placement test is important. He draws his gleaming sashimi knife. Recalling his teacher's habit of never letting go of a blade, he reflects on 20 years of living by the sword and wonders if a year of rest dulled his skills.
He rubs the blade to inspect it.
A quick ping sounds as he tests the knife, deciding it is actually not bad. He considers trying to cut a leaf. Blue energy surges from the knife.
A notification announces the activation of the Sword God Blessing, followed by an error message stating the user's physical body level is too low.
A red system window appears, warning that the level of the equipment is too low.
A red exclamation mark flashes before him.
System text confirms level 1 activation. Divine light fills the digital space. His eyes glow with intense power. A bolt of lightning strikes down. His hand glitches while holding the knife. Violent red slashes tear through darkness. Cracks form in the surrounding void. He fears that he might die. The sensation of dying overwhelms him.
A gentle pew sounds as reality breaks.
He stands in a digital dimension. Looking around in shock, he curses. He wonders what that experience was. The knife lies on the pavement. Shards of the academy buildings reform. Hearing birds chirp chirp, he questions what is going on since letting go of the sword returned the world to normal. He groans that the pain is intense. He notes that while the ability activated, the sword god's blessing caused the world to tear apart and intense pain, unlike the mild soreness of his previous blessing.
Staring at his trembling hand, he worries about the consequences of every activation feeling like this.
He decides he cannot use it. Another ping sounds as the intercom orders new students to assemble at the training hall immediately.
Staring at the knife, he tells himself he should be able to pick it up without leaving it on the ground, hoping the pain was only because it was his first time. His trembling hand reaches for the knife. He grips the handle tightly once more. He screams in agony as blue electricity zaps him, cursing that this is not okay. The massive training hall arena wakes.
The Grand Coliseum echoes with murmurs.
Wealthy men discuss high enrollment posts. The white-haired man notes their Donnie.
7-star hero Siegfried von Nebral.
The Sword Emperor remains lost in thought.
The noblemen decide to return to their seats. 7-star hero sage Medea Poison arrives.
They exchange barbs about aging and beauty.
Medea offers youth while Siegfried values character.
Laughter hides the tension between old legends.
Medea notes how her friend has changed. They watch students from high above. Medea teases him about his gray bar.
Siegfried responds to her remarks with silence.
Excited chatter and a quick tap sound. Kang Geomma stands isolated amidst muttering. He wonders if he is the outsider. Cruel whispers about his special admission linger. He looks up as the atmosphere shifts.
A sudden rhythmic tap announces a presence.
Students look on in complete awe. A striking girl walks with absolute confidence.
Abel von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter.
A glitching vision teases a coming decision. Subspace offers a realm separate from reality.
Injuries sustained there do not affect reality.
In subspace, even lethal strikes go unpunished.
The legends discuss the new battle format.
It is a survival game without restrictions.
They admit the academy favors the nobility.
Medea boasts about implementing the new system.
Kang Geomma compares Abel to a character. He decides to stay away from trouble.
He recognizes her from his previous knowledge. Her destiny is tied to the protagonist.
The beautiful elites walk together, leaving him.
He prefers a quiet life over glory.
He dreams of a secure, ordinary job.
Trauma from his blade still haunts her.
He hopes others will protect Awad.
A floating device prepares to announce rules.
The assignment test will be a battle royale.
Medea explains the hierarchy of the ranks.
Kang Geomma prepares for the game-like test.
The spatial device begins the transport process.
Blinding blue light consumes the arena floor.
He vows to keep his weapon sheathed.
Students collapse as an and Q found.
The arena bears witness to a massacre.
Medea shows off the impressive test results.
Medea reviews Abel's performance on a digital screen, noting her top 10 record despite using a mid-tier weapon, while Abel demands a fair review.
Siegfried pridefully acknowledges her talent as a Nibelung descendant.
Feeling the session is winding down, Siegfried decides to depart, even as Medea reminds him of one final batch and dismisses the remaining cadets as unremarkable.
Medea mocks him with a parting jab about the afterlife as Siegfried walks away.
Intense red energy suddenly erects. The arena atmosphere shifts as students and onlookers gaze upward in confusion while Medea's expression tightens with alarm.
Medea urgently asks Siegfried if he sensed the ridiculous surge in power.
Murmurs fill the arena as silhouettes of students look around. Siegfried stops in his tracks as a massive red pressure looms overhead. A brilliant spark of blue light flickers. Siegfried and Medea react with shock as a massive pillar of light descends into the arena. Stunned by the unexpected turn, the legends watch the spectacle unfold. Shards of reality shatter in the wake of the light. Students stare blankly at the overwhelming display. Massive impacts shake the arena floor.
Onlookers wonder if the cadets are falling from an alternative dimension as smoke clears from the center.
A blinding flash of blue energy erupts.
A massive beam of light slams into the ground, pinning a cadet.
Medea frantically calls for the medical team to check the vital signs of the newly arrived cadets.
A sharp glare reflects off the sashimi knife blade.
The blade glows with an ethereal blue light. A muscular cadet screams out in rage.
A powerful blow sends a cadet flying with a pained sounding.
In the middle of the carnage, a cadet delivers a brutal strike.
Kang Geomma realizes he has been dropped into a ruthless deathmatch as cadets lie defeated across the floor.
Mao Jun and Shun Mao mock their fallen opponents as they prepare to continue their assault.
Kang Geomma wonders if his presence is so insignificant that they failed to notice him.
Disappointed by the lack of challenge, Mao Jun discards a defeated student and calls the match boring. Mao Jun examines his mechanical gauntlet and counts his victims. Shun Mao begins to torture a student, ignoring their pleas for mercy while asking his brother about his progress.
Shun Mao kicks the student aside, complaining about how annoying they are. Shun Mao apologizes to his brother while pointing out his next target.
A red-haired girl trembles in terror as Shun Mao offers her up as a target for his brother.
The two brothers trade cruel remarks about the girl, showing no mercy despite her fear.
Mao Jun laughs maniacally as he prepares to tear his victim apart. Kang Geomma suddenly shouts out, drawing the brothers' attention with an insult. He berates them for their psychopathic behavior in the training space, though he internally regrets stepping in.
The brothers turn toward the voice, surprised to find another student standing in their path.
Seeing Kang Geomma's name tag, they dismiss him as a lowly special admission student.
The brothers share a wicked Gwen. Mao Jun charges forward, promising to take his opponent's head. Blood splatters across the floor as they agree on the execution.
Mao Jun declares his intent to rip out Kang Geomma's tongue for the insult as he closes in.
Trapped and desperate, Kang Geomma realizes his temporary blessing won't save him from the prolonged brutality. A sudden blue shimmer catches his eye. Blue light erupts from his back as he realizes his sashimi knife is the key. He senses the activation of the sword god's blessing once more.
Kang Geomma stands amon of Vidak.
The brothers pause, sensing something strange from the boy. He prepares to draw his glowing blade. Red speech bubbles explode with absolute disbelief as the brothers watch the scene unfold. Mao Jun charges forward with his massive gauntlet, promising to make the coming death as painless as possible.
He lets out a savage grin, vowing to start by smashing his opponent's head into the floor.
Kang Geomma stands his ground with his small sashimi knife as the surrounding air begins to whirl.
He realizes that he cannot be picky and must hold out for at least 30 seconds.
Gritting his teeth against the pressure, he braces himself for the inevitable clash.
A digital notification confirms that the sword god's blessing has finally been activated.
Mao Jun mocks the meager kitchen knife, questioning what his opponent hopes to achieve with such a tool.
Facing a massive and overwhelming body, Kang Geomma prepares for a desperate counterattack.
He focuses his gaze, reminding himself that despite the size, his opponent is still just a human being.
He recalls his mentor's lessons about whether a sashimi knife can truly cut through a person.
A chilling thought reflects in his eye, noting that a single cut will change everything.
A brilliant starburst of blue and white light erupts from the point of impact.
Mao Jun screams a murderous demand for his opponent to die as he lunges forward.
A single blindingly fast slash tears through the air with a sharp, quick sound. Mao Jun's mechanical gauntlet and arm are severed instantly, spinning through the dark void.
Kang Geomma stands calmly amidst the floating debris as the severed limb hits the ground.
The atmosphere shifts as the prospect of a counterattack from the brothers looms over the arena.
In a flashback, the trainee asks his mentor why gangsters are so fond of eating sashimi.
The mentor demonstrates his terrifying speed, pinning a knife into the wall right beside his student's face.
The former gangster explains that he founded his sushi restaurant to bring happiness to people through his blade.
A close-up shows the master's expert grip on a fish, emphasizing his precision and control.
They discuss the reality of knife combat versus the exaggerated depictions often seen in movies. The mentor explains that thin sashimi knives allow for multiple efficient strikes compared to wider blades.
He angrily berates his student, claiming that even a divine power wouldn't help a man without talent. Back in reality, Mao Jun is sent toppling backward as his severed weapon falls far away.
Pure shock and agony fill the fallen brother's eyes as he realizes the extent of his injury. The red-haired girl watches the sudden turn of events with a mixture of terror and amazement.
Kang Geomma remains cold and focused, standing over his defeated opponent. Mao Jun lets out a series of pained screams and curses as the reality of the loss sets him.
He stares at the stump where his arm used to be, his vision blurring with tears.
He recoils in terror, crying out for the boy to stay away as he approaches.
Desperate and broken, he begs for distance while more blood spatters the floor.
He crawls backward on the pavement, screaming for someone to come to his aid.
Shun Mao watches in horror, calling for his brother to assist him despite the carnage.
Mao Jun cries out in a fit of rage and pain, cursing his attacker's name. He lets out a final, desperate scream for help as a sharp hack sounds from his throat.
Kang Geomma delivers a finishing blow that sends a shockwave through the fallen warrior's body.
Shun Mao is frozen in shock as he witnesses the brutal efficiency of the strike.
Blood spatters across a dark background, signaling the end of the immediate confrontation.
Shun Mao stares blankly, his face contorted with a mix of fear and disbelief. A spray of blood marks the finality of the strike against the fallen brother.
Shun Mao lets out a grief-stricken scream for his fallen sibling.
Kang Geomma stands silently over the defeated, while the red-haired girl remains huddled nearby.
Shun Mao tries to reassure himself that death isn't possible within the simulation of the void space.
Kang Geomma reflects on the clumsy nature of taking a life for the first time.
Shun Mao trembles with heavy breathing, wondering if the entire event was just a fluke.
He grits his teeth and places a hand on his own mechanical gauntlet to prepare for battle. He declares that his weapon will only show its true might when used with both hands.
Golden System windows announce a surge of blessings, amplifying his defense, jumping ability, and fist power.
Mao Jun laughs about receiving 3 rank benefits simultaneously, claiming they are beyond divine imagination. He boasts that even an S-rank weapon cannot pierce his defense and that he is superior to Shun Mao.
Kang Geomma remains focused as the countdown hits 21.
Mao Jun mocks his stillness as a massive blue energy fist forms.
He asks if his opponent is mumbling a final will. He grins, vowing to smash the boy's head. Mao Jun's body is suddenly mutilated and left bloody in the dark. Mao Jun stares blankly in shock and agony.
Kang Geomma holds his glowing blade as the timer hits 2.
His eye glows with blue intensity at the final second.
A fading vision yields only a final thought of darkness. A jagged red scream echoes through the space.
Kang Geomma lets out a shout as he raises his weapon.
Mao Jun lies defeated with spectral blades piercing him.
Kang Geomma wakes up, realizing he is in a hospital.
He groans as he tries to sit upright.
A blond man slides open the door. The man urgently reports that the student has wakened.
Kang Geomma recognizes the newcomers despite never meeting him.
2 of the 7-star heroes stand before him.
Siegfried is revealed as the strongest human. Medea Poison greets him and asks how he feels.
Siegfried asks for the boy's name, while Medea confirms his identity. Siegfried bluntly confirms that he is indeed Geomma.
A heavy silence hangs in the hospital room.
Kang Geomma reflects on the surreal feeling of his own actions. He realizes the danger of being targeted by a monster.
He admits his actions were excessive and offers to accept any punishment.
The legendary hero and the student share a gaze. Medea chides Siegfried for being too harsh on the boy. She explains that Siegfried actually helped him while he was unconscious. Medea flirtatiously asks him to look at her face. She snuggles up to him while Siegfried warns her to behave. Medea mocks his condition with a strange comparison. She mentions they reviewed the footage of his combat.
Medea praises his heroic defense of the red-haired girl.
She calls him a hero while Siegfried attempts to in him.
Medea dismisses the old man as he warns her to keep her dignity. She promises no repercussions and notes the twins have withdrawn. Medea giggles as Kang Geomma processes the information.
She enthusiastically congratulates Kang Geomma on being the top student. Kang Geomma reacts with total and utter confusion. A massive "huh?" conveys his extreme shock.
The boy struggles through a difficult training run.
The grand academy building stands bathed in light. Medea sighs within her private, sunlit office. She drinks tea, reflecting on an unprecedented career first. Kang Geomma looks determined in his school uniform. The heroes react with mutual shock.
Medea urges him to rethink his choice regarding the star class.
Siegfried and Medea Poison stand by the hospital bed, explaining that the subspace results determined the boy as the top student despite the elder's fury. Kang Geomma shocks the heroes by flatly rejecting the prestigious top rank. In a sunlit office, Medea teases Siegfried for being immature and upset that his own granddaughter didn't take the top spot. Siegfried defends the Academy's choice, noting it would be immature to challenge a grading system imbued with the founder's will. The legendary hero reflects on the boy's victory, noting that his skills, physical abilities, and experience were all visually underwhelming. A flashback bathed in a red hue shows the boy collapsed on the floor during the simulation. The intensity of the previous battle lingers in a crimson-tinted memory of the boy's struggle. A sudden, blinding red flash marks a decisive moment in the boy's past combat. Back in the present, Siegfried maintains a sharp and scrutinizing gaze as he drinks his tea. A vision shows Siegfried as the ultimate sword hero, standing tall on a battlefield representing the pinnacle of power. Siegfried and Medea attend to the boy's unconscious form, noting that his feeble body lacks any formal physical training. Vibrant blue electricity pulses through a hand, signaling a surge of divine or mechanical power. Siegfried remains silent, his face etched with the weight of competitive thoughts.
A quick, sharp tap sounds as the hero sets his teacup down, admitting that even at his age, he remains quite competitive.
Medea reflects on how astounding and attractive it was to watch the boy kill his opponents to save a woman in danger. Medea leans back on the couch, questioning what the old man is thinking about so deeply. Siegfried bluntly asks Medea what modern college students call women with her specific personality and appearance. Medea poses confidently, daring him to open his smart mouth and tell her exactly what people call ladies like her. A close-up of Medea's eyes behind her glasses reveals her intense curiosity.
Siegfried starts to respond, but stops himself with a dismissive click of his tongue.
A surprised puff sounds as Medea reacts to his bluntness, her tea nearly spilling from the shock.
Kang Geomma stands alone in the Academy's grand wooden-floored hallway, processing his new reality.
He pauses before a sign identifying the entrance to the wolf class.
A flashback shows Medea and the boy arguing over his placement, with Medea insisting that the top student is not permitted in the tiger class. Medea places a finger to her lips, promising to keep their arrangement a secret if he complies. Medea worries that sending the boy to the tiger class would only cause more trouble with the Academy elders. Kang Geomma enters the room with a tired Pew, hoping for a secure life in a lower-level class. A loud, sudden quang sounds as the boy's eyes go wide with shock at the sight before him. He steps into a massive tier-seated lecture hall packed with students who immediately fall silent. The students watch him with varying degrees of boredom and curiosity as he navigates the room. Pockets of students begin to whisper and laugh, mocking the situation as he passes by.
Kang Geomma wonders if the other students are ignoring him or intentionally staring as he walks down the aisle.
He quickly finds his seat, hoping that the Academy director has the situation under control. He hums a small tune to himself, deciding that a tranquil life as an outcast is actually a positive outcome.
The red-haired girl suddenly approaches his desk to thank him for his help during the exam.
She blushes and looks down, awkwardly trying to discuss the events of the test. Kang Geomma tells her there is no need for thanks, claiming anyone would have done the same. Internally, he feels like a hypocrite, admitting to himself that he only stepped in to save his own life. Realizing they haven't been formal, the boy finally introduces himself as Kang Geomma.
The girl smiles and introduces herself as Chloe, expressing her surprise that they ended up in the same class.
Kang Geomma feels a sudden sense of dread that introducing a new character now might complicate his peaceful life. He urgently asks Chloe to keep the details of his performance during the exam a secret from everyone else.
A powerful voice commands the students to take their seats as a hulking man enters the room.
A sharp thwack sounds as a blue textbook is slammed down onto the instructor's podium. The muscular man introduces himself as Lee Won-bin, the official instructor for the wolf class.
Lee Won-bin wastes no time announcing that the first day will begin with basic physical exercises in 30 minutes.
A student in the front row raises his hand inquiring about the specifics of the physical training program.
The instructor lists a simple routine of 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, followed by 10 laps around the area.
Kang Geomma stares blankly, wondering if the exercise routine is secretly designed to make all the students go bald.
He tentatively speaks up, drawing the instructor's attention as Lee Won-bin asks how he can help him.
Kang Geomma looks drained and considers ways to skip the upcoming physical training. Medea Poison notes that the training won't challenge his skill while the instructor mentions the director's plan for a varied curriculum.
Surrounded by mocking spirits, the black-haired boy curses the headmaster's interference and her demand for secrecy.
He offers a hasty excuse about needing the restroom, which the bald instructor praises as a mark of a direct and outstanding student.
A firm quick tap sounds as his foot meets the dusty ground.
The instructor's voice bellows orders to speed up as the exhausted boy struggles to keep pace with the pack.
He pushes himself forward, panting heavily while venting his frustration with a pained grunt.
The relentless pace of the run leaves the boy feeling as though he might collapse from the sheer intensity.
Chloe approaches him with concern, noting his pale complexion and labored breathing.
He tries to mask his fatigue with a weak smile while the instructor demands a progress report on his laps.
As they continue running, he wonders if his red-haired companion is also feeling the strain of the pace.
The red-haired girl reveals her impressive progress, leaving the boy shocked by her hidden stamina.
She offers a cheerful burst of encouragement, urging him not to give up on the exercise.
A sudden sharp whoosh sounds as she sprints ahead, leaving him staring at her back in disbelief. He continues to trudge along, his body nearing its limit as he tries to finish the training. Back at the dormitory, the boy's exhausted form signals the start of a new, complicated chapter in his school life.
The grand dormitory stands tall under the warm glow of the setting sun.
A loud, sudden bang sounds as a hand slams down in frustration.
Lying flat on his bed, the boy laments his extreme hunger following the grueling day.
The vast, quiet dining hall is filled with the silhouettes of other students enjoying their evening.
Driven by desperation, he shouts his hunger to the room, drawing puzzled looks from his peers.
He reaches the counter and urgently places an order for a serving of spicy pork rice.
His anticipation turns to dread as he spots a ticket machine, realizing the meals are far from free.
He promises to return immediately after pre-ordering his meal, his stomach still growling.
His eyes widen in horror at the menu, seeing that a simple bowl of rice costs an astronomical 50,000 won. He stares at the ceiling in disbelief, questioning the outrageous cost of living at the academy. A heavy, solid thump sounds as he throws himself onto his bed in a fit of rage. He sits upright, shouting that the cafeteria prices are nothing short of daylight robbery. A painful memory flashes back of him foolishly refusing an allowance, a decision he now deeply regrets. Looking at an empty bottle of cheap water, he misses the days of complimentary dinners. A soft, quick tap sounds as he shifts his position in frustration. A glowing blue window appears above his bed, announcing a blessing and a rise in his physical level.
He notes that merely thinking about his new power triggers the appearance of the system notification.
Standing before a mirror, the boy is amazed to see his body has developed visible muscle and definition. He wonders if this rapid evolution is a result of the legendary Swordmaster's treatment. A system update clarifies that the divine blessing is strictly limited to blades with specific dimensions.
The boy stares at a pair of sharp knives on the table, feeling a strange new urge.
He reflects on his past fear of blades, contrasting it with the restless itch he now feels in his hands. A soft, rhythmic knock sounds at his door, interrupting his fox.
A long, slow creak sounds as he opens the door to see who is visiting him.
The red-haired girl stands in the doorway, blushing as she asks if she is interrupting his rest. He invites her in, explaining he was only resting, and asks why she has come by.
She expresses her concern, mentioning that she hasn't seen him in the cafeteria all week.
He lies about his eating habits to hide his poverty, while his inner self drools at the thought of a proper meal. She seems skeptical but accepts his explanation while he reassures her that he is perfectly fine. She suggests they buy some food and share a meal together, an offer he accepts with immediate enthusiasm. He runs toward the campus shop with a happy tune, leaving the red-haired girl to chase after him. They share a quiet dinner at a table where she praises the quality of the food he prepared. He asks about her preference for fish and offers his culinary expertise based on his coastal background. He looks forward to the task, his hands finally finding a way to satisfy their restless itch. Title for The Sword God's Blessing appears as Kang Geomma realizes the potential in a simple kitchen knife. Chloe asks if he owns a longer knife, but Kang Geomma admits that using something other than a sword feels awkward.
Kang Geomma turns his head quickly as Chloe calls out his name.
Chloe draws a long katana, surprising the boy as a bright light flashes. Surrounded by images of katanas, the boy decides to stick with the kitchen knife instead. With his eyes glowing blue, the boy prepares to use the Sword God's Blessing to prepare the fish.
While Chloe watches in awe, the boy reflects on his reputation as the country's greatest swordsman.
The kitchen is filled with intensity as he activates the sword god's blessing on the fish.
A blur of incredible speed fills the kitchen as the boy works.
Kang Geomma stands proudly with crossed arms as Chloe tastes the meal and finds it delicious.
Chloe asks how he became so skilled at cooking, and he explains his past part-time work at a Japanese restaurant.
Chloe is confused by the term part-time job, leading the boy to ask if she truly doesn't understand before she offers an apology. Sitting at the table, the boy expresses his pleasure that she enjoyed the lunch while she nods in agreement. Chloe insists on washing the dishes since he did the cooking, and he graciously accepts the help. Kang Geomma relaxes while Chloe begins working at the sink, accompanied by a soft bubbling sound. Looking out at the stunning night moon, the boy begins to hum a peaceful tune to himself.
A sudden, loud clattering sound breaks the silence, and Chloe quickly offers a startled apology.
Chloe shouts another apology after the crash, while the boy realizes she has likely never washed dishes before. A small sharp tap sounds as a notebook slips from the desk, drawing the boy's attention. A soft fluttering sound follows as the book lands open on the floor.
Realizing it is a diary, the boy reads Chloe's entry about wanting to return the favor for the assistance she received.
Deciding to return the diary to its place, the boy notes that Chloe is a typical girl for her age.
After another page turns, he reads a more personal entry about her pounding heart whenever she is near him.
Finding the entry cute, the boy finally understands the reason behind her previous difficulty in talking to him. He continues to read, but his expression falters as he sees the word love repeated hundreds of times. The boy's eyes widen in horror as the obsessive repetitions of love fill the entire background. A harsh, jagged scraping sound echoes through the room. Chloe stands frozen in the kitchen, a broken piece of porcelain on the floor, as the atmosphere turns chillingly heavy. A cold dread fills the room as Chloe asks him if he has read her diary.
The scene shifts to an intense shot of Chloe wielding a blade, desperate to stay alive.
A narration explains how certain factions at the Academy increase their standing through reputation while abusing the weak. The Auditor of Sicily family is introduced as an order of shadow assassins working toward the light. Lore reveals that those born to the Auditory family undergo severe mental retraining and emotional suppression before adolescence. Young Chloe's wide eyes are shown alongside the stern faces of her father and grandfather.
The bearded old man stands over young Chloe as she trembles while holding a practice sword.
A sudden wet splashing sound marks a violent turning point in the training. Young Chloe and her grandfather stand back to back, symbolizing her path as a tool for the family. Chloe accepted the words she had been told since childhood, embracing her identity as a shadow assassin. A soft, quick sniffling sound is heard as the girl tries to compose herself.
The relentless training distorted her nature, leaving a deep and gloomy shade within her heart. By the time her identity had worn down, Chloe finally reached the age to enter the Grand Academy. The students at the Academy are all incredibly talented, yet Chloe remains distant from the crowds.
By family decree and Academy agreement, the shadow assassins of the Auditory family were placed in the common class.
The old man looms behind Chloe, repeating the command for her to remain undetected.
Despite their childhood years, the family continued to eliminate every bit of the girl's personal liberty. Chloe accepted her fate without protest, believing that nothing in her life would ever change.
A boy in a red jacket shouts a challenge, drawing a surprised reaction from a nearby student.
Kang Geomma erupts in anger, demanding that the group keep their hands off of the girl.
Chloe watches in shock, wondering if there was actually someone else like her in the world. A boy in a red jacket smiles wickedly while claiming that Chloe's fate is unchangeable.
A close-up of a crimson eye reflects the cold weight of unavoidable destiny.
Chloe stands motionless as an oppressive dark shadow looms behind her. Her eyes widen in shock as a sudden rhythmic thumping sounds. In a flash of blue energy, Kang Geomma prepares to strike down his smiling rival. Younger Chloe sits on a dark bed, recalling the fairy tales she once read in secret. A soft, quick fluttering sounds as she turns the pages of a book about knights. She remembers the tale of a princess trapped within the walls of a grand castle. A heroic prince appears in her memories, bearing a striking resemblance to Kang Geomma. A soft, warm sigh sounds as her face turns bright red from unfamiliar, surging emotions.
Confused by her feelings, the young girl stands alone amidst a swirl of dark energy.
A single, massive word appears beneath her, defining the intensity of her current state. Chloe stands with a terrifying, shadowed expression while wearing bright pink dish gloves. A soft, nervous groan sounds as Kang Geomma wonders why everything is going wrong.
He awkwardly comments on the moon's beauty while she stares at him with empty eyes. He thanks her for the delicious meal before attempting to make a quick exit.
She stops him with a chilling question, asking if he saw what was on the desk.
A soft, sharp snap sounds as she slowly pulls off her pink dish gloves.
Kang Geomma's gaze falls upon the glowing diary he accidentally read earlier. He nervously claims it was just a reference book, but she firmly identifies it as her diary. A sharp, jagged clatter sounds as he realizes the extreme danger he is in. Chloe draws her long katana, which begins to glow with an intense pinkish light.
A loud, sudden thud sounds as he recoils in terror from her aggressive stance.
The Grand Academy building stands silent on the 4th floor under the night sky.
A soft, long whistle sounds as he realizes jumping would shatter his body. A series of sharp, rhythmic clicks sound as she prepares to lunge with her glowing blade. Chloe walks forward with murderous intent, her blade casting a red glow on the floor.
He watches in horror as she prepares to strike, realizing she is truly coming for him. A bloody red background highlights the terrifying transformation of her personality.
Memories of her cheerful mask are replaced by a fierce and overwhelming bloodlust.
Shock and disbelief are etched onto his face as the situation spirals out of control.
He understands that the change in her personality was triggered by opening the diary.
Sensing her aura is more intense than any previous foe, he prepares to take the initiative.
A glowing system notification counts down the final 9 seconds of the encounter.
A soft, sharp gasp sounds as his eyes land on a simple kitchen knife nearby.
Chloe lunges forward with her katana, her movements blurred by incredible speed. A loud, sudden bang sounds as he lunges toward the desk to find a weapon.
He spots a small box cutter and decides it is his only chance for survival. Chloe's attack comes with a blinding flash of pink and red energy.
A loud, metallic ring sounds as he uses the small blade to parry her massive strike.
A soft, smooth click sounds as he extends the blade of the orange box cutter.
Blue system windows announce a temporary rise in his mental resilience and intimidation.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as a powerful blue aura erupts from his body.
The system confirms that the legendary blessing of the sword god has been activated.
The room is filled with a dynamic clash of blue and red light as they duel.
Radiating a cold blue light, Kang Geomma prepares his final counterattack.
Looking deep into her eyes, he notes that her hair is actually quite long.
2 bright red slashes rip through the air as he delivers a finishing blow.
A soft, groggy murmur sounds as Chloe wakes up in bed, calling out his name. A teal-haired girl appears in a teaser, marking a new shift in the school story. Red-haired Chloe wakes up in bed, wondering where the boy is gone.
She recalls a brief memory of the boy looking out the window while washing dishes.
A sudden, loud thump sounds as Chloe sits upright, shouting the word katana.
Gasping in surprise, her eyes land on the katana resting against her desk. A soft, warm sigh sounds as she expresses her relief while sitting alone.
She remembers a past conversation where an elder told her not to worry.
Chloe stares silently at the glowing blade.
A soft, quick phut sounds as she hides her face in the pillow.
Steam rises from her head as she continues to groan the boy's name.
Blushing intensely, Chloe worries she might have said something wrong during her blackout.
Looking toward the floor, she spots a small orange utility knife. Scratching her cheek, Chloe wonders why the utility knife is lying there.
She realizes her hair feels shorter and wonders if he used the tool. With hearts in her eyes, she decides to record the event in her journal.
A soft, rhythmic scratching sounds as she happily writes in her diary.
The scene shifts to a balcony where a pained groan sounds.
A sudden, wet splatter sounds as colorful vomit erupts from the boy. A system window marks the end of a blessing as Kang Geomma coughs.
Clutching his stomach, he worries about losing his dinner to the physical strain.
Looking exhausted and sweaty, the boy collapses onto a park bench.
Staring at the full moon, he wonders about Chloe's true identity.
He reflects on her combat style, noting she targets vital spots relentlessly.
The boy understands that a moment of hesitation could have cost his life.
With his eyes glowing blue, he recalls the feeling of being truly threatened.
He remembers instinctively aiming for the red-haired girl's neck during their fight. A sudden sharp whoosh sounds as the knife blade clips her hair instead.
Sighing in relief, he is glad he cleaned up without a serious incident.
He reflects on reaching the zenith using only a sashimi knife.
Sitting on the bench, the boy remains lost in deep thought.
Glowing feathers fall through a bright, divine light.
He recalls the legendary hero Joaquin and the 2 blessings in the game.
A blue digital window displays the high stats of the legendary sword Balmung.
By comparison, his simple sashimi knife has much lower power and ranking. Kang Geomma clutches his head, urging himself to stay in control.
Looking at the meteor shower, he realizes he has forgotten his original goals.
He decides to focus on navigating the game's official storyline at the Academy.
A blurry narration explains how the game's protagonist has recently manifested a blessing.
The boy reflects on how his knowledge of the plot gives him an advantage.
A pixel art graphic shows him choosing to follow the official storyline and stay quiet. The scene shifts to a lit window where a student is seen studying. A dark vision shows a demonic army preparing to threaten the Academy grounds.
The coming conflict between demons and humans appears unavoidable in the future.
A soft, quick click sounds as he examines images of the approaching Pratt.
A student expresses fear as the overall situation begins to worsen rapidly.
The boy acknowledges he needs a realistic goal to survive the coming years.
Looking at the Grand Academy, he realizes he needs more strength to defend himself.
A chessboard illustrates his need to avoid being used by evil forces. He determines he must limit the use of his blessing to protect his body.
A glowing blue window confirms his solid performance and low assimilation rate.
Touching his chin, he wonders why there is so much unexpected new content.
Geomma reviews his status window, noting that the numbers seem to represent a level system for his body, mind, and equipment.
A quick click sounds as Geomma tries to interact with his level of armament on the floating blue screen.
A red system window appears, informing Geomma that his access is blocked because the necessary conditions have not yet been met.
Sitting on a bench under the night sky, Geomma concludes that physical training and acquiring a new weapon are his most important priorities.
Geomma reflects on the limitations of his painless blessing ability, realizing he needs to train with a blade that satisfies higher requirements.
He checks his phone calendar, noting that practical extermination training will replace his midterm exams next month.
Geomma envisions the training reward, a B-grade weapon that he believes will be sufficient for his graduation needs.
A weary sigh escapes the boy before he is suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out to him from behind.
Geomma is startled to see Abel standing over him, her cyan hair tied back as she rests a hand on her sword.
The yellow-eyed girl looks down at him with a serious and slightly nervous expression.
Geomma stares back up at her, clearly bewildered by the heroine's sudden appearance.
A quiet, rhythmic chirping fills the air as the two students face each other by the academy bench.
Abel asks Geomma to move over, and he instinctively responds with a startled acknowledgement. A soft slide sounds as Geomma scoots to the side, thinking to himself that he didn't mean to stare at her.
Abel tells him not to leave and simply suggests he make some space on the bench.
Geomma questions if this is a class hierarchy issue while reminding himself to avoid forming any connection with the heroine.
A soft huff sounds as Abel adjusts her jacket and prepares to sit down.
Abel declares that this is the best spot to watch the stars, causing Geomma to jump in surprise. The two sit in silence as Abel gazes up at the night sky. Geomma wonders if Abel is truly the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman he remembers, noting how different the current reality feels. Abel asks if his weapon of choice is a sword, leaving Geomma confused as to how she knew. Abel mentions that her grandfather taught her something important about the eyes of a warrior.
She explains that swordsmen possess uniquely varied expressions within their eyes.
A sharp clack sounds as Abel presents her sword to Geomma.
She offers him a chance to test her weapon while flashing a confident smile.
Geomma looks on with a sweat drop, thinking that the offer doesn't actually thrill him at all.
A quiet chirping sounds again as the pair settles into a long, awkward silence on the wooden bench.
Geomma reflects on how unusual this interaction is while Abel begins to speak again.
Abel looks directly at him with a focused and unreadable gaze.
Geomma stares back, his face sweating as he tries to process the situation. He thinks to himself that everyone in the school knows exactly who Abel is.
Abel points out that she doesn't know him, making Geomma wonder what her ultimate goal is.
She remarks on how cliché it is that he knows her name while she remains ignorant of his.
Geomma asks if he is required to give his name to a stranger, and Abel jokes that he could be a spy for the Demon King.
She adds that there is no logical reason for a normal student to be alone so late at night.
A sharp shink sounds as Abel slightly draws her blade, leaving Geomma stunned by her erratic logic. Abel asks why he is there, and Geomma explains he is simply training, while Abel claims she was doing the same.
Geomma asks what kind of training she was doing, and his deadpan answer of breathing leaves her completely baffled. A small flinch sounds as Abel suddenly notices the rough wounds on Geomma's hand. Abel begins to panic and move erratically, catching Geomma off guard with her sudden shift in demeanor.
A rhythmic chirping fills the air as the two students settle back into their seats on the bench.
Observing their shadows, Abel notes how diligent Geomma is, which he quietly confirms.
Abel explains her philosophy of perfection, recalling her grandfather's lessons and asking if Geomma knows she isn't the top student this year.
She admits that this recent loss was the first time she had ever been defeated by anyone.
Abel confesses she was relieved to find someone stronger, but also deeply curious about who defeated her.
A sudden sharp pff sounds as Geomma spits out his drink when Abel declares she wants to crush her rival next time.
Geomma questions her intense drive, while Abel angrily explains that her pride is at stake because the top student skipped the oath.
The scene shifts to Leon, the blonde protagonist, who stands with a cold and determined expression. Abel poses confidently with a sharp knife, signaling her readiness for the challenges ahead.
Credits for the translation and production staff are displayed over a stylized background.
The teal-haired girl admits she is sharing secrets with a stranger while Kang Geomma questions her motives.
A soft, quick breath sounds as she bluntly states she is helping because he looked vulnerable.
She explains that her family values mercy for the weak, but admits her talent has left her friendless.
Under the full moon, she decides to call it a night while Kang Geomma bids her farewell.
He asks for her name, but the teal-haired girl playfully refuses before departing into the night. Shadowed students fill the lecture hall as the academic term begins in earnest.
Kang Geomma finds himself surprised by how peaceful his new life at the academy has become.
While red-haired Chloe easily integrates into the class, Kang Geomma focuses on keeping a low profile.
He remains unfazed by the arrogance of others, content with his status as a special admission student.
High-tier students in the Tiger class remain isolated from one another due to their overwhelming sense of superiority.
Observing the social hierarchy, he concludes that avoiding the upper-class cliques was a wise decision. He reflects on his past experiences, viewing the posturing students as nothing more than foolish clowns. A cheerful, soft chime sounds as Kang Geomma checks his phone and anticipates his next meal.
The green-haired dean presents him with a special card, apologizing for the delay in his rewards.
He is overcome with gratitude upon receiving a prestigious faculty member card from the Academy leadership.
With his eyes closed in reverence, he silently pledges his devotion to the generous Academy director.
He plans to maintain this comfortable lifestyle for the next 3 years without any complications. The Grand Academy stands as a monument to a legacy that began 7 centuries ago.
History lectures recount how Joaquin Baller founded the institution to train a new generation of heroes. An elderly professor draws the legendary hero on the board while warning students of upcoming exams.
A detailed chalk sketch captures the stoic and powerful likeness of the hero Joaquin Baller.
Legends speak of the hero's journey toward a bright future following the devastation of war.
History records the hero's pivotal confrontation against the formidable commander of the First Demonic Army.
Through sheer determination and strength, the legendary warrior emerged victorious from the brutal conflict. A blinding light streaks across the sky, marking the moment of the world's salvation.
Despite his triumph, the hero suffered wounds that forced him to retire from the battlefield forever.
The war concluded with a fragile stalemate that left neither side as a definitive winner.
A truce was forged between humans and demons, leading to the birth of the Joaquin Academy.
The sprawling academy grounds were designed to cultivate the potential of the world's future protectors.
The professor explains that the non-aggression treaty established an unprecedented 700 years of peace.
Soft, rhythmic whispers fill the room as students dismiss the possibility of war in their lifetime.
Knowing the hidden truth, Kang Geomma realizes the long-standing tranquility is about to be shattered.
The green-haired dean contemplates the potential consequences of the boy's unique and mysterious presence.
She lightheartedly suggests abandoning their responsibilities, drawing an awkward and nervous laugh from Kang Geomma.
A terrifying intensity fills her gaze as she senses an abnormality linked to a powerful entity. She is destined to stand as a lonely guardian, prepared to risk everything for her students.
A digital recording reveals a gruesome future where the dean is mortally wounded and bloodied.
A series of sharp, quick clicks sound as Kang Geomma watches the tragic video on his monitor.
Another soft, sharp click sounds as he stoically acknowledges the inevitable death of his mentor. He reflects on the tragic destiny of the dean, knowing her end is already written in history. The lecture concludes with a final reminder for students to prepare for their upcoming assessments. Excited, rhythmic murmurs erupt as the students notice something extraordinary happening in the hallway.
A student rushes past in a hurry while Kang Geomma wonders what caused the sudden commotion. Checking his phone, he confirms the date and realizes a major plot event is starting today.
A loud, rhythmic thud sounds as a crowd of curious students gathers at the classroom entrance.
Disbelief and shock spread through the room as students speculate about a high-profile newcomer's arrival.
The atmosphere becomes electric as the news of a legendary student's enrollment spreads like wildfire.
A confident, blonde-haired boy strides through the crowd, radiating the aura of a natural-born protagonist.
The main character of the game, Leon Van Reinhardt, finally makes his grand entrance at the academy.
The ancient stone walls of peace begin to crack as the true story finally begins.
Chloe prepares to spar with Kang Geomma in a new training teaser.
Leon Van Reinhardt radiates the aura of a natural-born protagonist among his peers.
Kang Geomma cynically doubts the protagonist's survival chances while trying to maintain kind thoughts. High-tier student cards display the prestigious lineages of Rachel, Saki, and Habel.
Students whisper in the hallway as Leon walks past them with quiet confidence.
Leon interacts warmly with his classmates, unaware of the future draft mentioned by the narrator.
Kang Geomma reflects on his past and dreads a second mandatory enlistment. He contemplates the overwhelming strength of the Demon King and the First Legion. Leon flashes a perfect, bright smile that embodies his protagonist role. The protagonist group departs to handle the plot while Kang Geomma watches from the far.
Geomma admits that Leon's inspirational face is enough to convince anyone.
A sudden sharp huh sounds as the boy turns in surprise.
The academy grounds stand silent under the moonlight beside training dummies.
A sharp rhythmic whoosh sounds as Kang Geomma practices with a wooden sword.
He carefully monitors his blessing, noting it won't activate if he stays within certain constraints.
Red-haired Chloe approaches in her school uniform, asking if she did something wrong.
Geomma looks awkward, reflecting on the fact that they will be spending the next year together. He assures her it is nothing, and when she asks if he's sure, he confirms it.
Chloe expresses her relief, though Geomma continues to wonder about her true identity.
A dark vision reveals Chloe's killing intent and a sword filled with sorrow.
Chloe timidly asks if she can treat him to dinner tonight.
She admits she isn't a great cook, but expresses a sincere desire to treat him.
He remembers her dangerous fighting style and hesitates over the dinner offer. Pleading, sparkly eyes surround her as she silently begs for a positive response.
Geomma worries about the potential dangers of accepting a yandere's invitation.
He decides he can handle the situation by asking her for a favor instead.
Chloe is surprised when he tells her she is the only person he can ask.
Blushing intensely, Chloe is moved by the idea of being the only one for him.
He politely asks if she can teach him swordsmanship.
Kang Geomma believes this training request is a perfect excuse to stay safe.
He spends his nights researching online guides on how to survive a yandere encounter.
Chloe arrives at the training ground early, wearing a pink crop top and athletic shorts.
She enthusiastically shares that she arrived at 6:30 for their session.
Geomma looks shocked, pointing out that they were supposed to meet at 8.
She asks if she looks weird, but he quickly reassures her that she looks fine. He notices her solid muscles and realizes why she possesses such incredible strength. He hands her a wooden sword, noting that this is a rare training opportunity.
Chloe is surprised and asks if they are not going to use real swords. He explains that wooden swords are better for a safe training session, and she happily agrees. A soft, quick hee-hee sounds as a dark aura surrounds Chloe while she calls him nice. Chloe takes a firm, practiced grip on the wooden practice weapon.
A thunderous, explosive boom sounds as she swings the sword with terrifying force.
Realizing the air itself is trembling, Geomma decides to rely on his blessing for caution. A digital window displays the details of his blessing of the sword god. He wonders how much he needs to grow while Chloe asks if something is wrong. Chloe peeks over at him with a curious and innocent expression.
She asks him to go easy on her for the first lesson, and he agrees nervously. Kang Geomma assumes a focused and serious starting stance with his wooden sword.
Chloe stands ready, radiating an oppressive and intense battle pressure. Chloe lunges forward with blinding speed, catching Kang Geomma completely off guard. As Chloe lunges with blinding speed, Kang Geomma struggles to comprehend the sudden, intense shift in the spar.
Chloe swings with terrifying force.
Gritting his teeth in alarm, he barely registers the incredible speed of her incoming strike. A firm, sharp grip sounds as she reinforces her hold, while a hand reaches out in a desperate defensive maneuver. A thunderous, explosive boom sounds. The training hall echoes with a heavy, rhythmic thud as their wooden weapons clash in a display of raw power. Straining against her overwhelming pressure, Kang Geomma realizes this training has spiraled far beyond a friendly session. He grits his teeth intensely. Caught completely off guard, he watches Chloe's movements with disbelief as she continues her relentless assault. He recognizes with growing dread that her pace is accelerating with every passing second.
Wooden blades clash with force.
Quick, rhythmic thuds sound as his feet scramble back, unable to halt the unending barrage of strikes. A blur of high-speed combat. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight of her attacks, he fears a single mistake will lead to an immediate, lethal end. The rhythmic snap of breaking wood sounds as his practice sword finally shatters under the immense pressure. Standing over the broken remains, Chloe admits she tried to hold back but somehow still destroyed his weapon. Sensing a sudden and eerie change in the atmosphere, Chloe tentatively calls out to her silent training partner. A system window flickers to life, announcing that the specific conditions for the weapon have finally been met. Alarming red notifications warn that his humanity is plummeting while an outside force begins rewriting his very personality. A chilling blue aura erupts as the true, dark nature of the sword god's divine blessing takes hold. With his eyes glowing with a cold spectral light, the narrative acknowledges the awakening of his inner demons.
The scene briefly pauses to acknowledge the dedicated staff members working behind the series.
Digital warnings pulse with red light as Chloe stares in horror at the dark transformation occurring before her eyes. An ominous text confirms the erosion of his humanity as the divine blessing manifests in a terrifying new form. A sharp, quick tap sounds as a man named Kim finds himself standing alone in a mysterious, empty spotlight. Disoriented, he wonders if his entire life as a protector was nothing more than a feverish, long-forgotten dream.
Recalling his mundane past, he decides to ignore the confusion and return to his task of preparing a simple fish. He contemplates which tool to use, reaching for a familiar heavy knife to begin his culinary work.
A sharp, quick beep sounds as a system error prevents him from selecting his chosen tool.
More frantic, rhythmic beeps sound as every traditional knife he tries to pick up remains locked and inaccessible. A glowing sashimi knife becomes the only option, even though he knows the mere act of holding it is agonizing.
To his surprise, the pain vanishes instantly, replaced by a surge of strange energy that makes him feel completely refreshed.
Like a puppet controlled by invisible strings, he resolves to use his new blade to create a gruesome masterpiece. Returning to reality, Kang Geomma stands enveloped in a dark, swirling energy as he prepares to strike. A blinding fauceflay,
A sudden, loud crack sounds as he reappears with supernatural speed, leaving Chloe completely defenseless.
Panicked and overwhelmed, Chloe desperately begs him to wait as she realizes the danger she is in. A massive energy explosion erupts. The force of the impact sends Chloe tumbling backward through the air like a broken doll.
Gasping for breath, she looks up with wide, terrified eyes at the monster her friend has become.
She realizes with chilling certainty that the boy standing before her is no longer the person she knew just moments ago. A powerful downward strike lands.
She skids across the floor.
He looms over the scene with a cold, predatory gaze, his blue eyes burning with an unholy intensity. Bleeding and trembling, Chloe struggles to her feet while desperately searching for a way to stop the madness. A sudden, explosive pop sounds as he lunges forward again with a speed that defies human perception. Trapped in his shadow, she can only watch in silence as he prepares to deliver a final devastating attack. A blinding pillar of light, she screams his name in a final desperate attempt to reach the boy buried beneath the divine blessing.
Back in his internal vision, Kim's eyes widen as he begins to question the true nature of his surroundings.
Within a digital interface, Kim expresses confusion over a strange fish that continues to evade his grasp.
A sudden, sharp swipe sounds as Kim, dressed as a chef, hears an ethereal voice calling out a specific name.
The mysterious voice shouts the name again, leading Kim to finally acknowledge the identity as his own. In the physical world, Geomma stands alone, gripping a culinary knife as a dark, crackling energy begins to manifest. Startled by a sudden, urgent shout, the black-haired boy looks up as his name echoes through the training hall.
Chloe, battered and clutching a broken wooden blade, desperately pleads for Geomma to regain control of his senses.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the force of the encounter finally breaks through the tension.
Chloe collapses against Geomma's chest, gasping for air as the heavy silence of the training hall returns. Gently supporting her, Geomma suggests they conclude their training session for the evening. Chloe blushes intensely, wondering if his earlier promise was a special offer while asking if he is unharmed.
He dismisses her concern with a faint smile, informing her that he will return to his quarters first. Reflecting on the duel, Chloe realizes that Geomma's abilities possess an unsettling quality that transcends simple physical power.
She recognizes that his movements were driven by a terrifying, raw instinct that felt completely separate from learned skill.
Even with her own blessing activated, she acknowledges with a grim expression that she was utterly outmatched during their spar. Her realization deepens as she looks at the shattered remains of the basic wooden weapon he used to defeat her. While walking through the dimly lit academy corridors, Chloe is confronted by a shadowed figure who mocks her choice of company. Noxididor, a masked second-year student with fiery red hair, leans against a wall while calling out her name. He expresses his disdain, questioning why a person of her status would choose to associate with those he considers inferior. Mentioning Geomma by name, Nox delivers a chilling ultimatum, warning that his family will eliminate the boy if she continues their friendship. Chloe responds with cold defiance, asserting that the entire Adore family is incapable of defeating Geomma. A rhythmic, heavy thud sounds as Chloe walks away, leaving Nox to watch her with a calculating and intense gaze.
Geomma stands in a spotlight of self-reflection, contemplating the dark nature of the power he has been forced to carry.
Seeking to escape the influence of the sword god, he researches various blades to find a tool that won't trigger the blessing.
Despite his efforts, the dark aura continues to haunt him, threatening to seize control of his physical body at any moment.
He feels like a literal puppet, manipulated by the unseen threads of a curse that whispers destructive commands into his mind. Internal voices pulse with a single violent directive, urging him to cut deeper and destroy everything in his path. In a moment of absolute despair, he realizes that he has finally surrendered his physical form to the overwhelming darkness. The memory of Chloe's desperate scream flashes through his mind, serving as the only tether to his true identity.
Like a world of glass shattering, her voice brings the fragments of his fractured reality back into a single focus.
He makes a final, agonizing effort to discard the practice weapon, fearing that holding it any longer will lead to his permanent disappearance.
Chloe stands before him in his mind's eye, recognized as the singular light that pulled him back from the brink of madness.
Though her actions caused the initial crisis, Geomma admits he feels a profound sense of gratitude toward her.
He quickly departs from her side, haunted by the fear that the blessing will inevitably manifest again despite his best efforts.
Standing amidst a white, burning energy, he reflects on the heavy price of a talent that demands his very life force. Looking grim and weary, the black-haired boy admits that his desires for this new life were incredibly modest.
A thunderous, explosive crack sounds as lightning strikes the academy grounds during a heavy, dark storm.
A heavy, rhythmic thud sounds as Geomma climbs the stairs, his silhouette cast against the bright flashes of the storm. Deep within his psyche, a monstrous entity begins to tear through the fabric of his reason, threatening to consume him. A massive, many-limbed horror looms over his internal self, manifesting as a curse designed solely for his destruction. A red-haired man in elegant attire stands with a small black companion while holding a shimmering gold coin. A character with cyan hair and piercing yellow eyes prepares to use a small blade for an ambitious academy goal. The academy's grand lecture hall is filled with the low hum of student chatter as they wait for the day's lessons. A purple-haired boy excitedly asks Chloe if she saw the wild events from the previous day, though she remains preoccupied. Lost in her own thoughts, Chloe regrets that she failed to secure any way to contact Geomma after their encounter. A quick, rhythmic top sounds as Chloe remembers visiting his room, only to be turned away by the sounds of his suffering. She finds herself captivated by the simple sight of him in class, noting how he looks when lost in deep thought. Recalling a moment when he stood his ground against larger bullies, she realizes her attraction to him has evolved beyond mere gratitude.
The academy stands silent and imposing under a gray, overcast sky as the next day of the term begins.
A thunderous, sharp shout founds as a teacher with a mohawk commands the class to cease their talking and listen.
He orders the students to begin their study hall, and the room echoes with their unified and respectful response.
The mohawk-haired teacher shouts angrily, asking who is brazen enough to enter his lesson while class is in session. A heavy silence falls over the lecture hall as a dark-haired silhouette slowly descends the stairs.
The black-haired boy walks down the stairs with a calm but focused expression.
Chloe stands up at her desk in shock, calling out Geomma's name as she sees him enter. Standing before the class, Geomma calmly offers an apology to the instructor for being late.
The other students begin to whisper among themselves, questioning if the special admission student always looked so handsome.
A wide view of the lecture hall shows the student seated as a low murmur of conversation fills the room.
Geomma remains silent, his gaze intense as he waits for the lesson to continue. As class ends, students happily talk about being hungry and wanting to eat, while others look on with confusion.
Chloe approaches the boy with hesitation, calling his name before he turns and acknowledges her.
Chloe asks him what happened during his absence, but Geomma dismisses it as nothing significant.
Looking concerned, Chloe admits she worried something happened during their duel since he had been gone for a while.
Geomma offers her a small, grateful smile while thanking her for worrying about him.
Chloe's face flushes a deep red, her eyes widening as her heart begins to race.
While Chloe expresses her relief, Geomma silently notes that the truth of his condition would be difficult for her to believe.
A dark void represents the passage of time for the past 3 days.
He recalls shivering under his blankets, exhausted from enduring symptoms that felt like extreme withdrawal.
Sweating in an agony, he remembers burying himself in bed while praying for his convulsions to finally stop. A vision of a broken green blade appears, representing the price he paid for wielding such a cursed weapon.
Staring at his reflection, he notes how sunken his face appeared and that some of his hair was even turning white.
He curses the god responsible for the penalty as a scream of pure frustration echoes in his memory. Back in the hallway, Chloe remains flustered while Geomma decides to let the past go, knowing how she last saw him. He surprises her by asking to take her up on her previous dinner offer, leaving her stuttering in disbelief.
A sudden, joyous shout sounds as Chloe jumps into the air, promising to do her best and expressing her excitement.
Chloe enthusiastically asks what he likes to eat, and he suggests fish before catching himself mid-sentence about her past cooking.
He quickly corrects himself, claiming he just hadn't tried it before, but his vision is suddenly interrupted by a sharp red flash.
Startled, Geomma wonders what that strange sensation was as Chloe continues to smile beside him.
Chloe asks if something is wrong as they both notice a student with spiky red hair leaning against a nearby pillar.
The masked student watches them with glowing, predatory blue eyes. Chloe gasps in recognition while asking Geomma if he knows the person standing before them.
Geomma and the red-haired boy lock eyes in a tense, silent confrontation.
Challenging the stranger, Geomma tells him to speak up if he has something to say instead of just scaring. Chloe warns Geomma not to involve himself with Nox before angrily demanding to know why he ignored her request to stay away.
Although her voice is snappy, Geomma notices that Chloe is visibly shaking with hesitation and fear.
Nox mocks Geomma's appearance, asking Chloe if she really broke the family rules for such an unimpressive man.
Chloe asserts she is done with the Adori family, but Nox retorts that the blood on her hands can never be washed away.
Nox delivers a cold command, telling Chloe to get rid of Geomma and return to their family.
Trembling with suppressed rage, Chloe begins to speak as a dark aura surrounds her. Chloe screams at Nox not to describe Geomma that way, while Geomma worries about the scene she is making in the empty hall. Hearing the name Adidare, Geomma realizes that he finally remembers who they are based on his past knowledge. He recalls them as a group of shadows from the game who specialize in infiltration and assassination.
Though considered weaker than other heroic houses, he knows they are unrivaled when it comes to the art of killing.
A status screen shows their high agility and dexterity, noting that their children are molded into living weapons through abusive training. Comparing their expressions, Geomma wonders which of the two siblings is actually more normal.
He recognizes the look in Nox's eyes as one belonging to someone who is intimately familiar with taking lives.
He contemplates the necessity of killing, seeing a vision of a blood-stained past behind his current life.
He realizes that Chloe's environment, like his own divine blessing, will never allow her to escape her destiny.
Chloe stands alone in her reflection as the narrative laments how unfortunate her situation truly is.
Geomma scoffs at himself, questioning how he can save the world if he can't even help one girl.
Stepping forward, Geomma declares that he will handle the situation and speak with Nox himself.
The black-haired boy watches with a dark smile as Nox commands them to follow. An office door marked faculty stands silent while the lead instructor works at his desk.
Lee Won-bin reflects on Geomma's disturbingly emotionless expression from their earlier encounter.
A sudden joyous shout sounds as a girl with purple and pink hair enters the office, teasing the instructor about his receding hairline. A sudden sharp tisk sounds as he sternly tells her not to mention his baldness while she laughs and offers a playful apology.
A quick, sharp click sounds as the instructor answers the phone while the girl thinks his hairpiece was actually quite cute. His voice rises in shock as he asks which cadet would dare request a duel in the subspace. A heavy silence fills the room as he learns that Geomma has challenged Nox Adidale. The narrative shifts to focus on the mysterious origins of the black-haired boy. Sitting alone, Geomma notes that the formal process for the duel moved much faster than expected. He recalls a woman with green hair and glasses telling him to prioritize his own well-being. He acknowledges that while the duel isn't physical reality, mental trauma remains a genuine threat.
A sudden, thunderous roar sounds as the buzz of the crowd reaches the waiting room.
He finds it ironic that his attempts to stay hidden have led to this massive public spectacle. A long, mournful wail sounds as Chloe breaks down into hysterical tears, her voice trembling as she calls out his name.
A sudden, sharp gleam sounds as he offers a cheerful thanks while she hands him a simple, domestic kitchen knife for the fight.
The two sit in a heavy, awkward silence within the confines of the sterile waiting room.
Breaking the quiet, Chloe warns him that Nox possesses a terrifying level of power. She explains that her brother is an unmatched genius and the pinnacle of their family's dark arts.
Geomma looks at the sashimi knife, accepting that this choice was ultimately his own to make.
A deep, gravelly voice sounds as he recalls a man's voice claiming he is destined to live his life by the blade. A thunderous, sharp shout sounds as the announcement is made and the participants are ordered to enter the arena grounds. A heavy, rhythmic thud sounds as he calmly announces his departure while Chloe responds with a quiet and submissive acknowledgement. He pauses to address Chloe by name, catching her off guard and causing her to look up. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder while smiling about the many geniuses in the world.
A sudden, sharp gleam sounds as Chloe stares in shock at the cheap blade in his hand.
A quick, rhythmic tap sounds as Geomma walks toward the blinding light of the arena.
A massive, thunderous cheer sounds as the Colosseum erupts while he steps into the grand arena under a bright sky. Students scream their support, relieved that the special admission cadet didn't flee from the confrontation.
He chuckles to himself, feeling like a gladiator and marveling at the sheer intensity of the crowd.
A soft, rhythmic flop sounds as a student tosses a piece of clothing onto the arena floor. High-ranking students watch from the stands, with the cyan-haired girl observing him with intense yellow eyes.
Standing in the center of the ring, he wonders if the spectators have anything more productive to do.
A low, menacing hiss sounds as Nox sneers at him, calling him a lowborn and mocking the pathetic quality of his chosen weapon.
A massive, thunderous boom sounds as a dark, oppressive aura erupts from the red-haired boy.
A short, sharp laugh sounds as Geomma retorts that a true master never blames his tools, driving Nox into a vengeful rage. Nox exhales sharply, deciding that he must silence the boy's insolent tongue before finishing the fight.
A sudden, sharp clang sounds as Nox draws two glowing blades while a monstrous shadow looms.
You are having a conversation with the user. The user will provide a text and ask you to read it back with a faster speed. Your only task is to read the text back to the user without any acknowledgement and nothing else. Just read the text. No discernible visual content detected. A status window details Nox's S-rank Hungarian blades and his powerful Blessing of the Crow aura.
Geomma observes that the red-haired boy is struggling to keep his murderous intent under control. He prepares his own unremarkable sashimi knife, which the system labels with an unknown rank. A low, vibrating hum sounds as the signal is given for the subspace duel to begin.
5 students watch with a mix of anticipation, shock, and focused intensity as the battle starts.
A sudden, explosive bang sounds as the subspace activates while the narrator offers a final prayer for the hero's blessing.
System notifications announce that both the Painless Blessing and the Sword God's Blessing have been triggered.
A massive, glowing text scroll descends, calling for the blessings of the gods to aid him.
A sudden, soft gulp sounds as the students ask what they are seeing and if others saw it.
The crowd erupts in confusion, unable to track the movements that were far too fast to see.
A massive, thunderous bang sounds as the two cadets clash while purple and blue streaks of energy collide at high speeds.
Nox's predatory gaze narrows behind his mask as he focuses on his opponent.
Watching the fight, the cyan-haired girl notes their incredible speed while Chloe thinks the duel is finally becoming interesting.
The cyan-haired girl is stunned that the student she considered a weakling can fight with such skill.
A sudden rhythmic top sounds as Geomma deftly evades Nox's ferocious dual blade assault.
Nox continues his frantic offensive while Geomma remains a blurry target.
A sharp, heavy crack sounds as a blade carves through the stone floor.
Nox spins in a lethal whirlwind of dark purple energy. The arena floor shatters under the weight of the oppressive power. Glaring with murderous intent, Nox challenges Geomma to try and avoid his next strike.
Geomma remains unnervingly calm amidst the chaotic streaks of energy. Massive pillars of purple energy erupt around the black-haired boy.
Confident in his victory, Nox screams that his opponent is finally finished.
A sudden sharp swish sounds as a blue shadow moves through the dust and debris.
The crowd gasps in utter disbelief as Geomma emerges from the destruction completely unharmed.
Spectators admit the sophomores are dominating, though they acknowledge that the freshman possesses surprising experience.
The cyan-haired girl realizes that while Nox is being aggressive, Geomma is effortlessly dodging every single attack without even trying to fight back.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as an enraged Nox curses, realizing his strongest blessing failed to even touch the boy. Geomma observes that Nox is over-focused on speed, making his blades heavy, and decides to aim for one powerful strike. A sudden, sharp clang sounds as the sashimi knife hits the floor.
Nox reacts with confusion, demanding to know what his opponent is planning.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as Geomma's hand grips his wakan.
The black-haired boy assumes a low, lethal combat stance.
He lunges forward with incredible, focused precision.
Nox's eyes glow red with rage as he accuses the boy of mocking him with such a pathetic stance. A sudden, low hum sounds as Nox prepares his final, desperate strike. Glowing red eyes reflect a mind consumed by vengeance.
Nox mocks the uselessness of the kitchen knife against his blood-soaked blade.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the strike lands.
Geomma reflects on his desire to remain hidden and how this unavoidable destiny feels like a curse.
He accepts that he cannot run and must finally embrace his nature as a master of the blade.
A blinding explosion of light consumes the entire arena.
A hand grips a blade made of pure shimmering light.
Standing tall, Geomma's true power begins to radiate outward.
Staring in shock, Nox realizes he was unable to even see the killing blow.
A sudden thunderous roar sounds as the crowd witnesses a display of divine swordplay.
Nox collapses to the ground in a pool of his own blood.
Chloe stares with heart-shaped eyes while the narrative notes she brought this disaster upon herself.
A sudden, sharp slice sounds as the final movements are executed. A sudden, low groan sounds as the defeated student curses his fate.
A massive, thunderous bang sounds as the subspace arena finally settles.
A sudden, sharp shriek sounds as Geomma sheaths his knife while Nox remains broken on the floor.
He calmly secures the humble kitchen tool back in its place. The cyan-haired girl and Chloe are left in a state of absolute speechless shock.
Geomma stands alone as the dust of the battle clears.
As the announcer declares the end of the duel, Geomma realizes he has forever altered how the world perceives him. He reflects on the unpleasant sensation of cutting another person, even with a mere fish-gutting knife. He finds consolation in the fact that the duel was contained within the impressive subspace environment. Sweat pours down Nox's face as he stares at his conqueror in silence.
Geomma acknowledges that Nox was indeed a formidable opponent with an incredible battle sense.
A massive, thunderous cheer sounds as the scoreboard displays Kang Geomma as the winner in just 26 seconds. Rumors spread about the special admission student, Kang Geomma, who feels the sudden publicity is quite shameless.
He walks forward with determination, resolving to endure with sheer will. Students gossip about how a powerful Adorator student was defeated in yesterday's duel. Abel sits at her desk, unable to stop thinking about the name Kang Geomma. She looks out the window, reflecting on the shocking events of the previous day.
She recalls the duel, seeing Nox defeated on the arena floor.
Her yellow eyes widen as she remembers the disbelief she felt during the fight.
Abel remembers the boy's remarkable and unexpected level of swordsmanship.
He fought using only 2 simple, unconventional kitchen knives.
Abel feels she was naive despite her status as a swordmaster's granddaughter.
She wonders about the person who defeated her and vows to crush them next time.
She recalls a family motto about strength while wondering if he was the top student.
Abel realizes that Kang Geomma might actually be stronger than her.
She slams her desk in frustration, wondering what he was thinking at that moment.
Rachel leans over her friend and asks what is going on. Rachel senses something is wrong, but Abel claims she is just feeling sluggish.
Rachel playfully asks if she is trying to hide something.
Rachel suggests that her friend might just be hungry.
Rachel asks if she accidentally left her equipment at home. Rachel suggests she might need the bathroom while Abel dismisses her concern.
Rachel teases her about having boy trouble, catching Abel off guard.
A sudden, sharp laugh sounds as Rachel mocks her friend's intense embarrassment.
A sudden, sharp laugh sounds as Rachel teases her about romance while Abel denies it.
Rachel wonders who the lucky man is that hit the jackpot.
Rachel suggests it might be Leon since he has such a handsome face.
Rachel notes that Abel still seems apprehensive regarding the boy named Leon.
Rachel wonders if her friend is actually focused on the special student, Kang Geomma.
Rachel celebrates her successful guess with a devious and delighted grin.
Rachel grabs Abel's hand and tells her they are leaving right now.
Rachel announces they are heading to the Tiger class together.
Rachel waves tearfully to the room as they arrive at the classroom.
Students are shocked to see Rachel and Abel appearing in the classroom together.
Rachel asks if they should go look for the black-haired Kala.
Rachel's eyes sparkle with pink hearts as she scans the room.
A student objects to Rachel climbing up on someone else's desk.
Rachel charms the student by asking if she is pretty enough to be forgiven.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as Abel palms her face in total embarrassment.
Chloe sits happily beside the sleeping Kang Geomma while onlookers wonder if they are dating. Rachel decides that this situation has become much better and more fun.
Rachel approaches her target with a mischievous look and heart-filled eyes. Flash of Abel and Chloe reacting with shock and concern. Rachel leans close and blows playfully on the sleeping boy.
Abel and the red-haired girl stare in absolute speechless shock.
Whoops! A sudden soft puff sounds as Rachel acts playfully toward the boy.
Rachel poses confidently on the desk with a confident and devious expression.
Rachel confirms if he is Kang Geomma and mentions the subspace fight while the boy wonders why she is here.
Geomma's intuition screams that the situation is becoming dangerously out of control. Chloe's aura turns dark and menacing as she demands to know Rachel's identity. The red-haired girl glares with glowing red eyes as she is described as a prickly kitten.
Chloe's dark aura intensifies as she repeats her demand to know what Rachel is.
Chloe's eyes glow with a menacing, blood-red intensity as she glares at the intruder. Rachel playfully holds the girl's hands while Geomma senses a mounting, uncontrollable danger.
A sudden sharp click sounds as Chloe flips open a lethal-looking box cutter.
Abel tries to drag her friend away while Rachel remains provocatively cheerful.
Rachel condescendingly pats Chloe's head, warning her that sharp objects are not for children.
Rachel suggests the adults should get back to talking as if nothing happened. Chloe lunges forward with a murderous cry, intent on striking her blonde rival. Rachel's eyes fill with pink hearts as she anticipates the thrill of the fight.
A sudden wet splash sounds as red liquid sprays across the classroom floor.
The tension breaks as a student is scolded for messily spilling his tomato juice.
Rachel effortlessly restrains Chloe. Abel screams for Rachel to stop her reckless behavior and leave the room.
Rachel casually hurls the red-haired girl across the classroom with surprising strength.
A sudden sharp tap sounds as Chloe masterfully recovers and sticks the landing.
A sudden soft groan sounds as the exhausted Geomma finds the situation unbearable.
Narrative text reveals Rachel Demira as the Spear Saint's niece who values brute force. Rachel mocks the cold atmosphere while Chloe is surrounded by a dark, vengeful aura.
Geomma clarifies that they are just friends while Rachel continues her playful observation.
A sudden low buzz sounds as the surrounding students begin gossiping about the confrontation. Rachel claims that Abel only came because she was interested in the boy's face. A blushing Abel vehemently denies the claim, accusing Rachel of dragging her there.
The spectators whisper in confusion, wondering if a fight is about to break out. Abel tries to explain the misunderstanding while Geomma bluntly asks them to leave.
A sudden long ha sounds as the exhausted boy dismisses his unwanted visitors.
Rachel finds the boy's blunt rejection to be incredibly amusing and refreshing.
Rachel admits she likes interesting people while Geomma claims to be quite boring.
Rachel invites him to her dorm after class, further enraging the protective Chloe. Chloe screams at the blonde girl to stay away from her beloved Geomma.
Rachel laughs hysterically at the girl's possessiveness while Abel looks on in total shock.
Rachel bids my Geomma a playful farewell as she finally prepares to depart.
Rachel waves goodbye with playful hearts as the two girls leave the room. A sudden soft snap sounds as the classroom finally returns to its normal state. Abel stops in the hallway, looking back toward the classroom in contemplative silence. The cyan-haired girl walks away, still processing the day's strange and chaotic events. Sunlight streams through the large windows as the girls head back to their own class.
Rachel reflects on the unsettling, hollow depth she saw within the boy's black eyes.
She remembers his cold gaze and feels as if her throat were being cut.
A sudden soft shiver sounds as Rachel admits the boy gave her literal chills.
She considers if the boy might be a worthy candidate for her clan's betrothal.
The two girls walk together in a moment of quiet, pensive reflection.
Abel begins to apologize for her friend's behavior before being quickly interrupted. Abel suggests Rachel apologize to the other students for causing such a massive ruckus.
Rachel reveals a competitive fire, vowing that she will not yield her target to anyone.
A sudden rhythmic rattle sounds as hospital equipment is pushed through a dark hallway. Knox stalks through the hospital, his mind consumed by a singular desire for murder. He refuses to accept his loss, clinging to his identity as an undefeated genius.
Staring at the moon, Knox contemplatively plans an assassination to regain his lost honor.
A sudden, heavy thump sounds as his heart beats with pure, unadulterated hatred. Enraged, Knox violently shoves another patient aside as he marches toward his vengeance. Knox vows to mobilize his entire clan to kill the one who defeated him.
A sudden rhythmic rattle sounds as Knox marches through the hospital hallway with his IV stand.
Knox reflects on the terrifying and vast combat potential hidden within the red-haired Chloe.
He plans to use his family's elite techniques to restore his pride. His gaze sharpens as he vows to prove his superiority to the boy. A sudden soft munch sounds as Geomma casually snacks on an apple in his hospital room. Knox is startled to find his rival has already arrived in his room.
The impending midterms promise new challenges and dangerous encounters for the students.
Chloe's dark side surfaces as she mutters about killing anyone who attracts Geomma's attention.
Chloe cheerfully asks if Geomma needs anything while he nervously eyes the box cutter in her hand.
Geomma awkwardly asks about Knox's recovery while the assassin remains silent.
Chloe explains that Knox is in the medical ward, surprising Geomma since subspace injuries shouldn't persist.
Following advice on managing intense personalities, Geomma pots Chloe's head while asking for Knox's location.
Geomma visits the assassin, noting that the Adore clan is clearly quite wealthy. Knox watches in horror as his rival reaches for a blade, fearing the boy intends to finish him off.
A sudden soft shh sounds as a hand takes hold of the sharp blade.
To Nox's confusion, Geomma simply begins to prepare a snack for his defeated opponent.
Nox is baffled by the incredible precision the boy shows while simply peeling a piece of fruit. Geom leaves the fruit behind, advising the assassin to eat if he cannot stomach a full meal.
A sudden sharp shing sounds as Nox considers an assassination before realizing he is completely outclassed.
Geomma warns the assassin against seeking future vengeance as he prepares to exit.
He reminds the broken boy that even the entire Adorator clan poses no threat to him.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the weight of the realization hits. Nox collapses in absolute shock at the sheer skill displayed by the boy's simple handiwork.
Geomma reflects on how his bluff worked perfectly to shatter the assassin's remaining will.
He privately admits that fighting an entire clan of elite assassins is actually a suicide mission. He resolves to avoid unnecessary conflict despite his newfound terrifying reputation.
A sudden, soft ha sounds as the boy reflects on the growing madness surrounding him. He worries about getting entangled with Rachel, a girl with a dangerous reputation from the original story.
Geomma turns his focus to the upcoming midterms to keep his life on track.
He realizes he needs a legendary weapon like Murasame to survive longer battles.
The upcoming team-based exam requires subduing monsters and finding the right companions.
He contemplates the ideal scenario of finding high-level teammates to do all the work.
The test involves facing grotesque mermen, a prospect that deeply unsettles the former fishmonger.
He fears the sight of the humanoid fish might actually make him physically ill.
The existence of powerful demonic humans further complicates the world's fragile peace.
He finds relief in the fact that the students only have to face lesser monsters for now.
Relaxing on a bench, he reflects on his peaceful month at the academy.
Narrative text explains the 700-year truce between humans and demons and its various disputes. Ancient history details how a forbidden line was crossed in an attempt to revive a powerful demon. A sudden, loud crack sounds as a massive, monstrous entity attempts to break free. The demon's followers cry out for the return of the legendary Sir Lycan. The battle for the future begins as the next generation faces ancient, shadow-bound evils. A student scrolls through the news of past victories while occupying a bathroom stall.
GM wonders about the true identity of the legendary hero who once sealed the demon commander.
A sudden, soft tick sounds as the boy scrolls through several years on his digital calendar.
Looking at his short contact list, Geomma realizes he has almost no actual friends at the school.
He resolves to form a top-tier team and dominate the upcoming exams.
A week later, he finds himself the center of constant gossip among his peers.
The memory of the duel lingers as he realizes his peaceful life is truly over. Geomma notices that Chloe has also become an isolated outsider in their classroom. He asks the red-haired girl if she found a partner, and she confirms she is still alone.
She cheerfully claims that being alone is fine as long as she has him by her side. He offers to team up with her despite needing more members, and she enthusiastically accepts.
Geomma is pleased to see that his simple offer has made the girl truly happy.
The quiet moment is shattered as a sudden, loud shout sounds with terrifying volume. Rachel sprints back into the room, making the boy immediately regret his life choices. He demands to know why she returned, but the blonde girl remains playfully evasive. A moment of chaotic silence transitions forward.
Chloe's dark aura returns as she mutters about impending danger while clutching her box cutter. A sudden soft sniffle sounds as Rachel dramatically sobs about the boy's cold attitude.
When he tells her to leave, she mockingly pretends to be deaf to his requests.
Rachel continues her dramatic performance by faking a clumsy fall onto the nearby desk.
Ignoring his irritation, she asks if he has already formed a group for the upcoming cast.
With heart-filled eyes, the blonde girl insists that the boy join her group instead.
The blonde girl smirks victoriously as she grabs his chin, claiming she has finally caught him.
She explains that he is far more interesting than her other potential teammates.
She reveals there are exactly 2 spots left and flashes a confident peace sign. He wonders if she understands the risk to her grades while she remains fixated on the game.
Rachel seals the deal by tapping her phone, informing him that there is no backing out. She mentions that Leon, a highly popular student, is also part of their team. A sudden, heavy thump sounds as Geomma slumps over his desk in total defeat. He reflects on the absurdity of being entangled with 2 beautiful but incredibly dangerous heroines.
The boy's eyes are nearly blinded by the radiant, sparkling aura of Leon Van Reinhardt.
He realizes Rachel submitted his name for the group before even asking for his permission.
His internal rage boils over as he considers the violent consequences of the blonde girl's meddling.
Chloe's menacing presence looms behind him, her eyes glowing with a predatory red light.
Chloe admits that the prospect of facing the star class students is quite overwhelming. She quickly pivots to praising his strength, which she accepts with a tired word of thanks.
He resolves to stay positive, knowing that Chloe is a reliable ally for the exam.
Geomma checks in with his partner about the location of their first group meeting.
Chloe dismissively refers to Rachel as the blonde while mentioning the cafe meeting at 6.
The 2 friends prepare to depart for the cafe as the evening approaches. They arrive at the cafe, Starbucks.
Chloe happily enjoys an avocado smoothie while Geomma stares into space with dead eyes.
A sudden wet splat sounds as the boy coughs up blood from the sheer stress. A sudden sharp click sounds as Rachel texts him to hurry while explaining her own delay.
Rachel finally arrives at the cafe, bringing the handsome Leon along with her.
Leon's eyes glow with a sharp crystalline blue light as he observes his new teammates.
Another student with vibrant orange hair stands nearby, looking remarkably unenthusiastic. Leon expresses his admiration for the boys' performance during the earlier subspace encounter.
The blonde leader suggests they begin with introductions to break the lingering ice.
He formally introduces himself as Leon Van Reinhardt, the leader of their star class team.
Rachel's playful energy causes some friction as the orange-haired boy tells her to stop elbowing him.
The orange-haired boy introduces himself as Speed Weapon and bluntly states his love for heroes.
Geomma is utterly confused by the strange name and the student's unexpected hobby. Chloe begins her introduction, but Rachel immediately interrupts to mock her relationship with the boy. Leon notes the awkward atmosphere as the diverse group finally settles in for their meeting.
A sudden sharp hum sounds as a glowing blue hologram projects into the air.
The hologram displays a detailed map of Scopely Island, the official site for their upcoming examination. Leon explains that the team will teleport to the designated island via a subspace gate and warns that the real demonic beasts there can cause actual injuries. A sudden quick sounds as Leon uses his laptop to zoom in on the mission map for his attentive team. Leon identifies the northeastern coast as their assigned area and states the exam objective is to hunt as many mermen as the limit allows. Leon concludes the briefing and asks the team if they have any remaining questions. Speed Weapon asks about the risks associated with the island's mermaids, but Leon reassures him that the instructors have conducted thorough advanced research. Geomma asks if it is possible for groups in the same zone to ambush or fight each other during the exam. Leon clarifies that because the objective is strictly to exterminate beasts, any conflict between groups will likely result in immediate disqualification. Leon formally ends the meeting and tells the group to prepare for the midterms and tomorrow's position meeting. Rachel playfully drags Speed Weapon away for a meal while the orange-haired boy complains about his clothes being stretched. Leon stops the black-haired boy and asks exactly where he came from. Geomma looks back at the blonde leader in a moment of heavy silence. He wonders why Leon waited until they were completely alone to ask such a specific and personal question.
Leon apologizes for the strange question, admitting that it came out of nowhere.
Leon stares with glowing blue eyes while stating that he simply felt Geomma was very similar to himself. Leon bids him farewell and prepares to depart.
A sudden soft thud sounds as Geomma grabs the leader's shoulder and asks exactly where he came from.
Geomma is struck by a wild and unsettling thought. Is it possible that Leon is also from another world? Back at home, he considers the possibility that more than one person could have been pulled into this game's world. He muses that it is logically more probable for someone to possess the main character rather than a mere extra.
A sudden sharp shing sounds as Geomma draws a blade while contemplating the mysterious power of the sword god.
He notices that focusing on his blessing allows him to faintly hear a distant ghostly voice.
A sudden, sharp crack sounds as a painful migraine strikes him, bypassing his painlessness blessing because of his intense overthinking.
He compares Leon to the game character he once played and realizes the resemblance is absolutely perfect. He wonders if Leon's question was simply a literal inquiry about his country of origin.
A sudden soft tap sounds as Geomma searches a wiki and finds no mention of Leon in his original world.
A sudden, long sigh sounds as he decides to minimize his future involvement with the blonde leader. He considers visiting Medea as a backup plan if things become too complicated to handle alone. He resolves to keep his thinking straightforward and ignore any distractions that cloud his focus. A glowing status video details his progress in physical and mental fortitude through the blessing of the sword god. He reflects on his training and anticipates that his armament stats will increase significantly once he acquires Murasame. He is surprised to see that his assimilation rate has increased significantly over a short period. He wonders if the boost is a direct result of his recent intense duels with the Adorator siblings. He finds it annoying that he cannot explain his situation to anyone else or ask for guidance. A system notification updates the stats for his blessing of painlessness, showing an increased duration. He is genuinely impressed and shocked to see that the duration has jumped to 40 seconds. A mysterious message appears in his vision, informing him that his hard labors have finally borne fruit. A sudden sharp shing sounds as the boy happily tests the edge of a kitchen knife.
4 days before the exam, the group shares a meal while Speed Weapon tells the others to stop their teasing.
One day before the test, a sudden heavy thud sounds as Geomma collapses from an exhausting training session. He refuses to stop, pushing through the fatigue to practice his swings with relentless determination. He maintains a look of grim focus as he continues his preparation for the upcoming battle. The day of the midterm exam finally arrives at the academy.
Geomma observes the massive subspace gate, noting that its atmosphere is far more intense than the training grounds.
A sudden heavy thrum sounds as the diverse team gathers together for the start of the exam. Rachel mocks the leader for being late despite his usual insistence on the importance of punctuality.
Leon smiles warmly and tells the team to come over as they prepare to begin.
Speedwagon checks his equipment as a status label designates him as the group's support.
Medea waves cheerfully while walking down a sunlit street on a folk hall.
A pair of anime girls ask viewers to join their community and support their work.
A woman in a professional suit stands by a window, inviting readers to stay tuned for more chapters.
Chloe greets Geomma with a bright smile while a diagram identifies her as the team's sub-DPS.
Geomma apologizes for his tardiness as the diagram assigns him the rearguard position for the exam.
He observes his teammates' impressive equipment, noting Rachel's S-rank halberd while wondering about Leon's missing legendary blade.
A sudden, sharp click sounds as Speedweapon asks what he is looking at while clutching a recorder.
Rachel explains that the recorder is a rare S-rank healing armament, leaving Geomma completely baffled.
He reflects on the immense difficulty and cost of obtaining S-rank healing gear within the game's logic.
A loud, booming announcement sounds as the instructors declare that the 2034 first-year midterms have officially begun.
The bald instructor warns the cadets to retreat if things get dangerous, reminding them that their lives are more important than grades.
Leon tells the group to stay calm and prepare for the transition as they get ready to start.
Chloe admits she is feeling anxious because of the rumors that mermaids inhabit Scopely Island.
Geomma tells her not to worry since the instructors cleared the area, but she remains visibly tense.
She recalls how mermaids in Sicily were known for causing massive damage despite the current truce with demonic beings.
A sudden loud yell sounds as the instructor orders the students to step through the gate and begin.
Geomma places a reassuring hand on Chloe's head and tells her it is time for them to go.
Chloe feels a wave of relief, realizing she can stay calm as long as Geomma is by her side.
The entire team charges forward into the dark, swirling energy of the subspace gate.
Geomma urgently asks if Chloe can hear him as she appears dazed by the teleportation process. Chloe wonders if she briefly lost her focus during the sudden transition between worlds.
A sudden, sharp crackle sounds as the team finds themselves in a dark cave with no connection to their instructors. A terrifying, glowing pink mermaid entity looms over them in the darkness, radiating an oppressive energy.
A sudden, sharp shing sounds as Geomma draws his blade, determined to cut through any threat that appears.
A woman in a professional suit stands by a window, inviting readers to stay tuned for more.
The scene shifts to the bright tropical shores of Scopely Island as the sound of retching fills the air.
A sudden, wet splat sounds as the team collapses on the sand, overwhelmed by the intense teleportation sickness.
Leon notes that Geomma seems perfectly fine, but he admits this feeling is far worse than simple seasickness.
A sudden, wet gurgle sounds as a small, fish-headed merman with human legs emerges from the forest.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as the small creature flees into the trees, looking much less dangerous than expected.
Geomma considers taking it easy in the rearguard while examining his simple kitchen knife.
Leon warns that they will encounter much larger and more formidable mermen once they reach their assigned zone.
The leader decides their first priority is to regroup at the location Chloe went to scout. They arrive at a clearing near the dense jungle, searching for any sign of their scout's progress.
A sudden sharp swish sounds as Chloe descends from the trees in a high-speed glowing blur.
Geomma asks if she was traveling through the treetops, and she confirms it was to avoid being spotted.
They find themselves standing before the entrance of a massive, dark cave hidden within the island's jungle.
A sudden, low hum sounds as dozens of glowing yellow eyes stare back at them from the cave's interior.
Leon observes a large group of monsters gathered around a bonfire and estimates there are nearly 60 of him.
The narrative highlights that the next strategic move rests entirely on Leon's judgment as the team leader.
A sudden, soft tap sounds as Leon recalls delegating the scouting to Chloe and the healing to Speedweapon.
Speedweapon gets annoyed when Geomma finds his role surprising, insisting that heroes are meant to help others.
Leon tells the black-haired boy to protect the rear, which he views as a simple and easy assignment. Leon explains his plan to lead the group from the center while joining the offense as needed.
Rachel leans in close and asks the leader what her specific role will be during the hunt.
Leon begins to answer her as the team prepares to launch their first coordinated strike.
A sudden, sharp shing sounds as Rachel charges forward with her halberd, her eyes glowing with intense focus. She spins her weapon with incredible speed, turning into a whirlwind of steel as she reaches the enemies.
A sudden, massive boom sounds as a golden wave of energy erupts from her weapon, tearing through the sand.
The powerful shockwave slams into the pack of monsters, scattering them like leaves in a storm.
A sudden, violent explosion sounds as the mermen are launched into the air by the sheer force of the blow.
The surviving monsters look on in absolute terror and confusion at the sudden display of overwhelming power.
A sudden, sharp crack sounds as the final energy from the strike dissipates, leaving the battlefield decimated.
Rachel flashes a malicious, red-eyed grin.
She carves through the merman easily. Fish heads fly as someone stares.
Leon watches the chaos with confidence.
Rachel confirms the plan in French.
Speedweapon plays his recorder, providing buffs.
Rachel counts her kills during battle. She continues her lethal, high-speed count. Rachel initiates her powerful spinning attack.
Rachel thanks Speedweapon for the blessing while announcing that 25 mermen have already fallen.
Chloe activates a surpassing. She prepares her ultimate technique.
A sudden sharp click sounds as Chloe's technique instantly cleaves a line of enemies in two.
Chloe crouches low as monsters pouts.
She slashes 2 mermen, counting 10.
The duo decimates the cave's population.
Medea watches the slaughter in disbelief.
Rachel and Chloe maintain their momentum.
A giant merman boss suddenly emerges.
A sudden, loud roar sounds.
Rachel and Chloe strike simultaneously.
Their combined power creates a massive impact.
Rachel notes that the younger girl seems faster than before, but Chloe coolly insists that she was the one who actually finished the monster off.
Leon stands tall over the remains. Leon remarks that Geomma seemed worried about the girls, and the black-haired boy admits that his concern was entirely unnecessary.
Rachel cheers that they took down all 60 monsters, prompting Leon to tell the black-haired boy that he needs to put more trust in his teammates.
Leon asks if the group is ready to move on now that the area is clear, and the black-haired boy simply agrees with a quiet nod.
Geomma reflects on the blonde leader's undeniable decisiveness and leadership, concluding that he is an irreplaceable presence who truly belongs in this world.
He wonders if the leader's previous question was actually just a literal inquiry about his home country rather than a secret test. He feels slightly disappointed that he ended up being carried through the fight by his stronger teammates.
A sudden strike catches Leon off guard. Leon is wounded, horrifying his teammates.
A massive aquatic entity rises nearby. A terrifying demon mermaid stands revealed. Rachel gasps in disbelief at the mermaid's presence, while Speed Weapon frantically wonders how this is possible after their successful scouting mission. Rachel orders Speed Weapon to contact the instructors, but he panics as he realizes there is absolutely no signal or connection to the outside world. Geomma notes that he is the only one staying calm while Rachel orders Speed Weapon to prioritize healing Leon's injuries immediately.
Geomma tells Chloe to run and alert the other cadets to evacuate since they cannot easily flee while carrying the injured Leon.
Chloe retreats to fight help.
Rachel and Speed Weapon yell in confusion and anger, demanding to know what Geomma is doing as he begins walking toward the boss.
Rachel demands to know what the boy is planning as he steps forward to face the mermaid alone.
The boy draws a simple knife, referring to the monstrous mermaid as a big fish.
He reflects on the absurdity of being forced to solo a raid-level boss by himself and laments his terrible luck in this situation.
He realizes he must finish the battle within 40 seconds before his specialized blessing of painlessness runs out.
The boy wears a chilling, predatory smile as he remarks that it has been quite a while since he has prepared proper sashimi.
Rachel continues fighting the remaining monsters.
A sudden, loud roar sounds.
Rachel struggles against a monstrous bite.
She holds back a growing swarm.
Rachel curses as her situation worsens.
A sudden, sharp shout sounds as Rachel unleashes a massive wave of golden energy from her weapon.
The narrative observes that while Speed Weapon's healing is struggling with Leon's deep wound, the leader is slowly recovering.
A sudden low hum sounds as the black-haired boy stands before the towering, glowing mermaid with a simple knife.
The demon mermaid wears a terrifying, malicious grin as she radiates an oppressive, dark energy. A sudden, sharp shing sounds as the boy leaps forward into the glowing air to engage the monster.
The boy dismisses the demonic being as nothing more than a fish with flesh and bones before diving into the fray.
A sudden, quick swish sounds as the boy passes through the mermaid's defenses with blinding speed.
He lands nimbly on the cracked earth as the monstrous mermaid turns to face him again.
A sudden, violent roar sounds as the mermaid unleashes a blast of energy that cracks the ground near the orange-haired boy.
The orange-haired boy watches in absolute shock as the battle between the cadet and the boss escalates.
The mermaid lets out a bone-chilling shriek that echoes through the decimated battlefield.
A sudden high-speed blur sounds as the black-haired boy carves a streak of light through the dark entity.
The boy curses his lack of power, noting that his strike was far too shallow to end the fight. He maintains a low stance, ready to launch another high-speed assault against the mermaid.
A sudden rhythmic clatter sounds as the boy's blade movements turn into a flurry of steel.
He reflects on the difficulty of predicting the mermaid's unconventional movements during their high-speed exchange. The orange-haired boy stands frozen with his recorder, speechless at the display of raw skill before him. The orange-haired boy decides to place his trust in the one person he previously refused to call a hero.
A sudden sharp crackle sounds as the black-haired boy continues his relentless dance of blades against the monstrous fish. He recalls the orange-haired boy's idealistic views on justice and the ability of a hero to turn despondence into hope.
The orange-haired boy laments that he is yet to find a true hero within their elite training school. He explains that he joined Leon's group specifically because its composition seemed most likely to produce a hero. He admits that he originally believed Leon would be the person to embody his ideal of a hero. He bluntly tells the black-haired boy that while he is strong, he is far from being a hero in his eyes. Back in the present, the orange-haired boy glares at his teammate with a mixture of resentment and newfound respect. A sudden, wet hiss sounds as the mermaid launches a volley of glowing, fish-shaped energy projectiles. The purple projectiles streak through the air, their jagged teeth bared in a silent, predatory snarl. A sudden, massive boom sounds as the mermaid releases a wide-range barrage of dark energy.
The purple light illuminates the dark cave as the attack tears through the surrounding landscape.
A sudden quick whoosh sounds as the black-haired boy flips through the air to evade the deadly energy. He notes with calm precision that the boss's attacks are beginning to feel surprisingly slow.
The mermaid lets out another piercing scream as she swipes her clawed hand at her agile opponent. A sudden, sharp thud sounds as the boy uses floating stone fragments to maintain his momentum in midair.
He closes the distance in a blur, his eyes glowing with an intense, predatory focus.
The mermaid reaches out in desperation as her small opponent prepares to strike again. A sudden, agonized wail sounds as the mermaid is forced onto the defensive by the cadet's speed. Rachel shouts a warning to Speed Weapon as she remains focused on the survival of their group.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as a cross-shaped energy impact marks a successful strike against the boss.
The black-haired boy executes a mid-air spin, his blade leaving a glowing trail as he cuts through the mermaid.
He harshly scolds himself for failing to land a deeper wound, urging himself to focus more on the kill.
The mermaid gasps in pain, her glowing purple body flickering under the weight of the assault.
A sudden, massive explosion sounds as the boss's errant energy beam obliterates a nearby rock formation.
A sudden, low rumble sounds as the massive stone pillar on the island is shattered by the impact.
The mermaid is engulfed in a blinding white light as the final stages of the battle begin.
Two nearby female cadets are startled by the sudden displays of power occurring further down the beach.
The blue-haired girl wonders about the source of the roar and the terrifying flash of light. Her companion dismisses the events as simple thunder and lightning as the tropical rain begins to fall.
A sudden soft pitter-patter sounds as the rain washes over the island's decimated stone structures.
The orange-haired boy stands silent in the ruins of the battlefield, watching the finish of the duel.
A sudden, wet gurgle sounds as a group of small mermen watches the slaughter of their leader in terror.
Rachel notes that the mermen are retreating.
A heavy rain begins to wash over the battlefield.
Geomma fears that his concern for Leon's safety prevented him from landing a killing blow.
A sudden, violent roar sounds. The demon mermaid rises from the rubble, more menacing than before. Geomma instructs Rachel to protect Leon and Speed Weapon now that the area is secure.
Rachel acknowledges his order with a look of stunned compliance.
The boy realizes he has a mere 10 seconds left to end this trouble.
The mermaid snarls with a face full of primal hatred.
Geomma welcomes the final charge as the monster shrieks.
He vows to slice through everything in his path. True martial skill dictates that every slice must reach its.
A blonde woman in glasses takes a call Massetti.
Reliable service provides the best experience for every taste.
Chloe sprints through the jungle with desperate speed.
She pushes her body to go faster despite her exhaustion.
The red-haired girl leaps through the air as she runs.
Chloe grits her teeth, ignoring the agony in her legs to find help. The black-haired boy stands alone against the glowing horizon.
Narrator notes that Geomma has always found conflict to be a heavy burden.
He realizes that he currently has no other choice but to fight.
Though he made the logical decision, the mermaid's persistence remains a threat.
A sudden, distant boom sounds as an explosion rocks the hills. Chloe stops in her tracks, startled by the massive blast.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Chloe's foot slips on the wet ground.
She forces herself to keep moving, refusing to fall here.
The girl continues her frantic search for reinforcements.
Chloe screams into the rain, begging for anyone to hear her. Her vision blurs as she spots a group of figures ahead.
She lunges forward, hoping she has finally found the others.
A sudden heavy clang sounds as blades meet in the rain.
Chloe stares in shock at the person blocking her path.
The blue-haired girl looks back with an intense, unyielding gaze.
A sudden, dull thud sounds as Chloe collapses from exhaustion.
The surrounding cadets panic, wondering if they are being ambushed.
The blue-haired girl harshly tells the fallen cadet to get back up.
She pauses, noting that the girl's face seems strangely familiar.
Chloe begs the group to help Geomma before her strength fails. The storm continues to batter the tropical landscape.
A skilled warrior handles a boss like a chef handles a fish.
Geomma completely dominates the monstrous entity with sheer speed.
Speed Weapon realizes that this display of power will never be forgotten. Precise techniques allow him to deflect every blow and close the distance. A final strike severs the mermaid's connection to this world.
Rachel and Speed Weapon stand frozen in absolute disbelief.
Rachel reflects that she has never witnessed a feat of this magnitude.
The group watches the aftermath of the intense duel in silence.
Rachel shouts at the orange-haired boy to snap out of his daze.
A sudden quick tack sounds as Rachel physically moves her teammate. She warns him to stay alert so they don't lose their lives.
A sudden low rumble sounds as the battleground continues to shift.
The orange-haired boy nearly forgets his surroundings because the sight is so surreal, noting that the opponent is a magic-using demonoid. He reflects that a blade against magic is a poor matchup, even if his teammate currently has the upper hand.
Geomma stands firm against the wang.
A sudden, deep growl sounds as the monster prepares its next move.
A sudden, sharp shriek sounds as the mermaid unleashes a needle squall.
The cave remains battered by the storm.
A sudden, loud crash sounds as energy beams tear through the stone.
The demonic monster strikes with fury.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as Geomma dodges the projectiles. He maneuvers through the air at speed.
A sudden, metallic clang sounds as the blades deflect magical energy.
Geomma focuses on his final opening.
A sudden swift swish sounds as he spins toward the enemy.
He carves through the monster's silhouette.
A final strike cleaves the mermaid. The mermaid's expression shifts to terror.
Confusion follows as a strange entity falls.
A sudden, wet tear sounds as the monster is shredded by countless strikes. The mermaid gathers a final blast.
A sudden, massive boom sounds as dark energy surges forward.
The orange-haired boy screams for Geomma to get out of the way while Rachel watches in horror.
Geomma realizes he cannot avoid the blast, his vision filled with blinding light.
He gazes at the blood dripping from his palm against a clear blue sky.
A sudden, violent roar sounds as a pillar of red energy obliterates the darkness. Geomma stands stunned by his own dower.
He wields his knife in the silence.
A sudden sharp snap sounds as the reality of the cave returns.
The shockwave echoes through the ruins.
The ground crumbles under the pressure.
A blonde woman in glasses tells the boy he deserves compensation and a glimpse of the future.
The blonde woman handled the call. Rain washes over a bloody blade.
A sudden, soft splash sounds as the monster's remains hit the ground.
Geomma stands over his fallen foe. His eyes are cold and empty.
A sudden wet gurgle sounds as the dying mermaid gasps.
Rachel and her teammate are speechless.
A sudden, dull thud sounds as the severed head rolls away.
Geomma looks out into Blaine.
The narrative confirms his hard-won victory.
The survivors process the brutal scene. A sudden, heavy clang sounds as Geomma collapses and drops his weapon into a pool of blood.
Rachel rushes toward him, screaming his name as she leaps over the rubble.
The orange-haired boy is relieved that Leon is fine despite the blonde boy's visible exhaustion.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as a new presence is detected.
The orange-haired boy panics, wondering if the mermen who fled have returned to the battlefield.
A group of figures silhouettes the entrance. The blue-haired girl arrives with her companion and screams in horror at the sight of the decimated monster.
The blue-haired girl stares in disbelief, asking if the creature they found is a mermaid.
Rachel holds Geomma, wondering why a mermaid is here and seeing everything destroyed.
A sudden sharp gasp sounds as Rachel screams Geomma's name in a panic.
Abel and Leon watch the group from a distance in silence.
Leon mocks the contrast between the pristine leader and the dying team members. Abel reports that instructors will arrive in an hour to assist the group.
The blue-haired girl demands an explanation for the wreckage before her.
Speedweapon criticizes the instructors while Abel demands he explains the situation.
Speedweapon questions her tone while Abel clarifies that her request is firm.
Speedweapon smirks, telling the girl to listen even if she won't believe him.
The orange-haired boy claims that explaining things is his true specialty. He prepares to recount the events of the incredible duel.
Abel repeats the unbelievable claim of Geomma defeating a mermaid alone. She reflects that reality is now more ridiculous than her grandfather's tales.
The blue-haired girl questions why anyone would lie about something so massive.
Abel acknowledges her birth into a special class as a descendant of heroes. A legacy of heroes looms behind the blue-haired girl.
She notes her constant effort to avoid being overshadowed by her lineage.
Abel admits to feelings of fear, dread, and deep admiration for the boy.
She wonders if she has been an ordinary person all along.
Abel asks for a healing blessing for Geomma, which is granted immediately.
Abel watches as Geomma is healed, stunned by his victory over the demonoid.
A sudden, soft huff sounds as the blue-haired girl exhales.
Speedweapon confirms that Abel has already made contact with the academy.
He suggests not telling the instructors the full details of what happened.
Speedweapon points out the suspicious nature of a demonoid in a scouted cave.
The orange-haired boy offers a dark guess about the current situation. Leon asks if Speedweapon suspects a spy from the demon faction is involved. The group remains silent as they process the weight of the accusation.
Speedweapon admits that a spy in the academy remains a dangerous possibility. Narrator notes that Geomma saved Leon's group from being shredded by the demonoid. Historical records state that demons never touched cadets, making this a declaration of war.
Abel stares in shock at the potential political consequences of this attack.
Speedwagon tells Abel she is blowing the situation out of proportion.
He warns against jumping to conclusions despite the possibility of a spy. Speedweapon insists they match their stories to protect Geomma from being targeted.
Leon agrees to keep the secret as Rachel and Speedweapon watch over Geomma.
Abel gestures for silence regarding the events that transpired.
The narrative wonders about the legend of the Sword Emperor.
The scene shifts to the grand, sunlit architecture of the academy. A sudden soft flutter sounds as white curtains dance in the sunlight. A sudden low chuckle sounds as the boy wakes in a quiet infirmary.
Geomma stares at the ceiling, realizing he survived the encounter.
He recalls the mermaid's final magic sphere attack before her death. He remembers cutting through the magical blast with his simple sashimi knife. A moment of blinding light fades from his vision. He reflects on the final sensation of water during the fight. Geomma sits up, contemplating the strange power of the sword god's blessing. A status window displays his increased stats in the act of blessing.
He realizes his lack of fear was due to his increased mental fortitude.
A sudden quick chime sounds as the system confirms his rising assimilation. Geomma contemplates if his ability unlocked when he targeted the mermaid's magic.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the green-haired woman bursts into the room calling his name.
Medea pulls him into a tight embrace, expressing her deep concern and fury toward the instructors, while Geomma feels a sudden, quiet wave of relief.
She apologizes for her intensity and begins searching through a floral dimensional pocket for a specific item.
Geomma is surprised by the magical storage as she triumphantly announces she found what she was looking for.
A sudden, sharp hum sounds as she presents a glowing blue blade called the Murasame.
A system window displays the high-ranking stats and history of the legendary Japanese sword.
Medea apologizes for the informal setting of the gift, wishing he could have received it officially.
She turns and sharply demands that the elderly man outside stop being shy and enter.
A sudden soft cough sounds as Sieg enters, asking Medea to stop using his title so casually.
Medea retorts playfully about her own youthful behavior while the boy watches them in silence.
Geomma recognizes the visitor as the Sword Emperor and questions his presence in the infirmary.
Medea informs him she has spoken with his team and begins a formal apology on behalf of the Academy. The two high-ranking leaders bow deeply to the boy, offering a sincere apology for the Academy's failures.
Medea admits the Academy is responsible for the life-threatening events during the midterm exams.
She solemnly swears on her honor as director to uncover the full truth behind the mermaid's appearance.
Sieg looks at Geomma with respect, acknowledging that he was the one who saved the other cadets.
A sudden, soft scratching sounds as the boy modestly claims he only did what he could.
Medea praises his remarkable actions but emphasizes the need to keep the details of the incident secret for now.
She admits with shame that a mastermind within the Academy is likely responsible for the disaster.
Geomma calmly accepts the explanation, showing a level of understanding that surprises his guests.
Medea suggests that he should act more like a teenager, noting he seems like an old man in a young body.
A sudden, quick click sounds as the two leaders exit the room and walk down the hall.
Medea asks Sieg if he remembers a specific moment from their past.
She recalls the day they met as students, describing how he drew his sword when she told him to move. She laughs about his rebellious attitude back then, though he claims to have forgotten the entire exchange.
Medea reflects on the 60 years she has spent at the Academy, feeling the weight of her long life.
She notes that despite her long tenure, she has only seen a small fraction of the Academy's ancient history.
Sieg reminds her that the institution has nurtured and protected its students for 7 centuries. A sudden, low hum sounds as Medea's expression turns dark while she considers the recent betrayal.
A sudden, massive crash sounds as she shatters the hallway windows with a surge of uncontrolled power.
The two stand in silence amidst the wreckage, their faces set in grim determination.
Medea struggles with her rage as she processes the failure of the Academy's security. She reflects on the reports she received regarding the island surveys and the precautions she took.
The memory of the demonoid looms over her as she realizes her preparations were insufficient.
Her expression softens into a knowing smile as her thoughts return to the boy. Medea enthusiastically praises Geomma's solo victory while Sieg internally complains about her behavior. She continues to gush over how impressive the boy's talent is, much to Sieg's annoyance.
Narrator notes that hero families often use the word genius too loosely for any promising child.
Sieg reflects that he even forbade using the word for his own talented granddaughter, Abel.
He acknowledges that only Geomma truly embodies the word and wonders how far his potential will take him.
Sieg questions if the boy might one day reach the heights he himself only dreamed of.
A sudden soft step sounds as they pause in the sunlit corridor.
Sieg instructs Medea to stay at the Academy for the time being.
She looks back with a confident, slightly mischievous smile.
Medea teases him about helping her clean up the mess she made, but he persists in his denial.
A sudden quiet rustle sounds as Geomma, now in uniform, reflects on the secret nature of his victory. He sits in class, realizing his peers are only safe and happy because of his intervention on the island. The scene shifts to a teaser for the next chapter titled The Moving Kingmaker. A series of notes detail the complexities and choices made during the translation process.
Kang Geomma visits the school's forge immediately after his discharge, intending to have the legendary blade Murasame reshaped and enhanced by the blacksmith.
Handing over the blade, the boy asks for an enhancement, to which the blacksmith agrees, as the boy reflects that the sword felt like a mere metal rod without proper reforging to match his current blessings.
Valundras the blacksmith is full of enthusiasm, announcing that he will perform the work for free in honor of the Academy's 700th anniversary and telling the boy to return in a week.
As he leaves, a sudden soft thud sounds as the red-haired girl arrives on crutches, greeting the boy cheerfully and asking how he feels after being discharged, while the black-haired boy questions her presence.
Chloe displays her bandaged leg, explaining that despite the injury, she will be able to walk without crutches in a week thanks to the emergency treatment provided by the orange-haired boy, proudly claiming her status as an adorator.
While they sit together, the boy acknowledges that although he defeated the mermaid, the victory belonged to the whole team as they each played their critical parts, then asks if anything unusual has occurred, to which she mentions the tension between the director and the elders. He recalls the collective effort of the group, from Chloe's initial rescue call to Rachel's skill in clearing the mermen and the essential healing blessings provided by Speed Weapon. The black-haired boy stares skeptically at a memory of his teammate, privately wondering if such a person could truly defeat a demon king or if his injuries are clouding his potential.
A sudden, sharp shout sounds as a distant figure demands the students stop what they are doing, drawing the attention of both the boy and the red-haired girl.
The mohawk-haired instructor commands the assembly to quiet down and take their seats, stating that he has several important announcements to make before the training session begins.
Looking visibly nervous, the instructor informs the class that a special guest will be co-instructing with him and prepares to introduce this new arrival.
A sudden, heavy step sounds as the elderly, white-haired sword emperor enters the hall, his presence causing a wave of shock to ripple through the gathered students.
As Sieg stands at the podium, the room fills with the sound of excited murmurs from students who can hardly believe they are being taught by the legendary Sword Emperor, while the mohawk-haired instructor trembles beside him.
The scene shifts to a dark room where a hooded man is violently knocked back by a sudden, powerful surge of purple energy.
A sudden, loud pow sounds as the woman with purple-streaked hair delivers a brutal punch to the hooded man's face.
The defeated man begs for forgiveness from Instructor Kim, but she coldly dismisses his apologies while towering over him with a terrifying gaze.
A sudden low hum sounds as the woman channels a massive amount of violet magical power, her eyes glowing with an enraged intensity.
Looking truly sinister, the woman licks her lips in anticipation of the disaster to come, while the hooded man remains slumped in the background. Holding a small snack, she asks why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance and insults his knack for being annoying, while the man struggles to speak through his fear.
A sudden, sharp crack sounds as she delivers another direct strike to his face, cutting off his attempts to apologize. She leans down and mockingly asks him to repeat himself while the man groans in pain, bleeding from his mouth.
Walking away with her hands on her head, she complains about his failure to bring Leon back in a weakened state despite having the help of a mermaid.
A sudden wet sounds as the woman continues to berate him, noting that his incompetence has allowed their target to remain safe at the academy while she eats her snack.
A sudden heavy cough sounds as she strikes him again for not taking her seriously, her expression cold and filled with disdain for his weakness.
Clutching his shattered face and bleeding profusely, the man internally curses the instructor's nerve and wonders how she dares to treat him this way.
She bends over to adjust her footwear, complaining about the blood he got on her shoes and calling the entire situation ridiculous.
As she walks away, she notes that based on the current crop of new students, she wouldn't be surprised by any level of success they might achieve.
The man reveals that the destruction was actually the work of just one cadet, causing her to stop and question if he truly means Leon was responsible.
A sudden bright flare sounds as her hand ignites with purple flame upon hearing the news, her curiosity piqued by the revelation.
Looking genuinely thrilled, she exclaims how exciting the situation has become as her magical power flares around her. Back at the academy, the mohawk-haired instructor leads a group of students in a vigorous run, shouting that he cannot hear their responses while they chant their compliance.
A sudden rhythmic thud sounds as the cadets sprint past a window while the red-haired girl watches the training from a bench in the distance.
Chloe cheers enthusiastically from the sidelines, shouting words of encouragement to her peers as they endure the grueling physical exercise.
Struggling to keep up, the black-haired boy huffs in exhaustion, looking toward the girl on the bench with a deep sense of envy for her rest.
The instructor shouts at the boy for being too slow on his feet, causing him to react with a sudden, sharp gasp of surprise.
The boy shouts his acknowledgement, only to realize that the white-haired sword emperor is the one running directly beside him. Stunned, the black-haired boy watches Sieg sprint with ease, privately wondering why a legendary figure of his stature is participating in a simple student run.
He reflects on the history of Aaron Nibelung, a descendant of the first sword saint, and the right hand of the hero Baylor Joaquin, a man whose title is legendary.
The boy recalls that Sieg is destined to become Leon's master during the upcoming Great War, a figure whose narrative importance is set to explode in the future.
Covered in sweat, the boy screams internally, questioning why such a pivotal character is bothering with him right now.
A sudden quick patter sounds as Sieg sprints ahead, leaving the boy to realize that the original story is completely falling apart before his eyes.
He remembers that in the original timeline, Leon never even received the title of Sword Saint, a fact that had been a major point of contention among those following the tale.
Nearby students watch in awe as the boy realizes the absurdity of the current situation, while others exclaim their surprise at the sight. A sudden bright flash sounds as Sieg moves with blinding speed, demonstrating a level of physical prowess that feels like they are running together in a different league.
Sieg speaks sternly, explaining that physical endurance is the foundation of every warrior, and that even the greatest talent is useless if the body cannot sustain it through conditioning.
The elder commands the boy not to cut corners and to keep up, demanding a louder response while the exhausted student tries to answer.
Pushing himself to the limit, the black-haired boy shouts that he understands, his face contorted with the effort of the sprint.
A sudden, sharp swish sounds as Sieg pulls even further ahead, leaving the boy staring at his back in silence as they cross the field.
The rest of the class continues their run, shouting in unison to keep up the pace while the boy trails behind the legendary instructor.
A sudden, soft chime sounds as a blonde-haired man in glasses talks on his mobile phone while standing in a sunlit plaza. Exhausted, the black-haired boy questions the man's age while letting out a sudden, weary,
A system announcement declares that personal weapons are now strictly prohibited except for field training.
A sudden, loud clang sounds as a pile of mundane tools and blunt weapons falls into a heap.
The group of confused students awaits the instructor's next command after the sudden rule change.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Sieg orders the students to pick up and master one of the items.
A student protests about heirlooms while the boy notices a sashimi knife sitting in the random pile.
A student asks the Sword Emperor a question, prompting him to invite the boy's query.
Sieg acknowledges a student's concern about heirlooms, noting that it is indeed a good question to ask. Standing with his cane, Sieg explains that the mastery of basics is more important than any weapons grade.
Sieg warns that relying on high-grade weapons often leads to neglecting one's own training and development.
A student argues that specialized training is better, while others dismiss him for just seeking attention. Sieg warns that even the best weapon is useless if the wielder's skills are fundamentally lacking.
Looking intensely at the class, Sieg declares that a true master never blames his equipment for failure.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the black-haired boy reacts with shock to the elder's blunt statement.
The boy smiles and nods slightly, acknowledging that the elder's words are completely and undeniably true.
Sieg explains that mastering basics allows one to handle any weapon skillfully and improves class promotion scores.
A sudden, frantic scuffle sounds as students rush to the pile, shouting for others to move out of the way.
A sudden, chaotic boom sounds as the boy watches the inspired crowd scramble for training tools.
A sudden, soft whir sounds as the boy stares at the nearly empty pile of remaining training weapons.
Sieg watches with glowing eyes as the boy picks up a kitchen knife to use for training.
Sieg announces that they will now implement pairing sessions for one-on-one training between the gathered cadets.
A sudden, sharp swish sounds as Sieg explains that true growth as warriors requires the risk of combat.
A sudden low hum sounds as Sieg prepares to give a personal demonstration of proper sparring techniques.
Excited students whisper about the Sword Emperor's skills while the Mohawk instructor demands immediate silence in class.
The instructor breaks into a sweat, realizing he faces the greatest crisis of his career against Sieg. A sudden firm pat sounds as Sieg silences the instructor's nervous protest with a single calm gesture.
Sieg stares intensely toward the crowd, addressing a specific cadet as the instructor looks on in confusion.
The other students step aside, leaving the black-haired boy standing alone in the center of the field.
Sieg commands the boy to come forward, causing the young student to stare back in stunned silence.
A teaser highlights the impending duel between the legendary Sword Emperor and the rising Sword God.
A sudden, sharp clang sounds as Sieg stands ready with his sword, repeating his command to advance.
Students admire the sharpness of the junk weapons while anticipating a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself.
Whispering among themselves, the students wonder why the legendary Sword Emperor has personally summoned the specific boy.
Determination hardens in the boy's eyes as he hears the student's judgmental whispers while holding his knife.
Sieg looks toward the boy and asks if his injuries have finally healed after the recent battles.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the two warriors face off, preparing for their unexpected sparring match.
The boy recognizes that crossing swords with the Emperor could result in serious injury or even death.
A glitch display screen flashes with the word victory, signaling the conclusion of a simulated struggle.
The boy yields, stating he is nothing compared to the Emperor and asks him to lower his sword.
Silhouettes of students mock the boy for his submission, laughing at his perceived cowardice and lack of ambition.
Sieg berates the boy, questioning his pride and asking how long he plans to hide his true power.
The word pride appears over a memory of the boy's past as his expression turns cold.
The boy reflects on his former title and the pride that once drove him to never surrender.
Recognizing the Emperor's test, the boy worries that falling for the provocation will lead to long-term regret.
A sudden firm shush sounds as Sieg stops the instructor's panicked interruption with a raised hand.
Sieg observes the boy's expression, noting that the young cadet has already reached a firm decision.
A sudden, sharp swish sounds as Sieg addresses the boy, expressing his desire to learn from him.
A divine aura begins to manifest around the boy as the blessing of the Sword God activates.
A sudden rhythmic top sounds as the boy advances with cold determination, his knife held ready.
Sieg assumes a combat stance, noting that even at 70, the memory of true power remains vivid.
He recalls a memory from his youth regarding a one-armed wandering knight. A white-haired child stares in awe at the massive blade held by the mysterious swordsman.
The wandering knight demonstrates his skill with a heavy, powerful strike.
The young boy watches the legendary figure in silence as the memory fades.
Sieg reflects on how he has been watching the boy closely since the allocation test.
He believes that Kang Geomma is the key to finally reaching a higher realm of mastery. Sieg prepares to push himself toward a new level of power during the spar.
A sudden, sharp swoosh sounds as the Sword Emperor launches a blindingly fast attack.
A sudden, loud clang sounds as their weapons collide with incredible force.
Kang Geomma focuses intensely as he defends against the veteran's swift strikes.
A sudden, heavy boom sounds as power erupts from their violent exchange.
Sieg notes that the boy's movement is as fluid and unpredictable as a bird in flight.
The two duelists trade a series of high-speed blows across the training ground. Sieg remains on the defensive as the boy's intensity continues to escalate.
Internally, Sieg marvels at the boy's physical strength and his ability to push him back effortlessly.
Reflecting on his own history, Sieg realizes the true nature of his blade. His focus intensifies as he acknowledges that his sword is no longer light.
A massive slash of blue energy cuts vertically through the air.
A jealous student dismisses the boy's skill as mere luck from an ordinary class. Other students maliciously hope to see the boy humiliated and broken by the Sword Emperor. A sudden low whistle sounds as a gust of wind kicks up dust across the field.
The two combatants stand perfectly still as the atmosphere becomes heavy with tension. The Mohawk instructor expresses his deep concern regarding the headmaster's reaction and the safety of the cadets.
Sieg questions if the instructor truly believes he would use lethal force against a student.
He assures the instructor that Kang Geomma is capable of reaching a legendary level of power.
Sieg remains stoic and focused as he observes his opponent's determined expression.
He is genuinely astonished that the boy was able to withstand such a powerful strike.
The boy continues to evolve his combat style even in the heat of battle. Sieg's blade begins to glow with an intense and divine blue energy.
He activates the sword spirit's protection, manifesting a massive spiritual aura around him.
A sudden, deafening crash sounds as the overwhelming power of the blessing is unleashed.
The training ground is left in a state of chaotic uncertainty after the massive explosion. The Mohawk instructor is terrified to see the manifestation of a true, high-level aura.
Nearby students wonder if the battle has transcended the mental realm and returned to reality. Dust fills the air as the clash between the two warriors reaches its peak intensity.
Fearing for the boy's life, the instructor begs Sieg to stop the dangerous confrontation immediately.
He desperately reaches out and shouts for the Emperor to end the spar before someone dies.
A furious voice screams out a vulgar insult toward the legendary swordsman.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as a green-haired woman crashes into the ground between them.
Medea furiously berates Sieg, questioning if he has lost his mind by attacking a student.
A teaser image previews the impending events of the next chapter.
The scene shifts to a quiet office where Sieg offers an unexpected and quiet apology.
Medea reacts with shock and confusion at the Sword Emperor's uncharacteristic behavior.
A sudden, sharp grip sounds as she seizes Sieg's collar, demanding an explanation for his recklessness.
Kang Geomma walks away in the distance while Sieg watches him with a thoughtful expression.
Medea continues to yell at the old man, who calmly addresses her by name. Sieg apologizes once more, leaving the green-haired woman completely stunned.
Medea reflects on how the man who hasn't apologized in decades has done so twice today. She questions why he felt it necessary to use a divine blessing against a mere student. Sieg admits that without unleashing the blessing, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand.
Medea is completely bewildered by the Sword Emperor's admission, wondering how someone as prideful as Siegfried could say such a thing. Though she recognizes Kang Geomma's talent, she knows better than anyone the true extent of Siegfried's legendary strength.
Medea shouts in disbelief at Sieg, pointing out that even he didn't begin to master such power until his late 20s, and questioning how it is possible for a 17-year-old student to have already achieved it. Sieg sits in silence, contemplating the idea that there might be something capable of offsetting decades of experience.
Overwhelmed by the revelation, Medea collapses onto the couch with a heavy groan, her mind spinning as she breathes out the name of the boy who has defied all logic.
Recalling the moments after the duel, Medea rushes across the training grounds toward Kang Geomma to check if he is unharmed.
Kang Geomma stands amidst a fading blue aura, his expression unreadable as the energy of the blessing retreats. Medea reflects on how her professional dignity vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound and unsettling emotion regarding the young cadet.
She realizes the eerie sensation emanating from the boy is identical to the feeling she had when facing the 6th Division commander, Fasan, leaving her haunted by his mysterious nature.
A soft, weary sigh escapes Medea as she hides her face behind her hand, trying to process the impossible reality.
Watching Sieg calmly sip his tea, Medea finally admits that the old man's assessment doesn't seem to be a lie.
Medea looks directly at Sieg and asks the unthinkable question if he actually lost the duel to the student.
Outraged by the suggestion, Sieg stands and bellows that there is no way the boy's talent compares to his own, especially since he wasn't even fully armed during their exchange.
Medea remains unfazed by his outburst, teasing the legendary master for overreacting and reminding him that he is the one who always claims a true master never blames their equipment. Smirking at his hypocrisy, Medea asks if he is really using his lack of gear as an excuse, telling him he looks quite ridiculous.
Enraged by her mocking, Sieg shouts at her to be quiet and asks if she wants to die as he begins to invoke his power, his fury punctuated by a sudden, sharp ka sounding.
A memory of the duel shows a massive burst of energy as their blades collided with world-shaking force.
The intensity of their combat is relived, showing the struggle between the veteran master and the rising prodigy.
Her focus is broken by a sudden light ding sounding as a notification appears before the boy's eyes.
Back in his dormitory, Kang Geomma reflects on the hot-headed nature of the Sword Emperor and realizes that Medea's intervention likely saved him from a truly dangerous outcome.
He considers the nature of weapon mastery, understanding that the mental realm is an active space that can only be accessed by peak masters who have dedicated their entire lives to a single tool.
The mental realm remains an exclusive domain, unreachable even for most heroes despite the blessings of their world.
Kang Geomma recalls that even Leon, the destined hero, required 3 years of intense private training just to set foot in that realm, a detail he remembers from his time playing the game.
He realizes that he has surpassed even the protagonist's growth rate through his unique circumstances.
Sitting on his bed, the boy acknowledges that his mastery comes from using his sashimi knife for over 20 years across 2 different lives.
He notes that every time the blessing activates, he experiences a level of concentration that transcends normal human perception.
The memories of his past and his current life harmoniously intertwine, allowing him to break through any situation.
Determination hardens in his eyes as he picks up his wooden knife, deciding that avoiding conflict only makes things worse and that he must tackle his problems step by step.
He stands ready to push his limits in the privacy of his room.
The boy reasons that if he can learn to freely control the mental realm, he will be able to train and fight without depending on the sword spirit's blessing.
He projects his consciousness into the vast blue expanse of his own mind.
The mental landscape begins to take the shape of the academy as he focuses his intent. The silence is broken by a sudden sharp crack sounding as the mental world begins to fracture.
A massive spectral blue hand looms over the boy from the darkness above.
As the ghostly hand touches his shoulder, a surge of blue energy flows into his arm and down to his weapon.
The glow subsides, leaving the training weapon humming with residual power.
Returning to reality, Kang Geomma stares at the knife in his hand, wondering what kind of transformation he just witnessed.
Under the cover of night, a group of elders discusses the recent events, agreeing that the Sword Emperor's presence at the academy is a blatant disregard for their authority.
A heavy fist slams onto the table with a sudden loud crash sounding as one elder reminds the others that this arrangement was something they had all previously agreed to.
The council bickers over the use of demons as enemies, but a consensus forms that they must eliminate troublemakers immediately and launch a full investigation into the top student, Kang Geomma.
An elderly woman wonders if the boy could be a hero candidate, but another dismisses the idea, insisting that Leon Van Reinhardt is the only true candidate.
A gray-haired man scoffs at Leon, calling him a half-baked brat who cannot even manifest his blessing properly, and asks the others if they have forgotten the boy's recent display.
He reminds them of the incredible swordplay that defeated the twins and notes that Medea is intentionally blocking their access to information, making the entire situation suspicious.
The elders agree that a hero's fate is unavoidable and that they must act quickly to eliminate any potential threats before the 7 stars cause more trouble.
They realize that the 7 stars bringing the Sword Emperor to the academy is a direct move against them.
The elder yells that since Medea became the director, their standing and influence within the academy have been severely weakened.
He rants that the public only cares about the 7 stars now, treating the elders like outdated relics when they are the ones who truly maintain the balance of the world.
They conclude that to maintain their power, they need a public enemy, and that any hero who threatens the status quo must be eliminated. A man with a goatee speaks of his own position as an elder, explaining that he is using force to persuade the others because of Medea's interference.
Akor, a division commander of the 5th Demon King, stands before a towering inferno of dark energy.
From the shadows, the leader of the council gives his approval, commanding the orders to be issued immediately.
A hooded elder sits upon a regal throne, solemnly addressing the auditore family.
The silence is broken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding as a hammer hits the floor. Kang Geomma looms over a terrified, bearded blacksmith who desperately begs for mercy.
The boy holds his newly forged weapon, the Murasame sashimi version, with a firm and steady grip. The blacksmith remains on the floor, trembling as he addresses the boy and his unconventional sword.
A teaser image previews the unlikely duo in the next chapter. A notice announces urgent recruitment for translators and editors.
A system screen displays the specifications of the new Murasame, highlighting its E-rank status and high growth potential.
The blacksmith expresses his shock to Kang Geomma, admitting he has never seen a blade quite like this in his 30 years of work.
A memory shows the previous weapon shattering into several pieces under immense pressure.
He explains that he had to hastily melt and reforge the metal to give it a proper shape.
The craftsman recounts how the metal snapped with just a single strike of his hammer. Kang Geomma examines the blade, noting that while the specifications align with his blessing, the hardness remains disappointingly low. The blacksmith promises to waive the fee for future reinforcements if the boy provides the necessary materials.
Enraged by the weapon's fragility, Kang Geomma intimidates the man while the smith explains the potential of A-rank growth.
The craftsman breaks into a cold sweat as he begins to explain the difficulty of obtaining the necessary materials. He reveals that the required items can only be harvested from high-level demonic beasts.
Kang Geomma looks at the wrapped blade, deciding he will not risk his life just to upgrade his gear.
A notification for a prohibitively expensive Wallet Warrior package appears, further frustrating the young swordsman.
The blacksmith swears on his honor as a professional while the boy demands a firm promise.
Kang Geomma demands a 10 million won refund for the leftover scrap metal used in the forging.
Outraged, the smith protests that he completed the order exactly as requested and already offered free service.
The boy prepares to test the weapon's performance, his eyes glowing with an ominous intent.
The smith tries to negotiate with a lower offer, but the boy insists on a higher compensation amount.
A sudden sharp ring sounds as the glowing blade is brandished, forcing the man to raise his offer.
He argues about the market value of scrap metal while trying to save his profits.
Kang Geomma's terrifying aura manifests behind him as he coldly demands that the man hand it over.
Defeated and exhausted, the blacksmith collapses to the floor and finally agrees to the boy's terms.
A system notification displays the updated stats and attributes of the blessing of the sword god. While eating his meal, Kang Geomma reflects on the excruciating pain caused by his blessing and the necessity of leveling up.
He stares at the knife on the ground, acknowledging that the pain is still nearly unbearable despite the improvements.
A pixelated system message announces that his armament level has increased, making weapon enhancement his top priority.
The boy gazes into the distance, contemplating the true nature of the power he has been granted. His meal is interrupted by a sudden light scuff sounding as someone approaches him from behind.
Kang Geomma greets Chloe, who notices he has lost his appetite and asks what he is doing.
The red-haired girl cheerily demonstrates her improved strength, noting that mended bones often heal stronger.
A small piece of food is eaten, causing a sudden, warm flush to appear on Chloe's face. The girl is completely overwhelmed with affection, her eyes reflecting her deep infatuation.
Her excitement leads to a sudden, clumsy thud sounding as she trips and falls to the ground.
Kang Geomma offers his hand to help her up and asks about her fall, while Chloe notices the weapon resting on the bench.
She excitedly picks up the Murasame sashimi, admiring its cool design and unique appearance.
Chloe praises the weapon's beauty, finding it hard to believe that it is only an E-rank item.
The boy confirms its low rank, causing the girl to panic as she tries to apologize for any perceived insult. He reassures her that he managed to get a refund and a promise of free maintenance from the smith. Chloe reminds him that he was already powerful with a simple knife and will surely be unstoppable with a proper weapon.
The red-haired girl continues to apologize profusely for accidentally disparaging his gear. Kang Geomma lets out a soft, weary sigh as he looks at his compensation weapon on the bench.
Chloe's expression shifts to one of cold intensity as she thinks about the man who made him suffer.
Her eyes take on a frightening glow as she fixates on the thought of those who have caused him pain.
A dark and vengeful resolve fills Chloe as she vows to kill everyone responsible for making him suffer.
Kang Geomma softly apologizes while sitting on the bench with Chloe.
He senses an ominous presence nearby and wonders if Chloe feels it too.
Chloe watches with concern as Kang Geomma suddenly heads toward the nearby trees.
The silence is broken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding as the boy kicks the tree trunk.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as a masked, red-haired man is knocked from his hiding spot.
The intruder quickly recovers, muttering about his own carelessness while glaring at the boy. Kang Geomma returns to the bench as Chloe timidly peeks from behind his shoulder.
Standing before them, the masked man asks what it is they need from him.
Kang Geomma reminds the intruder that he has already explained the situation once before. A sudden, low growl sounding as the masked man insists he did not come for that reason.
The red-haired intruder explains that he's being direct because news would eventually reach Chloe anyway.
Chloe listens with wide eyes as the masked man continues his explanation.
The masked man reveals that the Academy's elders are behind the recent developments.
Kang Geomma is stunned to learn that the powerful Academy elders are targeting him.
Chloe's expression hardens as she questions if this is the true reason for his presence.
Chloe draws a hidden blade, fiercely commanding Kang Geomma to stay behind her for protection.
The intruder remains calm, noting that Chloe's instincts are still impressively sharp despite her injury.
The masked man explains that the elders have developed an unusual fixation on Kang Geomma's actions. He recounts how the Adora family is uneasy about the elders' secret request to eliminate a student.
The intruder warns that the Adidare family will eventually be forced to investigate Kang Geomma.
Turning toward her, the masked man tells Chloe that she needed to know this as an adorator.
The masked man, Nox, turns to leave after delivering his final warning to the pair.
Nox pauses to remind Kang Geomma that Chloe is happiest when she is by his side.
Chloe watches silently as Nox walks away, processing the weight of his parting words.
A girl with long blue hair confidently brandishes a knife with a mischievous expression.
A sudden, faint spark sounding as Nox reacts with annoyance when Kang Geomma denies responsibility for the injury.
Kang Geomma gives a brief, awkward confirmation as Chloe stands watch in the distance. Looking toward Nox, Kang Geomma asks how he managed to become so powerful.
Kang Geomma reflects that true strength means withstanding threats at all times, not just for a fleeting minute.
He realizes that Nox is unlikely to keep quiet after revealing such sensitive family secrets.
A moment of quiet tension follows as Nox considers his next words.
Nox bluntly tells Kang Geomma that he lacks the desperation necessary for true growth.
Nox advises him to leave the Academy's comfort and seek real-world experience to overcome his limits.
Kang Geomma decides that Nox is right and resolves to leave the Academy for better training.
The scene shifts to a lecture hall where a teacher discusses the history of the gods.
Notes in a student's book detail the immense influence of the Academy elders and their origins.
A system memory reveals that players once referred to the elders as corrupt remnants.
Kang Geomma ponders why the elders consider him such a significant obstacle to their plans.
A handwritten list details Kang Geomma's accomplishments, from his Academy admission to saving Leon.
He acknowledges that his actions have made him stand out far more than he originally intended. Kang Geomma struggles to understand why the elders would bother targeting a mere student like him.
His notes mention the events at Scopoli Island and the involvement of the hero candidate Leon.
He concludes that Leon is the true target, and he is simply an obstacle in their path.
He suspects that news of his victory over the mermaid reached the nobility despite Medea's cover-up. Kang Geomma suspects that the elders targeting Leon may be in collusion with demonic forces.
He is disturbed by the fact that the elders were willing to kill a young student. The teacher continues the lecture while Kang Geomma reflects on the elders' corruption and greed for power.
A dark resolve fills Kang Geomma's eyes as he decides to cut down those who threaten him.
Distracted by his thoughts of vengeance, Kang Geomma finds it impossible to focus on the teacher's instructions.
Abandoning his notes, Kang Geomma decides that his top priority is to enhance his weapon in the dungeon.
Kang Geomma reviews his notes, realizing he needs to gather a party since the task is too difficult alone.
During a lecture about the history of humanity, the boy contemplates his recruitment options, deciding he needs a strategist rather than a simple brute. Kang Geomma reacts with a start as a sudden idea strikes in.
He quickly scribbles the name of a potential recruit into his notebook, resolving to ask for their assistance immediately.
The scene shifts to the Dragon class, a specialized section of the Academy. A sudden, firm catch sounding as a hulking, muscular student clenches his fist, addressing the young swordsman as a celebrity. The brute blockades the path, telling the boy that lowlifes aren't welcome while mockingly calling him a special student.
Kang Geomma finds the arrogant teenager's behavior incredibly irritating, comparing the nuisance to the difficult customers he faced in his previous life.
The black-haired boy warns the bully to back off before he takes drastic measures, leaving the larger student stunned. Infuriated by the threat, the muscular student lunges forward with a punch, but Kang Geomma remains perfectly still.
A sudden heavy thud sounding as Chloe intervenes, delivering a powerful blow that sends the bully flying.
Nearby students begin to murmur in confusion, wondering if a serious fight has just broken out in the hallway.
Chloe shakes out her hand, noting how durable the student's jaw was, while the defeated boy lies sprawled on the floor.
The red-haired girl asks if he was looking for her and suggests they find a more private place to talk.
A sudden, sharp tap sounding as Chloe sets a drink down, asking if his goal is to form a party as quickly as possible.
She offers her help with recruitment, proposing a deal where the team splits the rewards while the boy keeps all the monster materials.
Kang Geomma admits that he sought her out because he knew no one else would join him without her influence.
Chloe explains that Academy regulations require at least 4 members for dungeon permits, though she believes he's strong enough to go alone.
The girl playfully teases him for being too humble, reminding him of his incredible feat against the mermaid.
Through the open window, Chloe reassures him that she is fully recovered from her injuries thanks to proper treatment.
She officially accepts his proposal, looking forward to the new experience of working alongside him.
Kang Geomma suggests targeting the C-rank Buffalo dungeon located in Chelwan for their first mission.
Chloe approves of the choice, noting that a Buffalo dungeon is a classic challenge for any rising party.
Realizing they still need one more person to fill their 4-member quota, she asks if he has any specific preferences.
The boy explicitly requests to exclude certain powerful candidates, which makes the red-haired girl laugh in response.
She informs him that their other acquaintances are currently unavailable due to intensive training or high-level raids.
Kang Geomma mentions a specific person who is likely sleeping nearby at this very moment.
Chloe is baffled by the idea of someone being asleep so early in the day.
A sudden, clumsy stumble sounding as the boy accidentally knocks his drink over, deciding they should visit the cafeteria first.
As night falls, the pair arrives at a traditional Japanese-style estate, finding the gate open for them.
Kang Geomma walks through the serene garden, noting that he never encountered this hidden location during his time in the game world. They stop near a series of archery targets, the silence of the night hanging heavy over the grounds. Chloe spots their target and points toward a porch where a lone figure is curled up. A blue-haired girl is fast asleep on the wooden floor, completely undisturbed by their arrival. Chloe attempts to rouse the girl, but her efforts are met only with deep, rhythmic snoring.
Kang Geomma gestures toward the porch just as the blue-haired girl suddenly springs into motion.
In a sudden blur of movement, the girl launches a flying kick toward the boy's chest.
The blue-haired warrior's eyes flashed with a predatory glow as she closes the distance. A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding as the air is displaced by the intensity of the sudden skirmish.
The tension evaporates as the girl begins happily snacking on the food the boy brought, her eyes filling with affection. The blue-haired girl stares up with an intense curiosity, a mysterious glint reflecting in her bright eyes.
A teaser announces the arrival of a new challenger in the upcoming chapter.
A blonde woman with glasses smiles while talking on her phone in a sunlit garden, shifting the scene away from the academy.
A sudden, sharp click sounding as two chefs in a professional kitchen react with shock to a sudden development.
A close-up view reveals someone's hands trembling as they clutch a glowing smartphone screen.
Kang Geomma reflects on his past life, feeling overwhelmed by the constant presence of rough men in both the game and reality.
Locked in a bathroom stall, a chef cries out in frustration after realizing his latest expenditure yielded no results.
A digital notification announces the successful summoning of a high-ranking character.
The gacha screen displays Saki Ryozo, a legendary utility fighter who bears a striking resemblance to the girl on the porch. The chef stares at his phone in disbelief, feeling completely scammed by the luck of the draw.
The narrative of Miracle's Blessing M is centered around the blonde protagonist, Leon. Abel von Nibelung is introduced as the character officially designated as the main heroine.
Rachel expresses relief as she announces that Abel has finally arrived on the scene.
Leon and Abel stand together as the cyan-haired girl apologizes for being late.
The story focuses on the journey of Abel and Leon as they overcome hardships.
A chef cries out in despair after spending a fortune on gacha rewards.
As the plot progresses, the other heroines gradually fade into the background.
Among those defeated characters, a blue-haired girl faded the fastest. The blue-haired girl looks up and asks if they have any more Yangang.
Kang Geomma stares at her, thinking that she looks quite foolish.
Despite her appearance, Ryozo is a top-tier DPS and a skill-based character.
Because she barely impacts the story, her joining the party won't disrupt the plot.
Chloe asks what brings him to see the blue-haired pro.
Chloe commands the girl to speak up and stop hesitating.
Chloe explains that he visited earlier and Saki asks for more details.
Chloe describes the recruitment for next week's Buffalo Dungeon raid.
Chloe explains they split rewards equally except for the valuable horns.
Saki begins to walk away from the group in silence.
Saki points a finger at the boy and agrees to join none.
Saki notes that he seems less determined than she originally thought.
The boy finds it ridiculous to be judged by someone half asleep. Saki states that she doesn't want to work with someone so unmotivated.
Chloe defends his strength while Saki dismisses his opponents as weak.
Chloe scolds her for acting like a pet and demands she wasn't.
Chloe yells that she only brought Yangang because Saki claimed to be an expert.
The narrative notes that a party member can be greedy or rude, but not both.
Kang Geomma tells Chloe to stop and suggests finding a better teammate.
Saki asks if the dungeon raid is really that urgent.
A heavy silence follows her question as the two stare each other down. Kang Geomma draws a glowing staff from his jacket, shocking the girls.
A sudden, sharp click sounding as he grips the mechanical staff.
The boy prepares to demonstrate his power to the skeptical girl. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as he launches the projectile into the target. Saki's eyes widen in absolute shock as she watches the display.
The projectile is perfectly lodged in the center of the bullseye.
Kang Geomma stands calmly while Saki reacts with visible alarm. Saki remains stunned and speechless after witnessing his incredible accuracy.
Later, Saki wears glasses while working on a laptop and says hi.
Chloe notes they are early as they arrive at the classroom. Saki looks up from her desk and greets the pair.
Saki offers a shy, nervous wave as she welcomes him in.
Saki confirms that the permits are ready after just a few clicks.
Chloe stands at the whiteboard preparing to start the mission briefing. Chloe draws a cartoonish animal, noting they are nicknamed water buffaloes.
Chloe details the enemy's charging patterns and their specific weakness to ranged attacks. Chloe warns the party to never open the stone gate at the center.
Chloe explains that rumors suggest it's a seal, though nothing is confirmed.
Saki notes that the permit requires them to keep the gate closed. Kang Geomma listens to the plan with an air of quiet confidence. The girls look toward him with expressions of silent curiosity. Silence falls over the party at the table.
Kang Geomma says no while thinking yes, believing they shouldn't touch it since there's a hidden boss.
Speedweapon admits he thought the worst while Kang Geomma lets out a long sigh.
Saki looks up from her snack and asks what?
Saki explains that brainy types need candy, as the boy asks if she truly likes those things.
Kang Geomma thinks she can't even speak properly.
Chloe prepares her dogger as her eyes glow red.
Students gather in the large cafeteria.
Chloe asks Geomma what is wrong.
A teaser features Chloe facing a buffalo.
A white-haired elf smiles alongside several chibi characters.
A black-haired maid winks at the viewer.
A bus travels through the mountains toward Cholwan.
Kang Geomma reflects on arriving in Cholwan.
He recalls swearing never to return here after his army discharge, never imagining he would come back like this.
A bus employee asks how they may assist them, recognizing them as students from Hawakan Academy.
A worker moves a barrier for the bus. Kang Geomma senses that the elders are watching.
Speed Weapon offers him eggs as a national staple, but the boy declines and wonders if people still eat them.
Speed Weapon tells him to lighten up about the C-rank dungeon, and Kang Geomma laughs in response.
Speed Weapon turns to ask Saki if she wants an egg. Saki refuses while munching on sweets as Chloe sleeps deeply nearby.
Speed Weapon asks if he plans to show off again, but Kang Geomma simply says nope. Saki looks out the bus window in silence.
The group arrives and Chloe remarks on the perfect weather.
Kang Geomma reflects on how a former demon nesting ground has become a simple farming dungeon.
Speed Weapon questions the amount of luggage he brought, and the boy asks if he is curious. A sudden, sharp clang sounding as the boy opens his bag to reveal various knives.
Multiple blades rattle inside the blue travel bag. Speed Weapon asks if he is there to sell knives, and the boy replies that it is better to be safe than sorry.
Speed Weapon remarks that he talks like an old man, but must have his reasons. Chloe declares she will take point as usual, and the boy says he is counting on her. The party approaches the Buffalo Dungeon entrance. Guards stand before the massive steel gate.
Saki and Kang Geomma wait in silence.
A guard asks the group to write their 4 names in the visitor log. A hand writes the names Chloe Editor, Speed Weapon, Kang Geomma, and Saki Ryozo.
Speed Weapon tells Kang Geomma to hurry up, and he agrees.
A sudden, deep groan sounding as the massive door opens, prompting Saki to complain about the stench.
The group enters while the boy notes that Speed Weapon's eyes wavered.
Kang Geomma stares into the darkness and decides it will be fine.
A silhouette walks further into the dungeon.
Kang Geomma wonders why dungeons are used as tourist spots and finds the behavior of nobles strange.
Saki leans over and announces that she is tired. Saki claims she would feel better with something sweet, asking if he has anything, and the boy agrees she looks tired.
A sudden sloppy slurp sounding as Saki eats a snack while the boy fidgets.
Chloe tells Saki to bring her own snacks next time, and Saki replies that she is saving hers for later.
A sudden sharp twang sounding as Chloe reports that 4 enemies are charging from 200 meters away.
Speed Weapon tells the girls to stick to the plan so it won't be dangerous, promising Chloe and Saki that he will buff them properly and asking them not to let him down.
A sudden, light flutter sounding as Saki readies a glowing red bow and shouts an enthusiastic, "Okay."
Saki examines her red bow and notes that it feels stiff after not being used for a long time.
A sudden sloppy slurp sounding as Saki happily snacks on a chocolate bar, leaving Kang Geomma to wonder if he can truly trust her in a fight. Speed Weapon points toward the darkness and warns the party that the enemies are approaching.
Chloe, Saki, and Speed Weapon prepare for combat as the orange-haired boy plays a mechanical flute.
A sudden deep roar sounding as several demonic buffaloes charge through the dusty corridor.
Chloe charges ahead with her twin daggers while the rest of the party watches from a distance. A sudden, sharp shing sounding as Chloe's eyes glow red while she strikes the charging monsters. A sudden, sharp shink sounding as a buffalo lets out a pained cry after being struck. 2 more monsters fall after being hit by a series of powerful attacks.
Chloe readies her long blade and lets out a frustrated click of a tongue.
A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding as Chloe announces she will slow the enemies down from the front.
Speed Weapon shouts for Chloe to fall back according to their original plan.
A sudden, sharp sk sounding as Saki takes aim with a glowing laser sight on her bow.
Saki releases several powerful yellow energy projectiles that streak toward the targets.
Chloe remains in her combat stance as 3 massive buffaloes loom over her.
Massive explosions erupt as the energy arrows find their marks on the enemies.
Saki lowers her weapon with a playful smirk, noting the enemies are already defeated. Saki continues munching on her chocolate while Kang Geomma worries about the valuable horns being destroyed. Saki reflects on needing horns for enhancement materials as Kang Geomma suggests moving deeper into the dungeon.
A sudden, heavy tap sounding as an injured buffalo charges at Saki from behind the dust.
Saki's eyes glow with blue energy as she realizes a monster she thought was dead is still moving. The massive beast towers over the girl, who looks up in sudden confusion.
Saki ducks down and covers her head in a moment of silent panic.
Kang Geomma suddenly appears, sweeping Saki aside and cleaving through the monster with a glowing energy blade. Saki's eyes widen in awe as she watches the boy's display of power. A sudden, heavy crash sounding as Kang Geomma stands over the fallen buffalo while Saki watches in silence.
Kang Geomma looks back and asks if she is okay, but the girl remains speechless.
A sudden, quick hic sounding as Saki blushes and covers her mouth while Kang Geomma looks on with confusion.
A teaser features Chloe looking love-struck, warning the audience not to pursue romance in a dungeon.
Kang Geomma stands over the monster's remains, preparing to harvest the loot. Kang Geomma holds a glowing buffalo horn, reflecting on how it's a versatile C-rank material for weapon upgrades.
Kang Geomma decides to gather as many horns as possible as Speed Weapon calls out to him.
A sudden, light rustle sounding as Saki hands the boy a chocolate bar to thank him for the rescue. Chloe's eyes glow red with jealousy as she watches the interaction, leaving the boy bewildered. Kang Geomma calls out to Chloe, who lets out a sharp gasp before answering him. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as Kang Geomma pulls Chloe aside to discuss the suspicious staff member from earlier.
Speed Weapon watches the pair and asks if they are dating, noting that it would make a lot of chems.
Chloe becomes overwhelmed with embarrassment, her face turning red as she repeats the idea of dating Geomma. Kang Geomma dismisses the idea, stating that assuming all male-female relationships are romantic is narrow-minded.
Speed Weapon looks skeptical, mentioning that he thought they were always sticking together.
A sudden, heavy stare sounding as Chloe looks down in a daze while the boy wonders what is wrong with her.
A sudden heavy thud sounding as the group continues walking through the silent stone corridor. Speed Weapon notes how unnervingly empty the dungeon is and asks Saki for her binion.
Saki looks thoughtful and asks the boys if those buffaloes seemed a bit off to them.
Saki explains that the buffaloes looked like they were running away from something, which contradicts their natural behavior.
Speed Weapon agrees, noting that the creatures are usually docile and even used for farming.
Kang Geomma finds it ridiculous that the locals would use demonic buffaloes for farm work.
The narrative notes that while things are suspicious, the presence of a signal makes the party feel safe for now.
Kang Geomma asks Speed Weapon and Saki how they first met each other. Saki proudly announces she beat Speed Weapon in the written exams while he tells her not to dirty his name.
Saki mentions that for the record, she ranked 3rd in the placement tests.
Kang Geomma expresses surprise that Speed Weapon came in 2nd and calls him a loudmouth, but the boy explains that Rachel is his cousin.
Kang Geomma contemplates the news about relatives and realizes that as a player, he didn't know about Speed Weapon's connections to the main characters.
Speed Weapon explains that his family is a branch of the Changsung clan while Rachel is from the main line.
Speed Weapon suddenly cuts himself off and wonders why they are even discussing the matter. Her attention is taken by a sudden light tap sounding as Speed Weapon tells the boy he is impressive and to remember him when he becomes famous.
Kang Geomma assures him that such a thing won't happen.
Speed Weapon suggests he might join the 7 heroes, a sentiment Saki enthusiastically agrees with. Kang Geomma reacts with a look of surprise as Saki steps in front of him.
Saki walks ahead with an air of newfound confidence while the boys watch her in confusion. Saki strikes a heroic pose while holding her large red bow.
Chloe watches the blue-haired girl and wonders what her problem is.
A sudden, powerful swoosh sounding as Kang Geomma notices glowing marks on the wall and urges everyone to finish the dungeon quickly, while Speed Weapon confirms they need 20 kills to clear. Speed Weapon tells the boy to get moving, and he agrees.
Small purple crystals lie shattered on the floor of the silent dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a man in a cap reports over the phone that preparations are complete and the group has likely encountered the enraged buffaloes. The voice on the other end notes it is easy to say and asks if anything else was done.
The man mentions he followed instructions but expects the monsters to handle things, prompting a woman eating a gummy worm to warn him against being cocky and ask if he'll take responsibility if the plan fails.
The woman tells him she trusts he did well and instructs him to call with results while wishing him luck.
A sudden, quick beep sounding as the man acknowledges the orders and ends the call.
Dark purple energy swirls around the massive steel dungeon gate.
The narrative reveals that the gate was forced open and the party's chances of survival are 0.
The man in the cap reflects on Kang Geomma's eyes, feeling as though the boy could see through everything. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as the man walks toward the gate to check the situation inside.
The scene shifts through a hazy, static-filled transition.
Chloe calls out to Geomma with a look of sudden concern.
Chloe reports that she can sense magical beasts approaching from behind, and the boy asks for the count.
Chloe explains that her blessing is detecting a large number of enemies.
Chloe reveals with a look of sweat-induced panic that there are 50 enemies.
Kang Geomma shouts in surprise while Saki and Speed Weapon look on in shock.
A sudden rhythmic thud sounding as something heavy approaches the group.
Speed Weapon and the others look back in terror at the source of the noise.
A sudden massive thud sounding as a huge swarm of creatures charges through the corridor.
Speed Weapon yells in disbelief, wondering when buffaloes started swarming and questioning if they are even the same species.
A close-up shows a charging buffalo with glowing red eyes and bared teeth. A sudden, thunderous thud sounding as the horde of monsters closes the distance.
Speed Weapon accuses Kang Geomma of claiming the creatures were harmless.
Kang Geomma watches the approaching herd with a focused and intense expression. A mental realization strikes the boy that every blade has its specific purpose.
In a flashback, a chef explains to his apprentice that a chicken knife can't kill an ox and sashimi knives are meant for fish.
The apprentice jokingly asks about beef sashimi and suggests using a sashimi knife on an ox. A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding as the master apprentice strikes out at the boy, who apologizes and calls him master.
The fish on the cutting board is sliced with impossible precision.
The master apprentice smiles slightly and admits that the boy's point is also true. A sudden, short ha sounding as Kang Geomma realizes he was suddenly reminded of his past.
Kang Geomma orders Chloe to distract the herd by moving quickly to disrupt their formation without attacking.
Chloe confirms she understands the plan.
Kang Geomma turns and asks if Speed Weapon is ready.
Speed Weapon answers with a confident smirk that he was born ready.
Saki watches the boy in disbelief, wondering why he remains so calm despite being faced with 50 buffaloes.
Kang Geomma instructs Chloe to hold the front and stop anything that gets close, and she agrees with a surprised confirmation.
Saki questions why the boy is so composed while Speed Weapon tells her not to be surprised by his calm.
Saki stares ahead in a state of stunned silence.
Kang Geomma reflects that he shouldn't overthink things and simply stay ready for the herd.
Glowing energy surrounds the boy as he activates the blessing of the sword god, readying his twin kitchen knives.
A massive buffalo monster lets out a thunderous moo sounding as it charges forward.
Kang Geomma slashes through the air with incredible speed and blinding precision.
The boy effortlessly runs up a steep rock wall as a defeated buffalo tumbles down behind him.
Saki watches a speed weapon enters a focused state while green magical energy swirls around them.
Saki's eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as she prepares to take action.
The party looks back in sudden alarm as they realize something is wrong with the dungeon gate.
A mysterious, dark-clad woman with long white hair and pointed ears smiles knowingly amidst a field of purple energy.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light tap sounding as her chocolate bar falls to the dusty floor.
Saki looks on in utter disbelief, her face pale as she whispers that the situation is crazy. Kang Geomma stands triumphantly atop a mountain of slain buffaloes, holding his blade as blood sprays behind him.
A determined look crosses the boy's face as he grips his kitchen knife tightly in the red glow of the massacre. Saki is left completely speechless, her glowing eyes fixed on the boy's overwhelming display of power.
Chloe moves with feline speed as her special blessing allows her to blur through the remaining enemies.
A sudden sharp pained cry sounding as multiple buffaloes are struck down by the group's coordinated attacks.
Chloe appears to be in multiple places at once, her attacks blurring together in a lethal dance. Chloe lands a finishing blow, her form glowing pink as she cuts through the final rank of monsters.
A sudden sharp click sounding as Chloe sheaths her blade after a decisive strike.
The shadows of falling monsters are illuminated by a series of lightning-fast slashes clearing the path.
Kang Geomma leaps high into the air, overlooking the massive fallen beasts.
A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as the boy's blades find their marks. He moves through the horde like a shadow, his knives cutting through everything in his path.
A sudden heavy crunch sounding as another monster is decimated by a powerful blow.
Kang Geomma strikes a confident finishing pose, his kitchen knives glowing with lethal blue energy.
Saki and Speed Weapon look on in utter shock at the sheer scale of the destruction.
The floor is littered with the corpses of dozens of massive buffaloes after the boy's onslaught.
Monsters are tossed into the air like rag dolls by the force of the powerful attacks.
A massive pile of defeated beasts blocks the corridor, evidence of the intense battle.
Saki readies her bow but hesitates, realizing there were far too many enemies for a normal fight.
A powerful shockwave of energy clears the area around the boy, revealing his overwhelming strength.
Kang Geomma looks back with a cold, focused gaze as the light of his skill begins to fade.
Saki breathes out a soft gasp of awe, unable to believe her own eyes. The boy stands victorious amidst a pool of blood, his twin blades still made.
Saki watches the boy's back in silence, her mind racing with questions about his identity.
Kang Geomma begins harvesting the loot, noting that the bag of horns should be sufficient for now.
He reflects on the efficiency of his painless blessing, which allowed him to wipe out 50 enemies in seconds.
Chloe excitedly tells Kang Geomma he crushed it today, but he humbly attributes the success to the whole party.
Kang Geomma gently pats Chloe's head and thanks her for a clean run as she beams with pride.
Saki and Speed Weapon look on from a distance, the blue-haired girl still lost in thought.
Saki's wide-eyed expression shows she is still trying to process the boy's inhuman power.
Speed Weapon smirks and reminds Saki that he told her there would be no surprises with that boy.
Saki yells in frustration, demanding to know how she isn't supposed to freak out, while Speed Weapon notes the boy always shocks them.
Saki turns away, her face filled with deep suspicion as she wonders exactly what kind of person he is.
The group stands in the aftermath of the battle, the silence of the dungeon returning.
Speed Weapon suggests their performance was legendary enough for a livestream and asks if the public would care.
Speed Weapon calls out to Kang Geomma, signaling the group to move on to the next section. Saki looks at something ahead in shock.
The group walks through a dimly lit area.
Speed Weapon calls the boy a show-off for killing 40 buffaloes, but Kang Geomma dismisses the praise by noting he did nothing during midterms.
Speed Weapon starts to thank the boy for an earlier event, but stops awkwardly, while Saki watches them with a look of confusion.
A sudden rhythmic crunch sounding as the party reflects on their narrow escape from the previous chamber and wonders if the Lion King is being controlled.
Chloe asks Kang Geomma why the dungeon has suddenly gone silent as they walk past a fallen beast.
A sudden loud screech sounding as Kang Geomma realizes a pillar-like object ahead is actually a massive gate and urges everyone to wait.
A sudden sharp crack sounding as glowing purple chains snap apart across the enormous stone entrance, shocking the entire group.
Kang Geomma and Chloe react with total shock as they realize a new gate has appeared.
The boy's eyes narrow with grim intensity.
A man in a cap stands silhouetted at the entrance of the slaughter-filled chamber.
A sudden heavy gulp sounding as the man reels in disbelief, noting the group's performance was insane for killing so many monsters.
A white-haired woman with pink highlights offers to clear the man's debt in exchange for a single favor.
The man stares at her in shock, wondering how she could make such an offer.
The woman reveals a glowing demon stone, explaining that he must use it to frenzy the buffaloes after taming them.
She commands him to release the maddened beasts the moment Kang Geomma arrives. The woman orders him to open the stone gate in the depths, prompting the man to ask if she is intentionally sacrificing the students.
She coldly states she hates risky bets and offers to find a different pawn if he is not interested.
A sudden, desperate grab sounding as the man lunges for the glowing stone, shouting that he will help. The man greedily accepts the task while the woman mocks him for being a debt-ridden fool. A sudden, eerie whoosh sounding as the woman instructs the man to wait for her call and answer every unknown number. A sudden, rhythmic trudge sounding as the man walks away laughing, convinced the students cannot survive now that the stone gate is open.
A sudden, low rumble sounding as Kang Geomma looks at the massive entrance in disbelief, realizing the gate shouldn't be open.
Chloe wonders if they are already standing inside the area beyond the stone gate.
Kang Geomma reflects that the easy path was merely a trap to lure them deeper into the dungeon.
He realizes the gate requires a giant's demon stone to open and reflects that the fragments he saw earlier were part of the key.
The boy eyes a distant treasure chest but reminds himself that surviving must come first.
A sudden, deep roar sounding as the boy's vision focuses on the red line carved into the gate.
A system notification reveals his blessing has reached a new level, allowing his blue flaming sashimi knife to endure longer.
A sudden thunderous blast sounding as purple energy erupts through the chamber.
The group braces themselves as they are hit by a wave of sudden alarm. Chloe and Speedweapon cry out in terror as they realize something is very wrong. A hulking, fur-covered beast stands with its back to the group, gripping a massive battle axe.
Saki asks in disbelief if the giant creature appearing from the shadows is supposed to be a buffalo.
Kang Geomma looks on in grim realization as he notes the enemies have broken through.
A system window describes the Blessing of Transition, a reward that allows the transfer and amplification of a blessing.
A terrifying A-grade demon known as the Inotaros Menotaros is identified as their next opponent.
The massive beast swings its axe with world-shattering force, earning its title as the Buffalo King.
In a sunny classroom, a blonde girl named Rachel complains that Kang Geomma is farming monsters without her.
A sudden, heavy sigh sounding as Saki and a teal-haired girl lament that there is no preview and the series is on hiatus. Rachel is outraged by the news, shouting about the lack of new content while Saki looks on.
The characters thank the readers for their 6 months of support and announce a 1-week break for Sashimi Academy.
A mysterious elf woman smiles confidently in a promotional image.
A sudden soft whistle sounding as the empty stone hall awaits its challengers.
A sudden bright flare sounding as a massive black buffalo with red eyes stands guard by a torch.
A second guardian monster watches the entrance with a menacing glare.
A sudden low growl sounding as the party enters a throne room guarded by 2 elite buffaloes.
2 named demon guardians, Zhuaozhang and Wuzhang, prepare to defend their king.
The cover art for Chapter 32 features a teal-haired girl wielding a sashimi knife.
The group looks on in horror as they realize the full scale of the monsters waiting inside the stone gate.
Kang Geomma worries that everyone will struggle to escape unharmed once the beast fully awakens. He reflects on his past gameplay experience with minotaurs and notes his pain immunity has expired.
The boy resolves to act with absolute efficiency to ensure their success in the coming battle.
A sudden sharp swipe sounding as the boy draws his blade for the confrontation.
Kang Geomma asks Speedweapon for a pain-reducing blessing and inquires about its maximum duration. Speedweapon confirms a 2-minute limit while the boy orders him to maintain the blessing throughout. He realizes that losing his focus for even a single second could lead to his death.
Speedweapon reluctantly agrees to assist, noting he is only doing so because it is Kang Geomma.
Kang Geomma commands Saki and Chloe to focus on assisting the wounded allies on the sidelines. Chloe looks on with a focused and determined expression as she prepares to follow her orders.
A sudden, low rumble sounding as the party readies themselves for the imminent monster attack.
A sudden, sharp roar sounding as a system notification confirms the Sword God's blessing is activated.
Violent blue electrical energy crackles and surges around the boy's silhouette as his power peaks.
Kang Geomma grits his teeth and coughs up blood as the massive energy intake takes its toll. He pushes through the agony and shouts for everyone to clear out of his way immediately.
A sudden heavy crash sounding as a massive red buffalo monster leaps toward the lone boy.
A sudden sharp whoosh sounding as a giant axe blade slices through the air with lethal force.
The boy dodges the strike, noting that the pain is intense enough to make him cough blood.
A sudden powerful boom sounding as the Buffalo King swings its massive weapon into the ground. A sudden loud bang sounding as the boy narrowly avoids a strike that shatters the floor.
A sudden quick zip sounding as the boy maneuvers with incredible speed around the giant's legs.
A sudden wet splash sounding as blood splatters across the cracked dungeon floor during the exchange. A sudden sharp dash sounding as the boy readies his sashimi knife for a counterattack. A sudden heavy thud sounding as the Buffalo King prepares another massive overhead strike. A sudden fast blur sounding as the boy races directly toward the towering monster's defense.
The Buffalo King snarls with red glowing eyes as it tracks the boy's movement.
A sudden sharp clang sounding as the boy's small blade blocks a massive strike from the beast.
A sudden low growl sounding as the boy's vision narrows onto the monster's weak points.
A sudden bright flash sounding as the boy feels a sense of freedom while sliding under a head.
A sudden thunderous smash sounding as the monster's axe destroys the arena floor in a cloud of dust. A sudden sharp slice sounding as the boy lands a powerful hit on the massive demon's leg.
A sudden high-pitched sizzle sounding as blue energy erupts from the monster's fresh wound.
A sudden massive explosion sounding as the Buffalo King is engulfed in a blast of white energy. A sudden low snarl sounding as the beast's face is shown in a terrifying close-up.
A sudden sharp gasp sounding as the boy stands triumphantly on a piece of shattered debris.
A sudden rhythmic twang sounding as Chloe fires a red arrow at a charging blue buffalo.
Chloe reflects on her combat sense, involving muscle use and positioning to topple an enemy's center.
A sudden sharp whistle sounding as Chloe acknowledges the immense gap between theory and real combat. A sudden wet crunch sounding as an arrow finds its mark in a monster's hide. Chloe observes the boy's unwavering presence even in the midst of a life or death situation. Chloe shouts at the monsters to stay out of her line of sight so she can aim. A sudden sharp thud sounding as Chloe's arrow takes down another elite buffalo monster.
Chloe recalls rumors of the Sword Emperor Siegfried's aura and wonders if she is witnessing its return.
A sudden low hum sounding as the boy's eyes glow with an intense and ancient power.
A sudden sharp crackle sounding as the boy's blue aura flares into a massive, intimidating form. A sudden heavy stomp sounding as the giant monster lunges forward to strike the boy down.
A sudden bright spark sounding as the boy blocks a massive punch with his small blade. A sudden wet slice sounding as the boy's blade cuts cleanly through the beast's thick arm. A sudden sharp cry sounding as the monster is struck down by the boy's relentless assault. Speed Weapon plays his flute while a monster charges toward him through the clearing smoke. The yellow-haired boy named Weapon plays a recorder while Saki readies her blade for combat.
Saki delivers a powerful strike against a green monster with a pink glowing sword.
Saki catches her breath after the kill, admitting her inexperience against monsters.
Saki watches with concern as Geomma Kang prepares to face a massive red aura beast.
The colossal monster lets out a terrifying, deafening roar that shakes the training grounds.
The ferocious beast prepares to strike with a savage and toothy grin.
Pink electrical energy surges through the monster's massive stone axe as it charges. Abel expresses shock that a mere monster is capable of using complex magic. The creature's muscular arm transforms, swelling grotesquely with dark, pulsating mana. Abel realizes in horror that the beast is burning its own life force to generate power.
A massive tremor ripples through the arena as the three students watch the battle.
Weapon watches Geomma Kang in stunned silence while thinking about the demonic swordmaster.
Geomma Kang stands defiant and small against the monster's overwhelming red aura.
Blood drips from Geomma Kang's mouth as he stares up with unwavering, glowing eyes.
Geomma Kang readies his small blade for a desperate final gambit against the beast.
The black-haired boy and the massive monster face off in a tense, crimson-tinted standoff. Geomma Kang continues to bleed but refuses to back down from the monster's presence. A sudden, determined lunge breaks the silence as Geomma Kang charges with his knife. A blinding flash of light erupts as the boy's blade meets the monster's axe.
Geomma Kang is visibly shocked as the monster's sheer power begins to overwhelm him.
He struggles against the crushing weight of the dense magic emitted by the creature.
A monstrous, earth-shaking roar echoes through the crumbling training arena.
A sharp, painful grunt sounds as Geomma Kang is pushed back by the relentless force. A bright flash pierces through the monster's eyes and prepares its next attack. Abel desperately shouts for Geomma Kang to cut the monster down before it's too late. The monster charges forward with a low, savage growl and its axe raised high. Geomma Kang focuses his entire being on the single path his blade must follow.
A streak of brilliant blue lightning slashes through the red web of mana.
Geomma Kang unleashes a powerful blue-flamed counterattack against the monster's red energy.
Saki reacts with pure amazement to the brilliant blue light illuminating the dark cave.
Geomma Kang's blade slices cleanly through the monster's defenses with a blue aura.
Blue energy explodes outward in a decisive clash between the boy and the beast. The monster screams in agony as the blue aura begins to consume its body.
Geomma Kang spins gracefully through the air, shrouded in a brilliant blue light.
The boy delivers a high-speed finishing blow that slices through the monster's bucking.
Geomma Kang dashes past his defeated foe as his companions watch in stunned silence.
A final blue ripple shatters the monster's massive axe into dozens of stone fragments.
Geomma Kang stumbles as his body steams from the intense physical pressure of the fight.
Production and translation staff credits are displayed over a stylized, ornate crust.
Geomma Kang stands exhausted and wounded, his face stained with fresh blood. Abel stares at the boy with an expression filled with shock and dawning respect.
Weapon collapses onto the cracked ground, completely spent from the shock of the battle.
Weapon tells Geomma Kang that he shatters common sense every time they meet,
Abel tells Weapon to breathe while marveling at the light Geomma Kang produced.
Abel and Weapon sit on the ground discussing a legendary livestream from Geomma's past.
Abel admits she finally understands why Weapon keeps following the black-haired boy.
Abel asks Weapon if Geomma Kang is allowed to skip grades according to school rules.
Weapon asks if Abel has lost her mind from shock or if she is cursed. Abel smiles enigmatically at the boy's bewildered reaction to her strange questions.
Abel declares with a smile that she wants to stay by Geomma Kang's side too.
Kang Geomma stands bloodied, reflecting on his exhaustion and pride in fighting without pain immunity.
Chloe lunges at the boy with desperate concern while shouting his name.
The red-haired girl hugs him tightly on the floor, asking frantically if he is truly okay.
Chloe pulls back with a blushing face while the boy jokingly asks her to finish him off.
A system window appears, congratulating the boy on obtaining a new reward blessing.
The blessing of transfer is described, allowing him to move blessings to others through physical touch.
Kang Geomma looks down with a determined spirit, resolving to stay positive despite his injuries.
The boy turns to Chloe and reminds her of the favor he requested earlier. A sudden sharp strike sounding as pink and white energy lashes out across the stone floor.
A sudden wet splash sounding as a blade pierces through the traitorous staff member's leg.
Chloe stands coldly over the man, telling him to stay still while he screams in agony.
Speed Weapon asks for an explanation while the boy reveals he ordered Chloe to attack. The man in the cap cries out in a panic, asking why the students are targeting him.
A thought bubble connects the man to the berserk buffaloes and the opening of the stone gate.
Saki notes that the staff member's arrival was suspiciously timed since there were no cameras nearby.
Speed Weapon asks about the motive while Saki calls him an idiot for not seeing the conspiracy.
Saki addresses the man, stating that a low-level staff member couldn't have planned this alone.
A sudden sharp alert sounding as Saki looms over the terrified and pinned traitor. The blue-haired girl threatens to loosen the man's mouth if he refuses to cooperate immediately. The man gives in and confesses that an instructor from Awakens Academy visited him.
Speed Weapon is outraged to learn the man sold out his own students to pay gambling debts.
Saki demands a description of the instructor while Speed Weapon continues his angry outburst.
A flashback reveals a tall female instructor with purple hair and glowing purple eyes.
Saki identifies the woman as the class assistant instructor, noting her striking and memorable gaze.
Speed Weapon asks if the midterm incident was also a result of the same woman's planning.
Kang Geomma reflects on the demionized mermaid they encountered during their midterm exams.
Saki reveals that the boy fought the mermaid alone, stunning the others with the news.
Kang Geomma holds up his phone, stating they have successfully recorded all the necessary information.
Speed Weapon and Saki look on in complete disbelief at the boy's foresight and success.
A sudden sharp slice sounding as blood sprays from a new wound on the traitor.
The group stands over the man, noting that this open dungeon is the perfect place for someone to disappear.
Kang Geomma turns to Chloe and leaves the traitor's final fate in her hands as an assassin. Chloe stands ready with a glowing pink blade, her eyes shining with a lethal red intensity.
The man pleads desperately for his life while the red-haired girl looks down with a cold expression.
A sudden wet spray sounding as blood splatters across the dark stone ground of the dungeon.
Kang Geomma walks away with a calm demeanor while the rest of the group follows him. A system notification describes the Cow King's horn, an A-rank material for guaranteed weapon enhancement. The boy presents the golden horn to a blacksmith and asks him to enhance his blade.
Kang Geomma stands at a wooden counter across from a stout, bearded blacksmith in his workshop.
The blacksmith stares in shock, amazed that students actually managed to bring back material from an A-rank beast. He asks if the boy took the beast down alone, but Kang Geomma credits his team.
A sudden heavy clack sounding as the boy places his chipped and ruined blue blade on the counter. The blacksmith shouts in a rage, asking what the hell the boy did to ruin the weapon so badly.
The smith begins to laugh, admitting he was actually worried the boy might have been hurt. Kang Geomma walks away as the blacksmith grumbles about making the weapon even shorter this time.
The boy waves a hand dismissively, telling the man to sell the leftovers and have a drink. A sudden soft sigh sounding as the blacksmith watches the boy leave his shop. The scene shifts to a bright academy classroom where silhouetted students sit at their desks.
Kang Geomma sits in class, reflecting on the need to ask for another blessing from his weapon. A teaser for the next chapter features a hand near the broken knife with a message about equipment. Kang Geomma sighs while leaning back in his academy chair.
He reviews his status window, focusing on the sword god's divine blessing.
He reflects on clearing dungeons to unlock his full physical potential. The boy worries that obtaining more strength will inevitably cause baldness. He resolves to stay prepared as mysterious forces continue targeting him.
He reflects on the massive blessing gap while comparing himself to Wian. The black-haired boy stretches his sore arms after the intense battle.
He discovers a sweet celebratory treat on his desk for clearing the dungeon.
He acknowledges Speed Weapon and Chloe as his first true academy friends.
He plans to visit Chloe while she recovers from her high fever.
An instructor orders the students to return to their seats immediately. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp buzz sounding from his phone. The boy looks at his phone with a puzzled and curious expression. He receives an anonymous message asking what he is currently doing. The unidentified user tells him to look directly in front of him. A sudden loud shout sounding as a blue-haired girl rushes into class. The instructor calls for silence before making an important class announcement.
He announces that Cadet Saki Ryozo is being reassigned to their class.
Saki smiles at her new classmates, hoping they all get along well. The instructor dismisses the class, directing them to the training hall. Students gossip excitedly about Saki voluntarily requesting to join their specific class.
Classmates swarm Saki with personal questions as she walks through the room.
Narration explains that Saki ranks 4th among the elite generation of miracles.
She is the daughter of a legendary hero and holds high status. Kang Geomma looks visibly annoyed and hopes the girl avoids him. Saki walks past the desks while the other students look on in awe. The male students are stunned and nervous as the celebrity cadet passes.
Saki hums a cheerful tune while scanning the room for someone specific.
The boy prays intensely for the girl to pass by without stopping. Saki stands over him and demands that he save her number immediately. Police tape cordons off the area surrounding the mysterious dungeon entrance. An investigator asks what the group said before they entered the date. A witness explains that the group insisted on entering out of concern. He mentions that the group looked remarkably pale before they disappeared inside. The gray-haired investigator dismisses the witness after thanking him for his help.
A sudden soft sigh sounding as night falls over the campsite.
Two men discuss the strangeness of an accident that leaves no bodies. The lead investigator admits that he still cannot forget the gruesome sight.
He stares intently as he begins to recount his experience inside.
He recalls the horrific pile of buffalo corpses soaked in fresh blood. He believes that mere cadets could not have caused such widespread destruction.
He notes that the staff member who entered has never been found.
They wonder if the missing man is trapped behind the stone day.
They admit that interrogating noble cadets is impossible without a formal warrant.
The gray-haired investigator remains alone after his partner leaves for a break. A sudden, violent crackle sounding as purple magic strikes the partner in the distance.
A woman in white boots walks calmly past the burning magical corpse.
The investigator is horrified as he senses a powerful demonic presence.
The purple-haired instructor appears from the shadows and greets him cheerfully.
The man is shocked to find a human-looking demon standing before him.
The traitor staff member's eyes widen in terror as purple energy coils around him. A sudden, sharp slice sounding as the purple-haired woman delivers a final, lethal blow to the man. The woman stands over the dying traitor, mockingly noting that while hard work is admirable, it wasn't enough to save him. The instructor's eyes glow with a demonic purple light as she criticizes her targets for their fatal lack of awareness.
The scene shifts to the classroom where Saki rests peacefully with a sleeping mask covering her eyes.
A promotional visual shows Saki preparing to enjoy a chocolate bar.
Saki enjoys her treat with a blissful expression while Kang Geomma watches with a look of utter disbelief.
The black-haired boy looks down in an attempt to ignore the girl's eccentric behavior.
Saki questions why he would reject the snack she shared, accusing him of being inconsiderate.
The girl takes a bite while casually mentioning that Chloe used to occupy the seat she has taken.
She argues that the seating is a matter of being the first to arrive, forcing the boy to agree reluctantly.
Saki expresses her delight at the situation while the boy remains silent and annoyed. A sudden, loud shout sounding as an announcement orders all students to the assembly hall within 5 minutes.
The blue-haired girl refuses to attend morning training, opting to stay behind for her own version of mental training.
A sudden, soft snore sounding as Saki immediately falls asleep at her desk. Kang Geomma questions why she uses such familiar naming conventions despite their lack of closeness. Saki dismisses his complaint before adjusting her mask and wishing him luck with his training. A sudden, rhythmic snore sounding as the girl returns to her deep slumber. In a different part of the room, a blonde girl named Rachel stretches while commenting on the morning's noise. Rachel gossips about Saki's unexpected transfer, wondering what motivated the famously lazy student to move. Abel, a teal-haired girl with yellow eyes, listens to the conversation with a contemplative look.
Rachel smiles mischievously and asks if Abel feels disappointed by the news.
Abel questions the reason for any disappointment, logically noting that transfers only happen for open vacancies.
Rachel details how Saki snatched the single open spot despite her reputation for sleeping in the archery hall. The blonde girl reveals that Saki cleared a dungeon with Kang Geomma, sparking a sudden realization in Abel.
Abel's eyes widen in shock as she processes the news of the duo's success.
Rachel teases her further, suggesting that Kang Geomma had already been claimed by Abel herself.
Abel blushes intensely while shouting at her friend to stop making such outrageous claims. Rachel continues her playful interrogation, asking if there really is nothing between her and the boy.
Abel firmly denies any romantic connection, insisting their relationship is non-existent. She crosses her arms and demands that Rachel stop making baseless assumptions about her personal life.
The blonde girl counters by suggesting that while nothing has happened yet, the future remains uncertain.
Rachel's eyes take on a sharp pink glow as she warns that lying to oneself is a dangerous path. Abel stands up in a flustered panic as Rachel encourages her to think deeply about her true feelings. A close-up highlights the intensity and inner conflict reflected in Abel's golden eyes.
A system-like notice announces that a temporary instructor will be joining the academy the following day.
Abel confronts an elderly man with gray hair, begging her grandfather not to follow her to school. The teal-haired girl is stunned by her grandfather's calm and mysterious response.
The old man reminds Abel that she was the one who initially requested his involvement after the midterm incident.
He assures her that they will not cross paths often, though he continues to enjoy his tea calmly.
Abel observes her grandfather, realizing that the legendary Sword Emperor is genuinely excited about this new role.
She reflects on Kang Geomma's unique nature as a genius who relies solely on his own strength. She acknowledges his absurd level of talent, which makes his status as a special trainee seem almost unfair. She recalls his transformation from a scrawny kid to a well-built young man full of masculine charm.
Abel compares him to the hero candidate Leon, noting that Kang Geomma walks a hero's path without vanity.
She finds herself unable to hate him because he lacks even a shred of arrogance despite his achievements.
The girl feels a surge of embarrassment, realizing her grandfather's interest is focused on the boy rather than her. Rachel suddenly leans in close behind Abel, startling her with a knowing smile.
A sudden, sharp scream sounding as Abel jumps in surprise from her friend's sudden proximity.
Abel blushes furiously while declaring that she has no time for the romantic feelings Rachel is implying.
Rachel feels relieved that she won't have to compete with Abel for the boy's attention.
Abel fidgets nervously as her blonde friend continues to tease her playfully.
Rachel demands an admission of feelings, causing Abel to shout her name in protest.
The green-haired professor explains the hierarchy of blessings using a classroom chalkboard.
A student asks about ancestor-based blessings while Saki sleeps soundly in the row below.
The instructor laughs off the suggestion as the entire classroom joins in.
Geomma notices that Saki remains completely undisturbed by the sudden noise of the class.
The black-haired boy focuses on the lecture while the girl beside him sleeps peacefully. Geomma reflects on his inability to talk to Saki since her unexpected transfer.
A sudden metallic click sounding as he recalls the sharp weapons used during the cleanup.
He acknowledges the girl's elite level of skill despite her constant lazy behavior. The professor describes the personal class blessings that most students in the room currently hold.
He encourages mastery over their abilities regardless of their current ranking or status.
Geomma contemplates his own rare blessing while a classmate asks the professor about legendary grades.
The instructor explains that heroic class blessings are practically considered myths in the modern age.
Narration reveals that the founding hero Baylor Joaquin awakened the only recorded legend.
Abel thinks about the modern miracle blessing as the professor continues his detailed explanation. The class bell rings, signaling the end of the day's academic session.
Kang Geomma raises his hand to ask a final question before the class dismisses. The professor acknowledges the boy by name and gives him his full attention.
The boy asks for clarification on a specific phrase regarding divine blessings.
Saki wakes up and watches curiously as the professor pauses to consider his answer.
The instructor claims the phrase is logical nonsense because no gods remain in their world.
The green-haired man leaves while the boy remains lost in deep thought.
Saki gives the boy a playful, knowing look after the instructor departs the hall.
They realize they are the only two students still sitting in the massive lecture hall.
The boy slumps over his desk and begins to fall into a strange trance.
He awakens in a glitching void filled with floating city wreckage and broken trains. Promotional art shows the black-haired boy drifting through a silent digital expanse.
Shattered pieces of a metropolitan area drift aimlessly through the starry, dark void.
The boy looks around the chaotic space with a stunned and bewildered expression.
A floating system window appears and asks if he will accept a mysterious proposal.
He stares at the glowing prompt, unsure of its sudden and strange appearance. A sudden, loud whoosh sounding as a streak of blue energy passes through the air.
A sudden, sharp slice sounding as red energy cuts through the fabric of the void.
The boy feels the glitching atmosphere settle into a temporary and uneasy calm.
He looks ahead with renewed determination while exploring the depths of the dreamscape.
A massive glowing portal appears, questioning his resolve to continue moving forward.
He realizes this place holds the secrets to his mysterious arrival in this world.
The boy prepares to finalize his choice on the floating system screen.
The system acknowledges his intent and begins establishing a secure connection with the controller.
A notification announces the start of a full adjustment to the world line code.
The fabric of reality shatters like glass around a central dark void.
He compares the sensation to the day he first awakened his powers at the academy.
The boy reaches out his hand toward a distant and pulsing red light.
He drifts deeper into the abyss, following the signal of the red light.
A sudden, firm tap sounding as a mysterious hand grabs his shoulder from behind. He is horrified to realize he is no longer alone in the silent space. A sudden loud crackle sounding as a complex red magical seal activates.
A final system message reveals a hidden communication left by the administrator.
The black-haired boy's face flickers with digital glitches as a command to cut and slice echoes.
A bright horizontal streak of blue energy bisects the pitch-black digital void. Saki questions if the boy was sleeping after he previously scolded her for doing the same thing.
The blue-haired girl mockingly suggests he should be grateful she woke him up before he arrived at school still asleep.
A close-up reveals Geomma staring wide-eyed with a single tear rolling down his cheek. The black-haired boy sits alone on a stone-paved bench, lost in a heavy silence. Saki leans over him with a concerned expression, asking if he is all right or if he just had a sad dream. Geomma feels embarrassed about being caught crying by his lazy classmate while struggling to remember the details of his dream. The orange-haired boy approaches and announces that the rest of the group has arrived. The students stand before their seated friend, their arrival marked by a sudden, firm step sounding. The orange-haired boy summarizes that an internal enemy is targeting Geomma and mentions the midterm incidents.
Saki interrupts with an annoyed shout, telling him to stop rambling and just get to the point. The orange-haired boy retorts by asking if she'll pay for his medical bills if his ears start bleeding from her yelling.
He challenges her to maintain her top rank during next week's exam while Saki mockingly pretends to apply first aid with a sudden electronic beep sounding. Chloe stands nearby as a sudden dry cough sounding while Geomma looks on silently. Geomma asks if she is feeling better, and the red-haired girl explains she is distancing herself to avoid spreading her cold.
Saki leans in until she is inches from Geomma's face, her glowing blue eyes fixed on him as she speaks a specific name.
She asks if that is the correct way to address him before expressing her excitement for their future cooperation. The orange-haired boy kneels to resume his explanation, noting that the academy elders and a mysterious female instructor are targeting Geomma.
He reveals a comical sketchbook drawing of the instructor, which Chloe praises as being well executed.
Saki explains that she hacked into the academy's internal database but found one instructor whose identity was strangely unverifiable. Geomma is stunned by her technical capabilities, but she dismisses it as a trivial skill in a world dominated by modern technology. She details how she targeted the security system's weakest hours at dawn, while Geomma notes that her stealthy nature is like a ghost.
The black-haired boy looks at his phone and realizes Saki figured things out by tracing a message from an unverified user.
The orange-haired boy cautions that they cannot simply invade the elders' quarters with threats.
The group agrees that acting recklessly would only worsen the situation as they brainstorm their next move.
With a dramatic gesture, the orange-haired boy proposes that they form their own student club.
Saki explains that the academy provides funding and freedom of movement to clubs to encourage cooperation between cadets. She highlights the protection clubs receive as affiliate organizations, though the orange-haired boy pushes her aside to emphasize that being a simple cadet isn't enough. The blue-haired girl notes that a club would act as a double barrier against their enemies.
Geomma recognizes the club system from a game he played, which allowed players to decorate private spaces and invite allies.
He recalls how building character affinity in such games was a popular way to spend resources.
The black-haired boy asks about the specific requirements for founding a club at the academy.
The orange-haired boy clarifies that he wouldn't have mentioned the idea if he didn't intend for them all to join together. Chloe and Saki both voice their support, citing past debts and the need for a balanced tamer. Geomma reflects on the rare sincerity of these people who choose to trust him despite the world's harsh social hierarchy. After the boy thanks his friends, the orange-haired boy suggests they pick a name for their new group.
Chloe suggests a name focused on assassinating corrupt powers while clutching a glowing red item. The orange-haired boy flatly rejects the edgy suggestion, leaving the red-haired girl feeling disappointed.
Saki suggests a long, random name based on a hometown folktale, prompting the orange-haired boy to tell her to be quiet. The group stands together as the orange-haired boy suggests a classic Fight Club name, which Saki immediately shuts down. Geomma proposes a travel club that would focus on clearing dungeons and exploring the world outside. The rest of the group agrees that the suggestion sounds like a big plan. The orange-haired boy points out that they need to find a faculty advisor, leaving Geomma to wonder if their chosen theme is truly acceptable.
Saki explains the biggest hurdle is that an advisor must hold a professor-level rank or higher.
Chloe suggests asking the popular and kind professor who teaches blessing studies. The orange-haired boy notes that Professor Damien is likely too busy to take on more responsibilities. Saki complains about the lack of available staff for first-year students, calling the system contradictory. Geomma asks for clarification on whether the requirement truly only specifies a rank of professor or higher. Saki confirms his question but points out that finding anyone ranked above a professor in the academy is nearly impossible.
The blue-haired girl and her companions find the black-haired boy sitting alone on a stone-paved bench.
A formal notification explains that the head of any new club must apply for registration in person.
As the black-haired boy approaches the administrative office, a final message signals the start of his next task.
The blonde administrative clerk looks up from her computer with a skeptical and judgmental expression. She mockingly questions his intent while he criticizes her unprofessional attitude toward a student standing. Geomma finds her behavior annoying but insists that she process the application as long as he follows protocol.
The clerk leans forward aggressively, claiming that no faculty member would ever agree to advise someone of his status.
She continues to berate him, asking if he truly thinks he can find a professor to support a special admission student.
Geomma watches silently as she turns away, reflecting on how the Academy's sense of justice is rapidly fading.
He recalls his past life experiences in the restaurant business to maintain his composure despite the urge to retaliate.
The boy ignores her dismissive remarks and pulls out his phone to place a strategic call.
He calmly informs someone on the other end of his location while the clerk watches him with increasing confusion.
The blonde woman shouts in protest as Geomma informs her that his contact is already on their way.
She demands to know who is backing him while her coworkers watch the unfolding conflict with nervous silence.
The clerk brags about her influential family connections while Geomma scoffs at her predictable attempt at intimidation.
He leans in close to the trembling woman and tells her she is being far too loud for the office environment.
The clerk explodes in a fit of rage, her face turning red as she shouts at him in total frustration.
Geomma smirks as he successfully baits her into exposing her blatant hypocrisy and lack of professionalism.
The office falls into a heavy silence as the clerk's outrage is interrupted by the arrival of an imposing presence.
The other administrative staff members look on with expressions of pure terror and disbelief. A tall woman with green hair and red eyes enters the room and commands the clerk to show proper respect. The authoritative figure walks across the floor in a sleek black dress, radiating an aura of absolute command.
She greets Geomma with a warm smile and expresses her happiness at finally meeting him in person.
The blonde clerk is horrified to discover that the boy she insulted is actually the top student of the year. The green-haired woman takes the documents and tells Geomma to focus on his upcoming exams while she handles the rest.
She sits regally in the office chair while the staff members scramble to accommodate her presence.
The clerk desperately tries to plead her case, claiming there has been a massive misunderstanding.
The headmaster points an accusing finger, condemning the woman for judging a student based on his background.
With a calm gesture, the green-haired woman uses magic to levitate the club application toward the desk.
She stares down the administrative clerk with a cold, piercing gaze that leaves no room for argument.
The authoritative woman commands the clerk to prepare a specific document immediately.
The clerk stares in shock at a resignation form that has been magically presented before her.
Geomma checks his phone and sees a text from the headmaster requesting a private meeting after his classes. The black-haired boy enters a dimly lit workshop where the air is thick with smoke and heat. A burly, bearded man looks up from his work as the student steps into the stone chamber.
The blacksmith asks if he has come to collect the specialized equipment he requested.
Geomma sits at a nearby table and reflects on the blacksmith's notorious reputation as a resource drain in the game world. A digital window shows the blacksmith, Bylent, working at his forge with his signature catchphrase. Flashbacks show how players used to perform desperate rituals just to get decent results from the unpredictable blacksmith. Geomma recalls his own frustration with the man's past failures while the blacksmith asks about his pensive expression.
The boy jokes that the blacksmith reminds him of an old friend, which the man takes as a high compliment.
The burly man presents the finished blade, boasting that he has created a perfect masterpiece with a special option.
The weapon is revealed to be a specialized sashimi knife labeled as the Murasame Sashimi Ver. Geomma shouts the blacksmith's name in utter disbelief, finding the choice of a kitchen utensil as a weapon quite creepy.
A system notification appears and confirms that his blessing's activation time has increased to 50 seconds.
Sitting on the stone bench, he realizes that the extra 10 seconds will be a massive advantage in future dungeons. He concludes that the recent string of events has led to a very positive development for his growth. Geomma reflects on how he once doubted the usefulness of his unique blessing while holding a wooden practice sword. He pulls out his new weapon and examines its sharp, polished edge under the clear blue sky.
A system screen reveals that the Murasame dog is a D-rank weapon with high growth potential despite its small size.
Geomma laments that the weapon upgrade rank wasn't as high as he expected despite using rare materials. He feels encouraged that the blade's durability increased, preventing it from shattering during combat.
Staring at a system notification for a new feature, he admits to having a persistent bad feeling.
An OK signal appears above the boy as a red warning flash signals an impending complication.
Successful weapon growth unlocks special ability slots. He's shocked to learn that mana is required to fill the 3 newly available ability slots. A mana stone shatters violently as an unknown voice expresses intense frustration. The bearded man huffs in rage, his reflection distorted by the jagged cracks in the mirror.
He drinks heavily from a large bottle to drown out his growing irritation.
He throws the empty bottle across the dark room in a fit of drunken despair. Slumped on the floor, the man wonders aloud what his next move should be.
Legends tell of the 7-star heroes.
Memories of a father's sacrifice during a long-past Legion subjugation haunt the present. He recalls the ruthless elimination of his own treacherous relatives to restore his family's honor.
He once believed it was his destiny to rule over humanity as one of the chosen.
To maintain control, they used demons as a common enemy until unpredictable variables began to emerge.
He believes Leon is the heaven's chosen champion destined to defeat the Demon King. He remains convinced that Leon has no realistic chance of victory against such overwhelming power. He reflects on the founding hero's legend and vows that such a miracle will never be repeated. A clicking sound echoes as the man senses a familiar, threatening presence approaching in the shadows. Violent red slashes tear through the dark.
He recognizes the woman as a villainous half-demon who made a pact with a Legion commander.
He complains that dealing with Leon and the special admission student is making his plans increasingly difficult. A dark silhouette looms behind him. With a determined gaze, the bearded man orders the immediate summoning of the Undertaker squad. A monstrous silhouette prepares for combat. The blonde girl with pigtails excitedly announces she has come to watch the cover shoot. Saki explores the spacious studio and wonders if the others are in the dressing room.
Rachel considers changing her hairstyle while preparing herself in front of the brightly lit vanity.
The blonde girl sneaks up behind the green-haired woman to surprise her.
Saki jumps in fright as the blonde girl's loud laughter rings through the studio.
The blue-haired girl stares in shock at the specialized kitchen knife used for the shoot. Geomma sketches his new weapon. He sits in class and wonders where he can find the mana stones needed for his upgrades.
He realizes that having 3 open slots for stones is an incredible opportunity for his growth.
He reflects on the nature of dungeon bosses while Saki sleeps soundly at the neighboring desk.
He observes his sleeping friend and reflects on the cursed fate associated with his own name.
A week has passed since their successful clearing of the water buffalo dungeon.
Saki stirs as Geomma considers the powerful behemoths that guard the highest quality mana stones.
Legends speak of the massive giant.
Terrifying S-rank monsters roam the world.
He concludes that while farming stones is dangerous, it is a necessary step for his survival.
Chloe approaches and asks the black-haired boy if the seat next to him is available. Chloe stares intensely at the boy. She notes his recovery and mentions how his weapon glowed blue during their previous encounter. Geomma sighs as Chloe apologizes for bringing up the subject. He accepts that he must crave power and abandon peace to prepare for the coming conflict. The world's storyline is changing as unpredictable variables continue to disrupt his knowledge of the future.
The orange-haired boy joins the group while Geomma thinks about the truth of the upcoming war.
They notice Saki is still sleeping as Geomma prioritizes strengthening his body and gear. Geomma reflects on the uncertainty of the war and his lack of trust in Leon. Saki strikes the orange-haired student while Geomma watches with irritation. The black-haired boy's face twists in a fit of sudden, intense fury. The orange-haired student complains about being hit while Saki smiles and Geomma questions their behavior.
Geomma orders his teammate to stop using his title and provides an update on the club's progress.
The orange-haired student reports on Leon's recent success in clearing high-rank dungeons. Geomma observes the situation silently, acknowledging that Leon is finally fulfilling his role. Saki stretches at her desk while comparing Leon's A-rank achievement to their own difficult C-rank clearance.
The orange-haired student teases Saki about her fixation on Leon as she stares ahead with glowing eyes.
Saki's gaze intensifies as she focuses on Geomma, leaving him puzzled by her sudden shift in attention.
The blue-haired girl dismisses her interest in Leon and slumps onto the table, surprising her friend.
Geomma contemplates the miraculous survival of his weapon while envisioning Leon's overwhelming power.
While his friends chat, the boy considers the possibility that he is unintentionally protecting the protagonist from bad luck.
A sudden firm clack sounds as Geomma grips his desk, vowing to fight back if his survival is threatened. The black-haired boy gazes out the window, rejecting the idea of becoming a conventional hero.
Saki mutters a cryptic warning about the consequences of his actions, leaving Geomma utterly confused.
In the vast lecture hall, the orange-haired student mocks Geomma's dramatic words as a gaming cliché. A steady tap-tap of footsteps echoes as a maid leads a mysterious group through a grand corridor. The purple-haired villain celebrates their recruitment by a high-ranking official from the Awakens Academy. The gray-haired woman silences her subordinates with a brutal threat as they walk.
2 squad members whisper about their leader's motives for accepting a job from a hated enemy.
The pink-haired man justifies the mission by pointing out the astronomical payment they were promised.
The woman with the red eye commands silence as they approach their destination.
The maid presents the group to a man named Claude von Beimhark inside a lavish room.
A heavy thud announces the arrival of the Undertaker Assassin Union, led by Captain Regression.
Claude sits behind his desk and formally welcomes the dangerous mercenaries to his office. Regression listens intently with a cold, focused expression. A quick snap sounds as the old man signals for the group to receive their target's information.
Regression examines a dossier containing photographs of Geomma.
Parikh scoffs at Geomma's appearance, dismissively labeling him as a privileged and unimpressive target.
Claude reveals the plan to eliminate the student during an upcoming survival training exercise on a deserted island.
The assassin captain inquires about the protocols for disposing of the body after the hit. The old man coldly suggests that the surrounding sea will provide the perfect cover for the murder. Geomma eats lunch while studying the history of divine blessings in preparation for his exams. He feels a sense of irony regarding his club members' top rankings while he remains focused on his own path.
A sharp buzz sounds as his phone alerts him to an early morning text from Saki.
The boy is annoyed by his friend's maternal concern regarding his breakfast habits. Saki bombards him with messages about the health benefits of eating red bean jelly before a test. Geomma questions Saki's bizarre behavior despite her status as the academy's top-ranked student.
The blue-haired girl lies on her back and smiles as she waits for a response. A cheerful ding sounds as Saki excitedly checks the message she just received.
Her face falls into an expression of intense annoyance as she reads Geomma's reply.
A loud slap sounds as the girl slams her phone down in frustration after their brief exchange.
Geomma enters the exam room determined to outperform his eccentric friend. After the test, Geomma realizes his confidence was misplaced while his friend mourns over a missed question.
Chloe approaches and asks the boy how he fared on the difficult exam.
Geomma admits to guessing the same answer for every question, leaving Chloe completely speechless. While Chloe expresses her shock, Geomma reflects on the risks he took by relying on his game knowledge.
The black-haired boy changes the subject by asking Chloe if she has heard from Knox recently. Chloe explains that her brother reached out, but she unfortunately missed the call. Geomma questions Chloe about the timing of her missed call as she admits to being a night owl. Geomma reflects on the difficulty of contacting his guild members while hoping the siblings find common ground.
A loud scream erupts as the orange-haired student complains about his own lack of sleep.
Saki dismisses the conversation as a total failure of intelligence and challenges them to admit the truth. A heavy, awkward silence descends upon the group as they sit together at the table.
A sharp, mocking laugh sounds as Saki prepares to stir up trouble.
Saki leans in close and bluntly asks if Geomma and Chloe are actually dating.
Geomma scoffs at the juvenile idea while Chloe is swept away by a romantic fantasy.
Geomma continues to deny the rumors as Chloe tries to hide her discomfort with a poor excuse.
Saki continues to watch Geomma with an unnervingly smug expression.
A system notification displays his name.
Geomma reacts in shock to the prompt.
A menacing voice echoes the word contact.
Chloe stands with a vacant, terrifying gaze.
Chloe demands to know if they are in contact as the room fills with a menacing pressure.
A dark aura continues to grow.
Chloe's voice drops to a chilling whisper as she questions their relationship.
Geomma is baffled by the girl's extreme reaction to a simple matter of contact information.
The orange-haired student notices Chloe's strange behavior and asks what is happening.
Saki instructs Geomma to stay away from her while observing Chloe's descent into madness.
Saki notes Geomma's long history with Chloe and suggests he should understand her current state.
A sharp ring sounds as Chloe calls his ham.
Geomma tries to de-escalate the situation by explaining that her contact info is sensitive data.
Chloe claims Geomma promised to be her prince as her eyes glow with obsessive madness.
A firm grasp sounds as Saki clings to Geomma and asks if he understands what a yandere is. Saki expresses her confusion over foreign terminology while admitting her lack of English proficiency.
The orange-haired student pushes Saki away while asking if she understands the gravity of the situation.
Saki threatens retaliation as Chloe reveals a sharp cutter knife with a terrifying smile.
Geomma panics as he realizes he has forgotten the survival tactics needed for this specific threat.
Chloe steps forward with dark intent.
A sharp snap sounds as Chloe demands his attention.
A violent swish sounds as Chloe lunges at Geomma with her weapon.
The orange-haired student shouts in alarm as Saki watches the chaos with mild amusement.
Chloe complains about her sadness while unleashing a flurry of dangerous attacks.
Chloe screams about her jealousy as she tries to isolate Geomma from everyone else.
The blade narrowly misses its mark.
A bright spark sounds as Geomma dodges.
Saki reacts with a simple exclamation of surprise at the level of violence.
Chloe insists she is doing her best for him while giving her all in the fight.
A violent red slash tears through. A sudden gasp sounds as the orange-haired student watches Saki's annoyed reaction.
Geomma manages to pin Chloe's hands to the table and begs her to listen to reason.
A desperate struggle sounds as Chloe demands to be released from his grip.
Geomma tries to calm her down while she rants about his lack of communication.
Chloe's anger softens as she asks if there is still something between them.
Geomma leans in close and declares his intention to resolve their conflict immediately.
Chloe's heart beats loudly as Geomma whispers to her, leaving her completely dazed and blushing.
The orange-haired student hides his face in embarrassment while Saki remains sour.
Geomma explains how much he has relied on her to soothe her wounded pride.
Chloe is overjoyed by his words while Geomma sighs with relief at having survived the encounter.
The orange-haired student asks Drama if he is doing okay, and the black-haired boy reassures him that he is fine.
Saki asks Geomma what their next topic of discussion should be as the group stands around the messy table.
Geomma watches the blue-haired girl leave while wondering about the cause of her strange behavior.
While walking through the academy grounds, the orange-haired student contemplates Geomma Kang's character. A dark, glowing aura surrounds a silhouette as the narration describes Chloe's sudden and terrifying killing intent.
A quiet gasp sounds as the orange-haired student recalls seeing Chloe's hidden blade behind her pleasant smile.
The orange-haired student observes Geomma's unique leadership style, which combines conversation with the strategic use of fear. A radiant light shines behind a throne, symbolizing the qualities of a ruler.
The orange-haired student remains certain that Geomma is destined for greatness while Saki focuses on her phone.
The boy asks Saki why she's been sulking as they walk together at sunset.
Saki explains that she is deleting her video uploads because her subscribers failed to follow her instructions.
Saki holds up her phone to show a video about responding to yanderes, claiming she only made it out of boredom.
The orange-haired student is shocked that Saki would delete a video with over 200,000 views. The blue-haired girl dismisses the popularity of her content as she continues to scroll through her phone.
The boy mocks Saki's random channel name as she continues to walk ahead of them. Saki reacts with a violent threat as her friend laughs at her expense. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Joaquin Academy Library.
Inside the massive library, an announcement detailing the upcoming survival training on Avalon Island appears.
Geomma searches the bookshelves as the narration explains that the training is often treated like a simple school trip.
The black-haired boy gathers a large stock of survival manuals to prepare for the exercise.
A heavy thud sounds as the books are placed on a table, highlighting the Academy's serious evaluation of cadet skills.
Geomma recalls his knowledge of the game's plot, noting that Leon is supposed to find his signature weapon during this event.
He envisions a rainy encounter between Abel and Leon, predicting the moment their emotional barriers will break.
Sitting alone, Geomma reflects on how much his perspective has changed since he was a player.
He looks through a book filled with memories of chaos, admitting he has become cynical about romance.
The boy dismisses the idea of youth and feelings, deciding they are better left for another lifetime.
A brilliant flash of light illuminates Balmung, a legendary sword that Geomma knows he cannot claim for himself.
A man observes his device with anticipation as the conditions for obtaining the sword are revealed.
A system prompt appears within a swirling blue energy, asking the user to prove their worth.
Leon stands bathed in a divine light while holding his legendary weapon.
Geomma sighs over the contrast between the protagonist's destiny and his own simple equipment.
He turns his attention to researching Avalon Island, hoping to avoid any repeat of past ambushes. Narration introduces a powerful new instructor, the Sword Emperor, who is joining the supervision team.
Geomma climbs the ladder to search the high shelves, noting how much the current timeline has diverged from the original story.
A quick rustle sounds as the boy searches for a specific piece of information.
He focuses on finding ancient knowledge within a book titled History of Avalon.
Geomma walks through the nearly empty library while surrounded by towering shelves.
He reads about the shifting terrain of Avalon Island and the mysterious Queen's Lake at its center. The boy expresses his frustration at the daunting task of searching the entire library. A sudden shock registers as Leon places a firm hand on Geomma's shoulder. Leon greets him casually, while Geomma is surprised to see the protagonist holding a book on magic.
Geomma questions why Leon is deviating from his established role by studying magic.
A tense silence falls as the two boys stare at one another.
Leon asks about Geomma's research, and the black-haired boy explains he is preparing for next week's training.
Leon praises Geomma's diligence as they sit together at the long table.
Geomma thinks about the intense training and preparation required to survive the events 3 years away. Leon encourages Geomma to prioritize his own future while acknowledging their fundamental differences.
Geomma notes that while Leon remains on his path, his aura feels distinct from the character he remembered.
The boy observes a shadow of sadness and internal conflict on the protagonist's face. A pink heart pops up as a blonde girl with cat ears smiles, signaling the start of a new game.
Leon mentions that the library is about to close and tells Geomma to return home safely, which the boy acknowledges.
Geomma watches the blonde hero depart while wondering if he is weighed down by the heavy burden of humanity's fate. As Leon walks away, his shadow stretches long across the floor, and a rhythmic, heavy step sounds.
A quiet huff sounds as Geomma refocuses on his research, determined to find his target before the building shuts down.
The scene shifts to the grand training grounds, an enormous coliseum-like structure bathed in bright sunlight. Rachel greets Saki with a playful remark about how difficult it has been to see her lately while teasing her as a shrimp.
Saki identifies the approaching group as Rachel and Abel as they meet on the tiled floor of the arena.
The group gathers beneath a large announcement for the upcoming deserted island survival training exercise.
Saki asks if they are prepared for the event, and Abel responds that she will simply continue her usual routine.
Rachel accuses Saki of sneaking into the advanced class behind their backs, but Saki insists she followed the correct procedures. Rachel expresses her intense frustration over the idea of Geomma being taken away by other girls.
Rachel rants about how Saki and Abel have already spent significant time with Geomma in dungeons and school clubs.
Abel asks if Geomma wanted to participate alone, and Saki confirms that he plans to act solo during the trip.
Rachel is overjoyed to learn that Geomma has not been officially paired up with anyone for the upcoming training.
A high-angle view shows the girls standing together as Rachel begins to formulate a new plan. Saki and her companions look on as Rachel prepares to explain her sudden and mysterious idea.
Rachel's eyes turn into glowing pink hearts as she uses questionable logic to justify following Geomma despite his solo plans.
Rachel poses dramatically while proposing a competitive game to decide who gets to be with Geomma.
Saki and the others react with bewildered expressions to the bizarre name of Rachel's proposed competition.
Rachel explains that because the island's terrain shifts, everyone will be warped to random locations, making meeting up a challenge.
Saki grows impatient with the long explanation and demands that Rachel get straight to the point. Rachel declares that the prize for her game will be the exclusive rights to be by Geomma Kang's side.
The group reacts with shock and disbelief to Rachel's bold and obsessive declaration of a contest.
Abel admits she likes the idea, while Saki suggests they use photo evidence to verify whoever finds him first.
Saki becomes visibly flustered as she considers the implications of winning exclusive rights to the boy.
Saki looks toward Geomma from a distance, her thoughts filled with conflict as she watches him walk by. Rachel asks if Saki's participating in the game, but Saki apologetically declines the offer.
Saki declares that she is opting out of the competition entirely while looking back at her friends. Rachel remains enthusiastic, stating that the rest of the group will proceed with the challenge without her.
As Saki walks away, the narration describes her as diligent and busy with her own special training.
Geomma looks over his inventory on his phone, noting that he has packed sashimi knives and a secret weapon for the trip.
He checks a chat log with the headmaster, who gives him detailed advice on bringing medicine and dark-colored clothing.
Geomma finds the headmaster's overprotective behavior amusing, noting that she acts more like a grandmother than a superior.
The boy prepares to depart while observing several tall, purple-haired instructors supervising the cadets in the arena.
Geomma recalls a description of a tall instructor with purple hair and eyes, fearing she might target him during the training.
A quick rustle sounds as Geomma adjusts his bag, resolving to use the island's terrain to his own advantage.
He scans the crowd of similar-looking instructors, feeling frustrated by the difficulty of identifying his potential enemy.
A weary sigh escapes the boy just as a voice calls out his name from behind.
The Sword Emperor approaches wearing a floral shirt and carrying a large case, while Saki follows him with a startled look.
The legendary instructor remarks that the best results come from combining great talent with extreme hard work.
He encourages Geomma to enjoy the training, while the boy respectfully wishes the old man a successful catch of his own.
The Sword Emperor is flattered by the clever comment and offers a small, self-conscious cough before excusing himself.
Saki stares at Geomma with a piercing, unreadable expression as the older man walks away. Geomma is confused by her intense gaze until Saki huffs and turns her head away in silence.
He thinks Abel should lighten up because she will find a boyfriend soon, unaware that she is sneaking up on him.
A sharp, sudden thwack sounds as Geomma instinctively strikes Abel on the forehead as she tries to surprise him. Abel shouts in pain, complaining that she was only trying to pull a joke and didn't expect to be hit.
Geomma apologizes for his reaction, explaining that his instincts took over when he felt a sudden presence behind him.
Saki angrily declares her departure as Geomma admits to himself that he really cannot figure out her character.
Geomma notes that Saki has been barely sleeping and constantly hovering around him, becoming erratic whenever he doesn't react.
Geomma dismisses interest in Leon, stating he wants to avoid forming any unnecessary close relationships.
A system message announces the activation of a dimensional gate leading students to Avalon Island.
The black-haired boy stands before a pillar of brilliant blue light as he prepares to depart.
Geomma hopes for a Pleiad experience and requests the protection of a shadow-warding blessing. Footsteps echo across rugged terrain.
He reflects on the surreal environment, finally feeling as though he has truly entered a fantasy world.
A towering tree stands amidst floating rocks on Avalon Island, the sacred land of the trial.
Geomma identifies the massive flora before him as Yggdrasil, the legendary apple tree of beginning.
Abel and other students prepare for the survival training, determined to focus on the upcoming challenges.
Several students, including the red-haired weapon, show mixed expressions of resolve and anxiety for the training.
Walking alone, Geomma sets his sights on discovering a new blessing during his time on the island.
The survival trial officially begins. Abel falls through a deep blue void, her body floating weightlessly in the shimmering light.
A dark, monstrous silhouette looms behind a glowing sigil, hinting at hidden dangers within the trial.
He notes that he carries a map of Avalon Island, which he painstakingly copied from the library.
Geomma examines his phone, which displays a marked location for a blessing of regeneration on the island.
Recalling game memories, he deduces that the blessing is located near a rock at the island center. He plots a path through rocky terrain and forests, noting he has 3 days to reach the goal.
Geomma reviews the mission to collect orbs for points and materials, treating it like a high-stakes scavenger hunt.
Production credits are displayed for the chapter, featuring a striking image of Abel with her sword. He begins his preparations by consulting survival tips from a book by an author named Bear Garlics. Geomma reveals a 50-centimeter machete he purchased from a supermarket as his secret tool for clearing paths.
He decides to practice with the machete to conserve his limited blessing of painlessness for more critical moments.
A sharp hup sounds as Geomma swings the blade, though he finds the weapon's balance somewhat awkward.
He considers his options, deciding he will only resort to using his sashimi blade if things go wrong.
A massive muscular rabbit appears.
Unfazed, Geomma views the creature as a source of food, confident after having defeated much stronger foes.
He lunges forward to attack, but he is stunned when his intended skill fails to activate. Somewhere else on the island, Abel looks around with a bewildered expression as something catches her eye.
Abel kneels beside a small, fluffy rabbit and wonders aloud if it would make a good meal.
She decides the creature is too cute to harm, asking it where its mother is while reaching out.
A sharp ouch sounds as the little rabbit unexpectedly bites Abel's finger with surprising force.
Abel is left shocked and insulted as the small creature quickly scampers away into the woods.
Retracting her mercy, she draws her blade and angrily chases after the rabbit for betraying her kindness.
She views the chase as a training opportunity, determined to prove that a mere rabbit is no match.
The rabbit displays incredible speed, dodging Abel's strikes with rhythmic movements that leave her completely confused. Abel realizes the creature was hiding its true skill, comparing its deceptive nature to the black-haired boy she knows.
Declaring her lineage as the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, she makes a final, desperate lunge at the beast.
Her eyes widen in shock as the terrain beneath her feet suddenly vanishes, leaving her falling through space.
A massive portal of light erects.
Descriptions of her noble heritage appear as Abel is pulled into a swirling, magical blue vortex.
Both the rabbit and Geomma are shown caught in separate magical whirlpools as they are teleported elsewhere.
The name Geomma Kong glows brightly amidst the surging blue energy of the mysterious watery dimension. Abel continues to descend into the light-filled blue abyss, her expression one of silent, dawning realization. Birds fly across a purple sky.
Geomma struggles to evade the giant rabbit's aggressive strikes, barely sliding away from a powerful blow.
Out of breath, he laments his lack of strength without an active blessing, despite his rigorous physical training.
A rhythmic huff sounds as the exhausted boy stands his ground against the relentless, muscular white rabbit.
He decides to give up on the hunt to save his energy, telling the rabbit to just leave.
A sudden shift in the air occurs as Geomma's true weapon is activated, casting a brilliant blue light.
Sunlight filters through the forest canopy. A joyful shout sounds as Rachel leaps. The hard-eyed girl is full of energy.
She lands gracefully in the clearing.
Rachel wonders if she is going in circles, noting that things are going poorly while reflecting on why they are calling it the Rachel game.
She asks herself where she should go, finding the awkwardness of being lost funny as she laughs.
A gasp sounds as a crow flies. Rachel is amazed to see a black-haired boy with a crow on his head, marveling at the sight of him. Recalling that crows like shiny objects, she realizes that running in that direction will surely lead her to Geomma-kun. Rachel declares that thinking is a waste of time and that she must move instead of overanalyzing. She leaps toward a bright light, shouting that she is coming to see Geomma-kun right now.
Abel pauses, wondering if she just heard Rachel's voice or if it was just her imagination.
She checks her supplies, noting she has jelly snacks, a blanket, and a cardigan packed while her thoughts drift back to Geomma Kang.
Reviewing her location, she notes that she landed on the shore and must use the terrain to reach her target, determined not to lose the game. Abel observes that the only unchanging landmark on the island is the world boundary. Predicting Geomma's personality would lead him to a secluded part of the central forest. She sighs at the hassle but notes she has no choice. Despite the effort, she admits she wants to see him and does not want to lose him to anyone else. A steady thud sounds as she walks, resolving to pay him back for a previous forehead flick and telling him to wait for her. Night falls over the dark forest. Fierce wolves growl as they prepare.
A yelp sounds as Weapon strikes.
Weapon smiles to herself, telling Geomma to wait for her on this island.
She is suddenly alerted to a human presence, certain that she has found Geomma at last. A fast dash sounds as she sprints toward a distant fire while calling out Geomma's name. A crackle sounds as Geomma Kang roasts meat, noting that food won't be an issue since he can turn the leftovers into jerky.
He remains silent and alert, realizing that someone might be coming after him and that he cannot let his guard down.
A faint step sounds as he senses a persistent approach, preparing his sashimi blade while deciding to save his blessing. A rustle sounds as Geomma Kang readies himself for the arrival of the newcomer.
Weapon lunges forward with a joyful shout, calling out his name.
Rachel is stunned to see the other girl and calls her a shrimp, while Weapon is equally surprised by the blonde girl's presence. They immediately begin arguing, with Weapon demanding to know why she has to see the blonde girl again.
Geomma Kang holds Abel at blade point. Abel blushes deeply and stammers, unable to find her words in the tense moment.
A loud stomach growl sounds as Abel struggles to explain herself while looking embarrassed.
A crackle sounds from the fire as she trails off, mentioning it is just that something has happened. A camera view captures Abel's blushing face as she reflects on how she had declared victory the moment she arrived.
A soft rustle sounds as Geomma examines a piece of warm-looking fur.
Abel sits by the fire thinking about the rabbit while looking at the jerky that will keep her hunger away.
She laments that even here she is lost to Geomma once again.
Shivering in the night air, Abel admits to herself that she is cold and embarrassed. A quick gasp sounds as she looks up. Geomma tells her to cover herself with the rabbit fur, leaving her bewildered by his sudden kindness.
A quick snap sounds as Abel calls herself dumb for not being able to resist the smell of the food.
Abel tries to thank him but winces as a sharp ouch sounds, realizing she must have twisted her ankle earlier while noting how warm it feels. She panics and asks what he is doing as he reaches for her leg. A pained groan sounds as Geomma explains that her ankle will get infected if they do not treat it immediately.
Abel quietly thanks him after he finishes bandaging her injured foot.
These sit in silence by the fire.
Geomma asks why she is wandering around by herself, to which she reacts with surprise.
Abel recalls a conversation where it was agreed that whoever found Geomma-kun first would claim him, leaving her lost in confusing thoughts.
Geomma Kang notes that being alone felt easier, while teal-haired Abel admits there were things she wanted to do.
A ghostly blue figure of a woman watches over a blushing, silent Abel.
Geomma Kang tends the fire, unaware a phone camera captures his every move.
Teal-haired Abel watches Geomma through her screen, her face flushed with secret embarrassment.
In a chat, Rachel and a companion react with overwhelming laughter to Abel's secret photo.
A blue-haired girl and Rachel shout in shock while the red-haired weapon looks on.
Teal-haired Abel stares at her phone screen in a stunned, silent daze.
Geomma offers a meat skewer to Abel, who accepts it with a startled, compliant reply.
Wisps of smoke drift into the starry, deep purple night sky.
Abel eats in silence as Geomma reflects on the heavy, awkward atmosphere between them.
A masked man reflects on surviving the Academy's hardships while raising all sorts of hell.
Geomma credits his progress to an amazing teacher, prompting teal-haired Abel to ask for more details.
Abel recalls her grandfather's training, realizing she's never seen a sword style quite like Geomma's.
Abel asks Geomma what exactly he learned and inquires about his family name.
Geomma explains that being strong doesn't always lead to victory, leaving Abel quite curious.
Geomma notes that those who never give up and survive to the end are the real strong ones.
Teal-haired Abel calls him a geezer and teases him for sounding like an old man.
Abel laughs as she tells Geomma he sounds exactly like her own grandfather. Abel warmly notes that this conversation reminds her of their previous talk on the bench.
Geomma offers another meat skewer, which teal-haired Abel accepts with a soft, quiet confirmation.
Abel admits the food is good, her expression softening as she eats.
Rhythmic snoring sounds as the scene transitions to the early morning hours.
A sharp gasp sounds as teal-haired Abel wakes up with wide, startled eyes. Chirping birds sound as Abel wakes to find herself alone in the quiet camp.
She notes that Geomma has left everything behind without saying a single word.
Abel recalls the gentle way Geomma tended to her injured leg during the night.
She looks down at the sturdy, dark tie wrapped around her bandaged ankle.
Teal-haired Abel wonders why she's crying as tears stream down her face.
She reflects on how she never had the luxury to cry while facing huge obstacles.
Abel wonders why Geomma would go so far for someone like her.
She admits she once resented those who showed kindness without expecting anything in return.
Resolved, Abel grips her sword, noting that crying will not change her situation. With a determined blush, she decides she should return the favor. Draped in white fur, Abel charges forward with a fierce, resolute shout.
Elsewhere, Geomma Kang walks alone through the shadows of the forest.
He notes the shifting temperature, commenting on how the night's chill has become heat. Geomma considers that Abel is likely awake, admitting to himself that she is pretty.
He reflects on her character, describing her as a truly aloof, noble lady.
Geomma acknowledges that he offered her kindness only because she looked so pitiful.
He observes that being kind once will not change the world as he leaves.
Geomma Kang begins sliding down a rocky, steep incline.
He wonders if Abel will give the blanket to Leon, feeling hit by reality.
He dismisses his useless thoughts, determined to find the blessing before sunset.
A notification explains that the spirit-level blessing of regeneration rapidly boosts a user's recovery. Geomma notes that his unique transfer blessing allows him to bypass the usual user limitations.
He decides to take the blessing, knowing Leon will grow monstrously strong regardless.
Geomma climbs a high point, noting how the scenery differs from game graphics.
Exhausted, he finally discovers the glowing blessing of regeneration amidst the ancient ruins. He is delighted to find a massive bonus orb alongside the blessing. Geomma hopes his luck is finally turning after being stingy for so long. Geomma Kang reaches for the glowing blue orb, noting his weakness for shiny objects and his desire to finish before nightfall.
A soft gasp sounds as Geomma Kang turns to find Leon standing in the shadows, calling out his name. Leon questions Geomma's presence, suspecting that the black-haired boy has a secret motive beyond just finding the orb.
Geomma Kang insists he only came because he saw the object from a distance, but Leon remains unconvinced. Leon draws his glowing blue blade, declaring that Geomma must go through him if he wants to claim the prize.
The two students face off amidst the crumbling ruins as the sunset casts a red glow over the battlefield.
An ominous, shadowy presence looms over the scene, signaling a dark turn in the confrontation. A vision of the hero's emblem appears as Leon's resolve hardens, his eyes glowing with intense power. The weight of the impending duel hangs heavy in the air as the two warriors prepare for battle. Tension peaks as they stand perfectly still, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Geomma Kang reflects on the deviation in the timeline, wondering why Leon isn't with Abel as the original story intended. He recalls his night with the teal-haired Abel, quickly dismissing any scandalous thoughts while focused on the current crisis.
Geomma Kang watches Leon closely, realizing that a fight over a simple orb is escalating far beyond necessity.
A massive surge of energy erupts as Leon unleashes his power, catching Geomma Kang completely off guard.
Geomma Kang is stunned to see Leon wielding the legendary sword Balmung, even if the weapon is currently incomplete.
A system description reveals Balmung as a wicked demonic sword neutralized by a holy gem embedded in its hilt.
Geomma Kang worries about Leon's character, knowing the sword's nature shifts between holy and demonic based on its wielder.
He finds it terrifying that Leon can wield such immense power without even utilizing mental imagery.
Leon stands firm against the fading light, admitting he has no talent for deception or holding back.
Geomma Kang realizes that Leon intends to use him as a sacrificial stepping stone to reach a new level of strength.
A fierce shout sounds as Leon lunges forward, determined to start the duel without wasting another second.
A sharp scream sounds as the blue-haired girl, Weapon, shouts in frustration elsewhere in the forest.
Her orange-haired companion is startled by her outburst as she complains about their unlucky encounter. They argue about their lack of direction until the boy asks if her agitation is actually about searching for Geomma.
Weapon confirms her goal, prompting the boy to tease her about having romantic feelings for the black-haired student. Weapon turns away, questioning why he would ever come to such a ridiculous conclusion. The orange-haired boy points out her sudden change from a lazy archer to a hyperactive hunter whenever Geomma is mentioned.
A sharp yelp sounds as the boy bumps into Weapon after she suddenly stops dead in her tracks.
Weapon looms over him with a shadowed, terrifying expression that makes the boy freeze in fear. She suddenly turns shy, fidgeting and blushing as she wonders if her secret feelings were truly that obvious.
The boy reacts with horror, questioning if she has been possessed or placed under a powerful mental spell.
A heavy thud sounds as Weapon delivers a swift punch to his throat, telling him to shut up.
They both fall silent as a distant, earth-shaking sound echoes through the trees, scaring away the birds.
Weapon looks toward the source of the disturbance, realizing that Geomma Kang must be involved in the chaos. Back at the ruins, Geomma Kang narrowly dodges an attack, his own blade already shattered from the force. He grows suspicious, wondering why Leon is intentionally missing his strikes instead of finishing the fight. Leon stares him down with cold, glowing eyes, accusing Geomma of lacking any respect for their duel.
Geomma Kang admits to himself that he is overwhelmed by the speed of Balmung and hesitates to join an incomprehensible battle.
He realizes that holding back his own blessing is no longer an option if he wants to survive Leon's onslaught.
Leon commands him to draw his sword, stating that this clash was destined to happen eventually.
Geomma Kang casts aside his hesitation, acknowledging that Leon is a monster that cannot be faced with naive half-measures.
A system notification announces the simultaneous activation of their blessings as they prepare to clash for real.
A violent explosion of light and sound rocks the ruins as their two powers collide head-on. Geomma Kang uses his small blade to parry the massive force of Balmung in a desperate struggle for dominance.
He is pushed back by the sheer pressure, sliding across the cracked ground as energy ripples through the air.
The struggle for survival reaches a boiling point as external pressures and internal resolves collide.
A sudden flash sounds as Leon leaps high into the air, bringing his glowing sword down for a finishing blow. Their weapons meet again in a blinding purple flash, with Geomma Kang barely holding his ground against the monster. Leon swings with terrifying strength, forcing Geomma Kang to brace himself against the raw magical output of Balmung. Leon tightens his grip, his face a mask of determination as the ground shatters beneath the weight of their duel. The ancient ruins settle as the dust clears between the two opponents. Geomma Kang readies his short blade while the golden-haired Leon watches from a distance.
A sharp mechanical clack sounds as the black-haired boy adjusts his grip on his weapon.
Geomma Kang is stunned when his opponent suddenly vanishes, leaving only a white feather drifting in the breeze. He reflects on the duel, acknowledging Leon's intent to grow stronger while asserting his own refusal to lose.
Geomma Kang looks at the shattered metal on the ground, noting how close he came to death.
He admits he spent the entire fight dodging Leon's overwhelming power while focusing on the nearby blessing.
Geomma Kang considers the damage to the legendary sword, trusting Leon will find a way to repair it later.
He celebrates his narrow victory, relieved that he managed to win without actually harming Leon.
Geomma Kang decides that claiming the treasure is a sufficient reward for his efforts.
A loud crash sounds as he finally reaches into the stone pedestal to claim the prize.
A system window congratulates him on acquiring the Blessing of Regeneration, which heals wounds but cannot restore limbs.
He tests the new ability by slicing his arm, watching with a smile as the cut instantly seals. A soft crackle sounds as Geomma Kang sits alone by a campfire during the quiet night. He reflects on the inevitability of their clash, still troubled by the mysterious things Leon said during battle. Geomma Kang wonders about Leon's true nature and his own place in this world before deciding to move forward. The scene shifts back to the peak of the duel as a violent purple energy slash fills the air. Geomma Kang narrowly avoids a lethal strike from Leon's glowing blue eyes and blade.
Leon summons a cross of light, pushing his offensive to a terrifying new level.
A heavy crunch sounds as their powers collide, shaking the foundation of the ruins.
Geomma Kang stares ahead with wide eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the confrontation. A thunderous crash sounds as massive stone pillars are pulverized by the force of Leon's magic.
Geomma Kang is sent reeling as rings of purple energy expand outward from the point of impact.
He uses his agility to dart between the falling debris as the battlefield is torn apart.
Geomma Kang notes the absurd power level of his opponent, questioning the limits of a true protagonist's growth. A moment of profound confusion crosses his face as the energy around them shifts again.
A deafening boom sounds as two massive pillars of light erupt from the ground. The air screams with power as a blinding explosion of red and white light consumes the ruins.
The broken hilt of the sword Balmung flares with a dangerous, unstable red glow.
A heavy, ragged huff sounds as Leon gasps for air, his body reaching its absolute limit.
A soft thud sounds as Geomma Kang emerges from the smoke, walking calmly toward his exhausted rival.
Geomma Kang questions why Leon is pushing himself to such a self-destructive degree.
Leon stands firm, his hand trembling on his weapon as a metallic rattle sounds.
Leon looks up at the sky, cryptically mentioning the fate of the entire world.
A horrific vision shows Leon surrounded by dark shadows and desperate pleas to save the world.
A sharp crackle sounds as Leon promises that the truth will be revealed through this final strike.
Leon raises his glowing hilt high, pouring every remaining ounce of his strength into a finishing move.
A massive roar sounds as a pillar of white light shoots into the clouds while Leon demands to know who is watching.
Leon's face is illuminated by a blinding golden glare as he prepares the final blow.
Geomma Kang braces himself, his face awash in the brilliant, overwhelming light of the attack.
They engage in a final high-speed exchange that shatters the remaining rebel of the ruin.
A sharp clink sounds as Geomma Kang parries the strike, noticing Leon's fading resolve.
A metallic snap sounds as Leon's blade finally shatters under the pressure of their duel.
A dull thud sounds as the two students land on the ground, the battle finally over.
Leon gazes down with an expression of profound exhaustion and quiet defeat.
Leon looks toward the sky, noting the height of their location with a somber, silent breath.
Leon stares into the distance, lamenting that the black-haired boy should have been the one in his position.
A soft rustle sounds as a single white feather lands near Geomma Kang's feet in the silent ruins. Elsewhere, a group of 3 menacing figures appears in the dark forest, laughing as they prepare to reveal themselves. A promotional page features the teal-haired Abel and a blue-haired girl above the title The Academy's Sashimi Swordmaster.
Geomma Kang sits by a campfire, reflecting on his rigid sense of justice and past conflicts.
A pixelated scene appears as he considers how his actions led to an unintended clash with Leon.
He ponders the weight of a life-or-death struggle while faces of masked men haunt his thoughts.
Geomma worries that he might soon find himself forced to cut down humans instead of monsters.
Resting by the fire, the black-haired boy sighs, wondering if he needs to find a way to relax. He is startled by a sudden presence as the blue-haired Ryozo looms over him.
He realizes it was only a tired hallucination of her nagging, noting that he must be truly exhausted. Geomma sits in the silence of the night, curious about what his companions are currently doing.
In a different part of the forest, Ryozo checks her phone while a warning about crossing lines appears.
Elsewhere, a blonde girl with cat ears cheerfully hugs her red-haired friend while looking at a phone.
A blue-haired girl steps into a glowing pool for a bath, leaving her equipment on the shore.
Back at his camp, Geomma remains lost in thought as the fire continues to crackle quietly.
A soft rustle sounds as a group of intruders stalks through the dark grass near Geomma's location.
A band of sinister figures emerges, their leader wearing a smug expression as they prepare to attack.
A sharp whir sounds as glowing blue blades are hurled toward Geomma, forcing him to take cover.
Geomma stares ahead with shock as the unexpected assault catches him completely off guard.
He manages to dodge the flurry of spinning weapons, though a thin cut opens on his cheek.
The blue-haired punk asks his captor if their target could truly be a mere academy cadet.
He suggests scouting the boy instead of killing him, noticing Geomma's impressive reflexes.
The gray-haired woman commanding the group sharply tells the talkative punk Parik to be quiet.
A vision reveals her tragic past as a noble daughter turned contract killer following her family's betrayal.
The squad surrounds Geomma, mocking him for struggling against their supposedly held-back opening moves.
Parik is fascinated by the cold look on Geomma's face and urges the captain to consider recruiting him.
Geomma is frustrated, questioning why these hitmen fail to recognize his status as a student cadet.
The punk with the mohawk laughs, telling Geomma he has guts even as he prepares a lethal blow.
The red-haired member of the group notes that Geomma is far from average despite his superficial wounds.
Geomma reveals he knows their identity, calling them the Corpse Disposal Squad and naming their secret elder patron.
The assassins are visibly stunned that a random cadet would possess such classified information. Parik demands to know who Geomma works for, but the captain silences him, accepting the truth of his words.
Geomma openly mocks them, labeling them as nothing more than butchers who murder for coin.
The red-headed punk realizes with dread that Geomma has just insulted the captain in the worst way.
Geomma confronts the captain directly, taunting her about her lost noble status while a red warning flares.
A furious roar sounds as the red-haired punk lunges at Geomma with a massive rage-filled punch.
A swift whoosh sounds as Geomma moves with blinding speed, leaving the attacker hitting empty air.
A heavy thud sounds as Geomma stands victorious over his fallen foe, a kitchen knife held firmly.
The remaining members of the squad cry out in disbelief at the sudden defeat of their comrade.
Geomma stands amidst the ruins of the confrontation, firmly asserting that this battle is happening in reality.
A digital display glitches across the screen, showing the time 1:21 amidst a flurry of red slashes.
The captain is frozen in shock as glowing purple energy manifests around her in a deadly display.
Geomma is bathed in a red and blue glow as a divine blessing is invoked during the fight.
A sudden shout sounds as an old man in a floral shirt reacts with pure shock to the chaos. A promotional page features a smiling, white-haired elf woman in a dark outfit.
A credits page displays several characters and silhouettes above a list of Scanlation team members.
A close-up shows a smartphone screen displaying the date as December 7th and the time as 12:07. A chef in white attire checks his phone, expressing his desire to finish his task and go home.
He sighs while looking into a commercial refrigerator, wondering where he left his humanity.
The interior of the fridge reveals strangely labeled cartons referencing the sword god and various blessings.
Geomma stands in the kitchen, bewildered by the bizarre organization of the items in the cooler.
He leans in closer to inspect a carton that has been labeled with a sharp command to cut it.
He stares at the next shelf where the labels on the cartons clearly spell out the words "no matter."
A loud crash sounds as a red light floods the dark room. System windows track his lethal precision.
A digital display monitors his slaughter. Geomma Kang cuts down a man as an onlooker screams for the vice captain. An assassin orders his squad to catch the boy immediately.
A sharp gasp sounds as an attacker realizes their target is just a kid.
A confused gasp sounds as he vanishes into the red fog. Geomma Kang lunges forward with his baconef.
An assassin screams a death threat during his lunge.
A heavy thud sounds as he acrobatically flips over his enemies. A pained scream erupts as he carves through the squad.
Geomma Kang stands victorious amidst the carnage.
The pink-haired captain screams at her men to get a grip and attack the brat all at once. The captain is shaken, questioning if he is really a cadet, while her remaining man panics and asks for orders.
A sharp slice sounds as he appears behind a man who barely has time to question his speed. A dull thud sounds as the captain watches her last subordinate fall.
She laments that she completely underestimated the difficulty of the job.
The captain reflects on the old man's bonus offer, cursing him for sending her into a trap against a monster.
Geomma Kang stands among a pile of corpses.
A sharp whir sounds as he moves like a blur.
The captain spits out a hateful insult, calling him an evil bastard as a sharp clink sounds. A moment of shocked silence passes. Geomma Kang pins the captain down, calmly noting that her entire squad has been neutralized.
She groans in pain as she lies defeated. He reflects on the time lost to Leon in this group, hoping he won't have to kill again.
Geomma Kang feels no regret for killing butchers who came for his life.
He watches the bound captain in silence.
He decides that crushing her with fear is the best way to get her to confess his enemies' names.
Pointing to her fallen men, Geomma Kang tells her to start talking while he is still being nice.
The captain grits her teeth, calling him demon scum through the cane.
A ragged cough sounds as she gets up.
She laughs weakly, finally understanding why a hit was placed on someone as dangerous as him.
The captain reveals that his personal records, relatives, and parents were all systematically erased from existence.
She curses the old man for hiring them to kill a villain in disguise, causing Geomma Kang to pause in confusion.
A blurry vision of his parents haunts him.
He struggles to remember their faces. Geomma Kang demands to know what she just said.
A sharp crackle sounds as he looms over her, asking if she meant his parents were erased.
He tells her he originally planned to kill her peacefully after getting a name, but his intentions have changed.
Geomma Kang clarifies that this is no longer a negotiation but a direct threat. He cold-bloodedly warns her that she can still speak even if she loses her limbs.
A massive roar sounds as the air grows heavy.
The captain gasps, overwhelmed by a sudden crushing wave of magical pressure emanating from him.
She wonders if the blood of her fallen men is reacting to his terrifying power. A panicked scream sounds as she begs him to stay away from her.
Geomma Kang stares with lethal intensity.
Elsewhere, the old man in the floral shirt admires his fishing gear despite the lack of bites.
He gasps in excitement as his line finally catches something. A confused gasp sounds as a swarm of fish erupts from the war.
The old man stares in pure disbelief.
The old man in the floral shirt is paralyzed by a sudden, overwhelming surge of magical power.
He realizes with horror that a powerful commander has arrived as a massive demonic silhouette looms over him.
The mohawk-wearing punk screams in agony as a violent energy begins to consume the area.
Geomma Kang stands ready with his knife while the pink-haired captain desperately offers to reveal everything to him.
She's gripped by a sudden, intense fear as she admits her desperate desire to stay alive.
A brilliant explosion of golden light suddenly pierces through the dark night sky.
A massive pillar of roaring flame erupts, illuminating the surrounding forest in a harsh orange glow. The intense heat continues to surge as the ground is scorched by the demonic fire.
Elsewhere, a girl with purple-tipped hair looks out her window in shock, sensing a disturbance.
The sky is painted in shades of blood and ash as the inferno continues to rage.
A figure with hair of living fire laughs with chaotic joy from the center of the flames.
Geomma Kang is stunned by the realization that this entity hasn't appeared in the human realm for centuries. The girl groans in pain as the new consciousness fully takes control of her borrowed body.
The entity identifies herself as Agor, the succubus queen and commander of the Demon King's army.
Her terrifying title as the bewitching flame Agor is revealed amidst a sea of fire and heat.
A promotional image displays Agor and the captain standing back to back as the confrontation intensifies.
Agor's mocking laughter echoes through the air as bluebirds take flight from the thick smoke.
She admits her lack of human manners after spending 700 years away from this world.
Agor introduces herself playfully and asks the young boy to tell her his name.
She finds his silent treatment cold as he stares her down with unwavering intensity.
Geomma Kang focuses his mind, desperately trying to recall any information that could help him survive.
A memory of a master chef reminds him that even a simple tool can be a mirror to the future.
He realizes his knowledge of a specific game gives him a strategic advantage in this dangerous world.
A digital status window reveals Agor is a fire-type demon specializing in devastating mental magic.
He identifies her as a host-possessing demon and wonders about her true intentions for descending.
Agor stands over the blood-soaked battlefield, her flaming hair casting a long and menacing shadow.
She expresses her surprise that he has remained sane after looking directly into her eyes.
Finding him promising, she suggests that he might eventually become a decent warrior if he lives.
Agor leans forward with a dangerous smile, offering him a chance to make a binding contract.
Geomma Kang is completely bewildered by her bizarre and sudden proposition.
She mocks human nobility while promising him a special chance to ascend above others.
Agor criticizes the human nature of chasing personal benefit through the infliction of pain and death. She lifts his chin, inviting him to share a glorious dream with her instead of fighting. Distorted visions of past trauma and carnage flash through Geomma Kang's mind as she speaks.
He considers the possibility that joining the Demon King's army might be his best hope for survival.
Agor smiles warmly at him, adding that she also finds him quite good-looking. A surge of survival instinct fuels his determination as the scene blurs with intense energy.
He acknowledges the gravity of the situation as he prepares to face the succubus queen. Agor is shocked that he broke through her spell, blaming her weak and complaining host body for the failure.
Geomma Kang begins to laugh softly, confusing the demon who wonders what he finds so funny.
The two stand in a silent standoff as the embers of the forest settle around them. He clarifies that his laughter was about her ridiculous suggestion of him becoming her slave.
With a sharp movement, Geomma Kang rejects her offer and lunges forward to attack.
Agor sighs in disappointment, criticizing his bad manners as the battle resumes in earnest.
A massive burst of blue energy explodes from his blade, clashing with the demon's fire. Agor hums a cheerful tune as she effortlessly dodges his opening strike. She yawns mockingly, completely unconcerned by the boy's desperate attempt to kill her.
Geomma Kang's sashimi knife glows with a fierce blue light as he channels all of his mana.
With a smug look on her face, Agor beckons him to try his luck against her. He unleashes a blinding slash as Agor's maniacal laughter fills the night air.
Agor admits that she is genuinely tempted to make him her slave.
Moving with blurring speed, she calls herself his big sister. She challenges him to prove the extent of his skills as she unleashes an inferno. Amidst the swirling flames, Agor taunts the little one to give his best effort.
Geomma Kang stands ready as fire rages around his focused silhouette.
A massive burst of fire and energy erupts across the battlefield.
A sharp slice sounds as Geomma lunges through the fire, surprising her with his speed.
He continues his rapid, calculated assault with a series of blue glowing slashes.
Agor notes that he has transcended human limits while admitting her adjustment to the host body is slow.
A brilliant flash sounds during their intense exchange of blows.
Agor is shocked that he caught up to her so quickly.
Blue and orange energies clash violently, creating a cascade of sparks and heat. A massive explosion of smoke and fire engulfs the forest scene. Geomma lunges at Agor with his blade glowing intensely blue. Agor mocks his haste, but Geomma insists that there is no time to waste.
A sharp whir sounds as he moves like a blur of energy.
A digital timer counts down 8 seconds as Geomma's eyes glow with power.
Agor observes with a smirk that he's gaining more speed.
A violent explosion rocks the area as the timer reaches 3 seconds.
The timer shows 1 second as another blast illuminates the dark night.
Time expires as a final, massive blast of light erupts over the forest. Geomma Kang breathes heavily after the exchange, exhausted and bloodied.
Agor reflects on an ancient clause and her red piranhas as her arm burns and twists.
She notes with a bloody smile that she feels strangely human.
Agor admits that she finds his burning spirit and intense heat quite charming.
She tells him he shows more promise than the child foretold as the vessel.
Having finally adjusted to her body, Agor challenges him to fulfill their wish.
Agor floats amidst a sea of fire, offering him one final test to pass. Agor prepares a massive fireball as Geomma watches with a determined, bloodied face.
She tells him he must endure this final challenge as the flames descend.
A blinding orange flash fills the sky as the fire makes impact.
The old man in the floral shirt suddenly intervenes, blocking the fireball with a blue glowing blade.
He yells at the swordmaster to get a grip on the situation.
Agor tells the man to move, but he refuses to let her harm the boy. The old man insists the boy must be protected while Agor dares him to try.
Agor lunges forward with a manic, chaotic smile.
The old man stands protectively in front of Geomma, ready for combat.
Geomma Kang finds the process of checking his status to be annoying. Leon von Reinhardt is confused by the sudden mention of homework.
Rachel Demira adamantly denies the interviewer's claims multiple times.
Abel von Nibelung states that she is perfectly fine without one for now.
The Auditor siblings bicker and silence one another during their interview segment. Speed Weapon questions what the interviewer is doing while confirming his answer.
Saki Ryozo laughs to herself while looking at her smartphone.
Saki excitedly celebrates the official launch of the manga online manga. Rachel and Saki mention they are back and refreshed after a week of rest.
The group of girls asks for continued support as the first season nears its end.
The group gathers to announce that the next chapter has finally begun.
A loud crack sounds as a sudden impact strikes the ground.
The old man in the floral shirt defends Geomma from a massive fiery blast.
A prophecy states the boy will break the cursed chain between humans and demons.
The old man in the floral shirt shields Geomma Kang from a massive inferno.
The old man continues to stand firm as the only remaining source of hope. The swordmaster and the wounded boy prepare to face the next demonic onslaught.
The old man coughs and advises the boy to rest while his body recovers from the grim situation.
Geomma Kang stares in silence at the severe injury to the swordmaster's arm. The swordmaster insists he is fine and doesn't need both hands to wield his sword.
Agor addresses the old man as she stands mockingly amidst the swirling flames.
She wonders aloud how a mere human is successfully resisting her mental magic.
Agor stares with intensity, looking down on him as nothing more than a common human. A tense standoff remains as fire and wind swirl between the opposing sides. Narration explains that demon commanders are limited by their human hosts and cannot draw out full power.
Agor expresses her annoyance that her current body and consciousness are not a good mesh.
She is frustrated by her struggle against a lively brat and a half-dead old man.
Agor prepares a new attack, determined to end the old man's interference this time.
A sudden lunge occurs as Agor swears the human won't escape with just one arm.
The swordmaster expertly parries the demon's rapid flaming strike with his glowing blue blade.
A long scream sounds as Agor attacks with renewed, chaotic vigor. A massive explosion of fire and heat tears through the cracked ground. Agor is left in shock by the old man's continued and inexplicable resilience. The swordmaster mocks her fear, provoking a rage-filled response from the insolent demon.
Enraged, Agor calls him a filthy worm and unleashes a massive pillar of fire.
The swordmaster observes her demonic eyes while readying his glowing blue blade for a final strike. A declaration of fear sounds as the swordmaster stands surrounded by a sea of fire.
Agor gasps in shock as the swordmaster charges directly through the intense flames.
Agor dismisses his cockiness despite him successfully severing one of her arms during the exchange.
She realizes his aura is exceptionally dense and wonders if he is a descendant of Aaron. Agor laments her bad luck as a demonic shadow looms ominously behind her silhouette. She calls humans pitiful and challenges the old man's frail body to dodge her next move. Maniacal laughter echoes as a rain of fiery arrows descends upon the scorched battlefield.
Agor smirks and asks the wounded pair if the pressure is becoming too much.
The swordmaster charges through the falling embers with a focused and lethal intensity.
A horizontal line of fire and blue energy slices violently across the dark night sky.
Geomma Kang calls out to the swordmaster in a moment of desperate concern.
Geomma struggles to stay conscious while fearing the loss of his blessing as a shout echoes.
The old man moves with blinding speed, leaving a trail of brilliant blue light.
A sharp slice sounds as he cuts through the vertical pillars of fire with his sword.
Agor mockingly compliments his old body while dismissing him as nothing more than a rat.
The swordmaster weaves through the flames, closing the distance to the mocking demon.
He reflects on his past resentment of the world's immovable walls before claiming a new understanding.
Agor dismisses his senile drivel while identifying his severed left side as a wide-open weak point. They trade insults as the swordmaster prepares to deliver his final, defiant rebuttal to Agor. He explains that demons fear the human capacity to grow stronger even in hopeless situations. The swordmaster lunges forward, claiming this human growth is why demons keep trying to invade. Agor is momentarily stunned into silence as the swordmaster's blue blade nears her throat. She dismisses his claim with a sharp refusal and prepares a counterattack from below.
The swordmaster is caught off guard as fire spikes erupt violently from underground.
Agor begins to laugh mockingly at the human's impending failure and certain death. She refuses to listen to any more speeches and strikes him with a flaming fist.
A heavy impact sounds as Agor's fire punch hits the old man directly in the chest.
The old man in the floral shirt is struck, coughing blood amidst the swirling inferno.
A sharp crack sounds as he grunts in pain, his body mangled and bleeding from the demonic assault.
Agor mocks his weak resistance while standing over the fallen warrior as fire rages. She dismisses humanity as predictable and calls his struggle a decent final will before death.
Geomma Kang watches in horror, crying out for the swordmaster as he bleeds. Agor turns her attention to the boy, mockingly confirming his identity as Kang Geomma.
She offers him the results of his earlier test while a dark clawed shadow emerges from the flames.
The swordmaster desperately yells for Geomma Kang to run away as fast as possible. Agor declares he passed as she reaches for the terrified, bloodied boy.
She mocks his coming servitude to demons and tells him not to resent her in hell. The swordmaster screams that Geomma is just a cadet as Agor turns her back on him.
Agor dismisses the old man's yapping, calling him a walking corpse that should be ignored. She pulls the boy close as a purple glow begins to emanate from his open mouth.
A violent crackle sounds as Geomma Kang grips his knife while purple energy surges through him.
The swordmaster hurls an insult at the demon while Agor wonders if he is offering a compliment.
Purple circuitry patterns cover Geomma's body as a pillar of energy erupts into the sky.
A red system alert warns of an unauthorized intrusion and initiates a defense program.
System notifications state the program cannot operate due to low user level and world line tier.
Using Yggdrasil as a catalyst, the system elevates the user level to synchronize the world line. Digital numbers flicker wildly against a background of glitching trees and circuits.
A complex digital grid glows blue, signaling a massive calculation or reality shift.
Agor notices the swordmaster is slowing down and questions how he is still moving. She laughs maniacally, comparing humans to worms that wriggle even after their heads are cut off.
A sharp whir sounds as the swordmaster vows to take her legs with him even if he dies.
Agor recognizes his evolving aura as that of the sword saint from the ancient war.
She decides to execute the old man immediately, calling him a descendant of Aaron.
A colossal beam of blue light strikes the battlefield, causing Agor to scream in pain. Shocked and terrified, Agor wonders if the boy has transformed into something else entirely.
She senses an unsettling presence identical to one she faced 7 centuries ago.
Divine blessings for pain immunity and regeneration activate to prevent world line tearing.
Agor rages against the persistent interference from those she calls maggot-like bastards.
She screams the name Hawkeen in a fit of pure, unbridled demonic fury. A system message confirms the blessing of the sword god has disengaged.
Geomma Kang walks forward, his back glowing with intense light and mysterious markings.
Agor is stunned, struggling to understand how the brat is appearing this way.
She admits her judgment failed, realizing Hoken's human body could not possibly be alive.
Agor watches the radiant Geomma Kang approach while the wounded swordmaster remains behind. Agor stands in a pillar of fire, her face contorted with confusion and hatred.
A glowing figure floats above the clouds, crackling with arcs of blue electricity.
A low hum sounds as the luminous warrior descends slowly toward the scorched earth below.
The teal-haired girl stares into the distance, noting it is finally the final day.
She looks out over a dark mountain range, lost in silent thought. An orange-haired cadet asks why she hasn't slept yet since it isn't even dawn.
She claims the time has already passed, confusing her orange-haired companion. She insists sunrise happened while he questions if the sky is still pitch black. She announces it is time to return to the academy as fellow cadets rest nearby. A massive explosion of smoke and fire clears on the battlefield. Embers drift through the air as the intense heat begins to dissipate.
The glowing figure lands between the demon and the dying swordmaster.
Agor stares in disbelief at the sudden reappearance of her supposed victim.
The battered swordmaster remains in stunned silence, his face covered in blood and his glowing eyes wide with disbelief.
Geomma Kang stands tall, his bare chest covered in glowing circuitry as the wounded swordmaster watches him from the ground. The old man stares in shock as a sudden, intense light begins to emanate from the boy. A brilliant green aura suddenly envelops the swordmaster, leaving him questioning the strange energy healing his broken body. He stares at his mangled arm in confusion, noting the impossible nature of his rapidly mending injuries. The swordmaster remains speechless as he struggles to understand the incomprehensible power unfolding before his eyes.
Violent arcs of blue electricity crackle through the dark, oppressive atmosphere.
Geomma Kang is suspended in the air, his body crackling with divine blue lightning that illuminates the battlefield. A heavy thud sounds as the boy's feet touch the cracked earth, surrounded by a surge of electrical energy. Agor flinches in surprise, her fiery form flickering as she faces the boy's overwhelming new presence. A sharp gasp escapes her as she stares at Geomma Kang, her demonic eyes reflecting pure terror and shock. Agor's mind races as she realizes his movement is beyond her perception and his form is impossible to grasp. She recognizes the extreme danger, concluding that the boy has transcended human limitations entirely.
A sudden, heavy stomp echoes as Agor apologizes to Geomma Kang, admitting she must retract her earlier assessment.
A massive explosion of fire and debris erupts as she declares her intention to take back everything she said.
Agor acknowledges the boy's superior vessel, but insists he must be eliminated immediately to protect the future of her kind.
She warns that he will surely become an insurmountable obstacle for all demons if he is allowed to live.
Agor unleashes her blaze gill, summoning a chaotic swirl of intense white-hot flames.
A deafening roar sounds as a massive wave of fire sweeps across the scorched terrain toward the silent boy.
She activates the Tempest skill, causing a colossal sphere of fire to explode with devastating force. A sun-like ball of flame dominates the sky, casting a terrifying orange glow over the entire mountain range.
A sharp crackle sounds as Agor mockingly dismisses the battle as brief entertainment for her own amusement.
She lunges forward with a manic grin, shouting a final, hateful farewell to Geomma Kang.
A blinding streak of fire tears through the air as the demon commander commits to a final lethal strike.
A massive pillar of flame erupts from the ground, engulfing everything in its path with overwhelming heat.
The landscape is transformed into a sea of fire as the demonic energy continues to rage across the battlefield. The Swordmaster looks up in shock as a calm voice declares that it will be the one to finish the fight.
A blue system window announces the activation of divine blessings for flexibility, regeneration, and transference.
Geomma Kang promises to cut the demon down as a massive blue energy wave slices through the inferno.
A rhythmic thud sounds as Geomma Kang walks calmly past the wounded Swordmaster toward his enemy.
A complex grid of glowing red lines appears, signaling a precise and multifaceted energy attack. The red circuitry patterns sharpen, focusing intense power into a singular point in space.
A violent slash sounds as the energy grid collapses, cutting through the demonic fire with surgical precision.
A brilliant pillar of light erupts around Geomma Kang, reaching high into the darkened sky. A thin, lethal beam of light pierces directly through Agor's massive fireball, splitting it in two. Agor is caught in the blinding radiance, her expression one of pure, unadulterated shock and pain. The intense light begins to consume the demon's fiery aura, overpowering her demonic strength.
A sharp whir sounds as the horizon is sliced by a horizontal line of pure white energy. Agor stares blankly as the boy's radiant presence begins to completely overwhelm her consciousness.
A soft sigh sounds as the demon realizes the magnitude of the power she is facing.
A heavy thud sounds as Agor collapses onto the scorched earth, her fiery body broken and fading. She stares up in defeat, blood trailing from her mouth as the light around her begins to dissipate. Nearby cadets point toward the distant horizon in shock, wondering what the massive light source could be.
The teal-haired girl watches the sky in silence while her orange-haired companion expresses his utter disbelief.
A chorus of gasps sounds as the cadets marvel at the false sunrise, unable to comprehend the scale of the event.
Agor realizes her mana has been severed and she can no longer regenerate, facing her impending death.
A steady footstep sounds as Geomma Kang approaches the dying demon under a clear morning sky.
He looks down at Agor in silence as she struggles to maintain her form on the cracked ground.
Agor laments her meaningless end, warning that the boy will become an absolute catastrophe for all of demonkind.
A final roar of fire sounds as the demon commander attempts one last desperate release of her failing energy.
A blinding blue energy beam strikes Agor directly in the face.
A sharp crack sounds as Siegfried slashes the screaming demon commander.
Siegfried notes that Agor is surprisingly more durable than the previously defeated Basmon.
Siegfried tells the demonic bastard to burn in hell as he strikes again. Siegfried stands firm over the scorched earth where the demon fell.
The demon commander's physical form completely disintegrates into ash and smoke.
He firmly declares that his true name is Siegfried von Nibelung.
Siegfried gazes down at Geomma Kang, who lies shirtless and unconscious nearby.
A soft rustle sounds as Siegfried kneels to lift the boy's head. Siegfried questions Geomma's nature, noting his body acted reflexively like a true swordsman. Ancient text reflects on how humans worshipped supernatural forces for their own protection. Siegfried looks toward the clearing sky with a pensive and tired expression. Narration identifies the unconscious Geomma Kang as something the people called a god.
A small box with a handwritten note sits on a wooden surface.
A large group of academy cadets gathers together in the school's hallway.
Titani and her fellow students stare ahead with expressions of utter shock.
The title Sashimi Swordmaster appears over the gathered group of cadets.
Siegfried follows a medical gurney as Geomma Kang is rushed into the building.
Abel tries to restrain a frantic Chloe as she reaches for her friend.
Chloe screams out Geomma's name in a fit of panic and grief.
Titani watches the chaotic medical evacuation with a grim and silent gaze.
Abel covers her mouth in horror while Rachel and Titani stand nearby.
A split panel shows the damage to Siegfried's clothing beside Abel's weeping face.
Titani kneels to comfort Abel as she breaks down on the academy floor.
Abel hides her face in her hands while Titani stares toward the distance.
A phone screen displays global news reports and public concern for the Emperor. A quick tap sounds as Titani checks her phone in class for news.
Male cadets gossip about Geomma Kang's status between life and death.
Tatani glares coldly at the students discussing her friend's tragic situation.
She interrupts the two boys to address their loud and insensitive conversation.
Tatani firmly requests that the noisy cadets move their chat to a corner. The two students move away apologetically while Tatani remains in silent thought.
Tatani thinks about Geomma's resilience, convinced that he would never actually die.
Tatani looks over at Chloe, who is sobbing quietly at her desk nearby.
Chloe laments that she hasn't even been able to see Geomma since then.
Tatani notes that it has been over a week since they last saw him.
Guards block Tatani, Chloe, and another cadet from entering a restricted hallway.
Tatani realizes the high security order must be related to the wounded Sword Emperor.
She reflects on the island turning into a sea of lava during the invasion.
Tatani searches through various forums but finds absolutely no information about the demon.
The blue-haired girl stares intensely at her computer screen through a pair of glasses. Director Medea manages the media and keeps all information about the situation suppressed.
Rhythmic taps echo as Tatani scrolls through her previous text messages from Geomma.
She types a message asking Geomma to text her as soon as he rakes.
A heavy sigh sounds as Tatani sits alone in the quiet academy classroom.
Tatani remembers a moment where Geomma reached out to touch her forehead. She looks down at her desk, admitting her deep worry for her friend.
A wooden sign for the star class hangs over the doorway. Abel and Rachel sit together in the classroom in heavy contemplative silence.
Rachel checks on her friend, asking Abel if she is doing all right.
Tatani apologizes to her blonde companion for being lost in her own thoughts.
In the classroom, a green-haired girl asks if the Sword Emperor is all right, mentioning that her uncle, the Spear Saint, is also concerned. The blue-haired boy confirms he is fine and thanks them for their worry.
Flashback narration shows Director Medea wondering why she is personally caring for Geomma Kang while noting that he was surely injured while helping her grandfather, the Swordmaster.
Tatani clenches her tie as a sharp rhythmic squeeze sounds, reflecting her internal tension.
A dark-haired man with a beard drinks heavily from a bottle as a series of rhythmic gulps sound.
A heavy thud sounds as the man slams the empty bottle onto the table.
The man stares at a tablet and grumbles that things are becoming increasingly troublesome as a low growl sounds from his throat. He looks at a mission failure report stating the Undertakers are all deceased and curses them as worthless worms.
Medical narration describes how Geomma's muscle fibers were torn and his nerves were completely wrecked during the battle.
Medea notes his previous terrible condition and asks Siegfried if the boy has already recovered and been discharged, wondering if he is even healthier than before.
Medea laughs as she explains she mobilized every healer and threatened them to save the boy, prompting a frustrated Siegfried to shout about whether that was even her place to say as she tells her friend to stop worrying before he gets wrinkles.
Medea asks Siegfried if he is holding up okay, reflecting on how her long life has brought her many strange experiences.
A soft rustle sounds as Siegfried flaps his arm to show he has no major inconveniences left.
A doctor tells Medea that in 30 years he has never seen such a case, as the boy is perfectly healthy and even his old illnesses have been wiped clean.
Medea groans and admits she no longer understands what is happening, calling the recovery a literal miracle from the gods. She reflects on how Siegfried never left the boy's side and spent a fortune on his care, wondering what truly happened between them on the island.
Medea sighs and asks Siegfried to finally tell her the truth since Geomma is awake and the media has been hounding her for days. A sharp clink sounds as Siegfried sets down his teacup, admitting he also needed time to process the events.
Siegfried begins to explain that it took time to process the events on the island as Medea listens intently.
A soft squeeze sounds as Siegfried grips his arm in a moment of pensive silence.
Medea reacts with a sudden and intense look of pure shock.
She stands up in disbelief, asking if he truly said the name Agor and insisting it is impossible. Siegfried stares ahead with glowing eyes, confirming that Agor was indeed the one who took his arm in the past. Medea asks if Geomma was hurt by her as well and urgently demands to know what happened to the demon commander.
Siegfried reveals that the demon was eliminated and he saw it with his own eyes, laughing as he asks Medea if she really thinks he could have taken her down solo.
A heavy thud sounds as Medea sinks back into her seat in stunned silence.
She thinks to herself that since Siegfried couldn't do it alone, even with help, the opponent was still a powerful commander.
Medea stares at the silver-haired man in shock as she realizes who must have actually defeated the demon commander.
Siegfried reaches for his tea and promises to explain everything when they are all together soon.
Siegfried smiles and tells his friend that there is a place a youth should visit before worrying about adult matters.
Medea looks back at him with a silent and skeptical expression.
The two sit together in the quiet office as the conversation comes to an end.
Outside the academy, Saki presents a bright, colorful poster to recruit for their club, hoping it will lift their spirits. Saki insists they need to do something for Geomma since they always rely on him, but Chloe and Tatani remain silent.
Tatani admits she is surprised by Saki in many ways and doubts she could ever make something so unique.
Saki defends his work, telling the teal-haired girl that color is everything in a poster.
A sharp slice sounds as Chloe suddenly cuts through the poster with a knife. Saki screams in horror while Chloe coldly declares that she won't let Geomma see such trash. Saki laments the loss of his hard work as Chloe dismisses it as burnable garbage. Tatani sighs as she sits on a bench, thinking that the noisier things get, the emptier she feels inside. A soft clack sounds as Titani sets a box of yokin on the bench, thinking the treat isn't as sweet as it used to be.
Suddenly, voices erupt nearby, announcing that Geomma Kang has been discharged and is finally back.
Titani jumps up from the bench in a sudden rush of surprise and hope.
A series of heavy stomps sound as Saki and Chloe rush to greet Geomma, expressing how much they worried about him.
Tatani reaches out to touch Geomma's face as the boy looks at her with a confused expression.
Titania smiles warmly at her friend and welcomes him back home. Geomma looks on in silence as the title Sashimi Swordmaster appears on the screen.
Geomma declares he is back while Saki mentions his poster and the girls continue to mock it as trash.
The box of yokans sits abandoned on the park bench under the bright sky.
A series of messages from the production team celebrates the conclusion of the season and thanks the readers for their support.
Credits page for the production and translation teams behind the series.
Author G-Man explains that this special slice of life episode follows Geomma and his friends on a vacation.
A hand holds a smartphone displaying the author's social media messages against a backdrop of burning embers. Geomma stares at his phone with a baffled expression while sitting at a bright, sunny beach. A sleek blue convertible car speeds along a coastal road near the ocean.
Medea drives the car while Siegfried and Geomma ride along, enjoying the summer trip. The car arrives at a luxury seaside resort where several other students are already waiting.
Tatani, Chloe, Rachel, and Saki wave excitedly as the convertible pulls into the resort.
The students shout out to Geomma, noting that the director and Sword Emperor have joined them.
The entire group walks together down a stone boardwalk toward the beach as a bustling noise rises. Saki explains to Geomma that Leon couldn't make it because he is currently obsessed with dungeon training.
Saki suggests they just have fun without him as the group continues walking toward the resort. A foot steps firmly into the warm sand as a jubilant shout of excitement rings out.
Chloe laughs while floating on a tube in the water, finding the experience incredibly refreshing.
Saki catches the first wave of the day with a confident and determined expression.
Rachel surfs expertly on a yellow board, telling the others she'll make them remember her skills.
A popularity poll result highlights Rachel Demira in 4th place with 10% of the votes.
Rachel and Chloe splash each other playfully while a loud yahoo of joy echoes through the air.
A popularity poll result places Chloe Adorator in 5th place with 3% of the total votes.
Rachel spots something in the water and screams in panic, thinking she saw a shark nearby. A popularity poll result shows Geomma Kang in 3rd place with 12% of the total votes.
Rachel watches in awe as she sees something amazing happening in the water.
Medea and Tatani wade into the surf, though Medea comments that the water feels quite cold.
Rachel and Chloe glare at Medea, accusing her of cheating with her appearance.
Medea looks back at the girls with a confused and playful expression, wondering what she did.
Medea and Siegfried play giant chess under an umbrella, reflecting on the difficulty of making the next move.
Siegfried watches the children play, determined to keep moving forward so they can keep smiling.
A popularity poll result shows Siegfried von Nibelung tied for 6th place in the rankings.
Medea offers a gentle and knowing smile as she observes the group enjoying their vacation. The scene shifts to sunset as the group continues to play in the crashing waves. Rachel spikes a volleyball with incredible force while warning Saki to watch his face. Tatani desperately tries to defend against the powerful shot as the ball flies toward her. Saki and Geomma watch the game from the sidelines, noting Rachel's overwhelming and intense power.
Tatani sits on the sand in pain, grumbling and calling Rachel a gorilla for her rough play.
Medea prepares for her turn at the game, looking focused and capable under the evening sky.
Tatani slides across the sand in a failed attempt to recover the ball.
A popularity poll result highlights Medea's popularity with 13% of the total vote. The volleyball strikes the ground with an explosive impact, startling everyone nearby.
Medea stands over the fallen Titani as a poll result for Abel von Nibelung appears on screen.
Titani watches Medea in amazement, wondering if there is anything the director cannot do.
Medea looks down at the blue-haired girl and asks if she is all right after the hit. A hand grips the wet sand tightly as the sound of waves fills the air.
Medea helps Titania up at sunset, calling the move a planned assist and celebrating their win. Several pieces of meat sizzle on a hot outdoor grill as the group prepares for dinner.
The entire group gathers for a nighttime barbecue on a wooden deck overlooking the ocean.
Medea offers to make the food even tastier, while Titani and Geomma look on with skepticism.
Medea performs a playful spell on the meat while a translator's note explains she is using a maid-style charm.
Waves gently crash against the shore under the bright light of the full moon. Someone walks along the edge of the water, their feet leaving prints in the moonlit sand. Titani walks alone along the beach at night, questioning the effectiveness of the spell Medea cast. Saki walks along the moonlit shore and notices a sudden curious glint in the sand. A glass bottle washes up in the surf, catching her attention with a soft splash.
A crisp rustle sounds as Saki carefully retrieves the bottle and unfolds the paper inside.
Saki sits on the beach, puzzled by the smudged ink and a poll naming a first-place winner. She admits a sense of jealousy toward whoever claimed the top spot in the popularity poll. Saki slumps onto the sand with a heavy flop, wishing she could experience such success. A loud growl erupts from her stomach, causing her to laugh at her own hunger.
Saki reflects on how pretty Abel is, thinking that even she couldn't reject her if she were a guy.
Saki notes the shifting atmosphere between her friends as her stomach gives another loud growl.
Geomma arrives with a snack, asking why she is outside as she yells at her stomach to be quiet.
Saki jumps in total shock, her face flushing as she realizes Geomma Kang has found her.
Geomma explains he simply walked there while Saki worries about whether he heard her talking to herself.
A soft splash sounds as the two stand together on the quiet, moonlit beach. Saki struggles to find the right words to break the awkward silence between them.
A growl sounds as she takes the meat skewer Geomma offers, her embarrassment deepening.
Saki eats happily, noting the food is delicious and compares it favorably to her beloved yokon.
Geomma tells her to eat slowly, but Saki suddenly grabs his arm and insists they leave.
Saki celebrates her overwhelming victory in the popularity poll, having secured 60% of the votes. The scene shifts back to the resort exterior as the night continues.
Abel apologizes to the group for her brief absence while taking a phone call.
Saki explains that Geomma went to the bathroom while a heavy stomp sounds nearby.
Abel pulls Saki aside, mentioning that it is finally time for them to discuss something important.
Abel apologizes for a past photo incident, which Saki dismisses as part of the past.
Abel remains quiet while Rachel exclaims about the beauty of the movie they are watching.
Abel promises to ensure there is nothing to apologize for when they meet next time.
Saki looks on with a neutral expression as Abel offers a knowing smile. A soft thud sounds as Geomma rejoins the group, noticing the movie has yet to begin.
Siegfried von Nibelung commits to seeing the story through to its very end. Abel reflects on how her appearance has changed and improved since the beginning of the series.
A smartphone displays the physical statistics and personality types of the main cast members.
Saki shares her birthday while the author explains the mechanics of her powerful vermilion bout. Geomma discusses his favorite color and the possibility of future harem plotlines. Medea and the author express their profound gratitude for the immense support from the readers.
Rachel playfully calls someone a nerd while the author lists his favorite manga and anime. Chloe chooses her favorite chapter while the author reflects on his regrets regarding early episodes. A flashback shows Geomma Kang being introduced to the academy as a special entrance student.
A student mentions that a girl is expected to arrive later for her club interview.
A red-haired boy named Knox walks away as someone calls out his name.
A purple-haired woman approaches Geomma, announcing she is there to propose a deal.
Rachel leans on her hand in the classroom and asks if she can discuss something privately. A woman in a purple dress confronts Geomma about what he did to her brothers.
Saki protects a friend as a massive pillar of light erupts in the background.
Chloe stands with a glowing blade, declaring she will not follow in Geomma's footsteps. A blonde woman wearing sunglasses greets director Medea after a long absence. Geomma rushes to support a wounded Saki after a difficult battle.
Abel asks if she can remain close to Geomma for just a little longer.
A man describes the ancient words spoken to revere and borrow power from a legendary being. A hand rests upon an old bound book regarding those who shed their mortal forms.
A rhythmic thrum sounds as a horde of skeletons emerges under the title of the Blade God.
Saki, Abel, and Rachel stand together with their weapons drawn, determined to face whatever comes. The purple-haired woman kicks toward Geomma while declaring he finally returned her to her senses.
Geomma vows to destroy the spells so his allies can strike their enemies while the purple-haired woman continues her assault.
A man with red eyes screams in terror, begging the demon to stay away from him. Geomma slashes through enemies as a sudden loud slash sounds, noting his humanity is fading as his synchronization increases.
A glowing blue silhouette tells Geomma that they trust him completely.
Saki watches as text describes a holy blessing from a crowned skull figure. A massive beam of light strikes a stone structure with a deafening boom sounding against the masonry.
Saki carries a white cloth and reflects on her deep desire to return it.
Saki blushes and shouts for Geomma's attention.
Rachel stands before a message explaining that the serialization is on break until November for the author's health.
Siegfried and Medea share tea over a closing message thanking readers for supporting the series.
Medea is completely shocked by the mention of a legion commander named Upor. Siegfried explains that he is telling the unbelievable truth about the one who severed his arm. Medea sighs, doubting Siegfried's ability to take on a legion commander alone, even with help.
Rachel struggles against her friends as she confronts a silver-haired woman.
Medea yields to the difficult conversation with a simple agreement while sitting with Siegfried.
The silver-haired woman remains defiant before the gathered group of students.
A student excitedly announces that they created a recruitment poster for their club.
Knox proudly displays a colorful travel club poster and asks if it is eye-catching.
Knox commends Saki's eye for color with a quick thwack sounding as he strikes the bends. Titania looks on with a stern and focused expression. Titania is startled from her seat by a sudden and unexpected presence.
A heavy stomp sounds as friends ask Geomma how he is feeling today.
Geomma's intense anger causes Saki to gasp in shock as a loud stomp echoes.
Geomma walks away as Nox giggles and jokes about his poster being an abomination.
The scene transitions, showing the legs of the gathered students by a park bench.
Saki weeps as she notices the massive hole in the back of Siegfried's floral shirt.
Tatani tries to comfort the distraught and sobbing Saki on the ground.
Tatani and Saki share a somber and quiet moment together.
Titani checks her phone with a soft blip, hoping for any news regarding Geomma.
Tatani calls out to fellow students who are surprised and honored to speak with the princess.
An oppressive aura emanates as Titani demands the noisy students move their conversation to the corner.
A blurred streak of light signals a quick change in perspective.
Titani firmly tells a black-haired man that Geomma is far too strong to die.
Guards block the path, stating that the director has forbidden all external visitors.
Rachel dashes past the guards with a shout while the others call out for Chloe to stop.
Tatani reflects on the hellish destruction of Avalon Island and the missing arm of the strongest human.
Saki analyzes a monitor, concluding that a powerful demonkin attacked the Blade Emperor.
Medea blocks the press from information while she evaluates the situation in private. The group of students watches the unfolding events with wide-eyed shock.
Tatani sits alone at her desk and releases a heavy, weary sigh.
Tatani recalls the final moment she shared with Geomma before his disappearance.
Titani leans forward and whispers her deep concern, wondering when Geomma will return. Saki and Chloe sit in a heavy silence within the academy hall. The two girls remain quiet as the scene shifts away from them.
Students in the classroom discuss the Spear Saint's worry for the Emperor.
Saki insists on nursing Geomma herself while pondering his sacrifice for her grandfather.
A sharp clench sounds as Chloe grips her hand in frustration during the long wait.
The series title card appears over a grim image of a medical scratcher.
A man drinks deeply from a bottle with several loud gulps sounding as he finishes.
The green-haired woman adjusts her glasses and admits she threatened every medical staff member on duty.
She continues explaining her actions were to save him, then shouts at the silver-haired man for failing to protect the students while he calmly tells her to let it go.
The green-haired woman sighs and decides it is better to remain positive.
She clutches her head and confesses she has no idea what is happening anymore.
Narration notes that while Siegfried shares the blame for Geomma's condition, he personally nursed him throughout his entire hospital stay.
The green-haired woman reflects on how Siegfried paid an immense sum to reserve the entire ward and wonders about their relationship.
She notes her perception blessing is useless while Siegfried asks for an explanation now that Geomma is awake, prompting her to mention her exhaustion.
A moment of silence passes as the two share tea while light blue eyes watch from below.
Saki asks how Geomma arrived on the beach, and he simply replies that he walked.
Saki's face flushes as they lock eyes in the moonlight. A hunger grumble sounds as Geomma offers Saki a delicious meat skewer. In a daytime memory, Rachel and Nox excitedly shout that they have found Geomma.
Saki pulls Geomma away while a graphic celebrates her first-place finish in the popularity poll.
A voice notes her location outside the resort at night. Abel joins her friends in the theater and apologizes for missing time due to a phone call. Saki informs the group that Geomma has stepped away to use the toilet.
Abel turns to Saki and begins to bring up a sensitive topic.
Abel apologizes for a past incident involving a photo, which Saki dismisses as something from the past.
A series of panels shows friends rushing toward Geomma during a bright, sunny day.
Geomma takes a seat in the theater and notes that the movie has not started yet.
Titania looks on with a stern expression.
Nox encourages everyone to enjoy their rare free time as the group walks through the resort.
Text on the sand introduces the results of the first popularity vote. A loud crunch sounds as a foot stomps the sand.
Saki slides down a wave on a floaty, shouting that it feels refreshing.
Nox splashes through the water and boasts about catching the first wave.
A graphic shows that Nox tied for 6th place with 2% of the votes.
Rachel surfs past on a board, declaring she will soon remind everyone of her identity.
A loud axe sounds as the author shares a note about the characters enjoying their vacation.
A joyful Yahoo sounds while the author laments his lack of a vacation compared to Geomma. A graphic reveals that the red-haired Chloe claimed 5th place in the poll. Rachel jolts in surprise on her surfboard and screams about a shark in the water. A graphic shows that Geomma Kang earned 3rd place with 12% of the votes.
Rachel and Saki glare at Geomma and accuse him of cheating. Saki looks at the author's message on a smartphone and asks for clarification.
Abel offers a confident smile while Saki watches with a disgruntled expression.
Medea watches the beach activities with a knowing and pleasant smile.
A graphic shows that Medea Poison also tied for 6th place with 2% of the votes.
A loud screech sounds as a blue car stops suddenly.
Saki slides across the sand looking surprised.
Abel stands over Saki on the beach as a name graphic identifies her.
Saki reflects on how Abel is talented at everything.
Saki clenches the sand as she recalls a past moment shared in a car. Abel reaches out a hand to help Saki up, praising her for winning the game. A loud fss sounds as meat strips sizzle on the grit. Abel and Geomma stand together at night as she playfully recites a magic spell.
A soft sploosh sounds as waves hit the beach.
A rhythmic step sounds as Saki walks along the shore.
Saki sighs and laments that nothing is going her way today. Saki stops as she spots a curious gooder.
Saki looks down as a glass bottle washes up on the shore with a soft sploosh sounding.
Saki, holding a paper titled The First Sashimi Popularity Vote, expresses confusion as a gentle rustle sounds.
Saki sits alone on the sand and admits she is jealous of the winner while her friends gather further down the beach.
Saki lets out a frustrated sigh as a sudden flump sounds while she slumps onto the sand.
Saki looks toward her friends and reflects that even she would find it impossible to turn down the beautiful Abel if she were a guy.
Saki notes that everything has felt different since the incident at Avalon Island as a quiet grumble sounds from her stomach.
Saki is interrupted while yelling at her hunger by Geomma, who asks what she is doing out here when the movie is about to start.
Saki shouts a startled "ah" while jumping with a sharp jolt sounding, telling Geomma he scared her because she didn't hear him coming.
Geomma asks Medea if she rented out the entire venue while they ride in a car, to which she replies she wants to spend her money while she can.
A message from the author thanks the readers for supporting the series while Siegfried and Medea share tea in the background.
A smartphone displays the physical stats and personality types for various characters including Rachel, Chloe, and Medea.
The orange-haired Nox sits and tries to remember his father's name, while a message from G-Man promises a character will return with their hair down later.
Medea admits her perception blessing is useless against things beyond her comprehension, while a note from G-Man expresses gratitude for the series' success.
A developer note from G-Man describes the difficulty in designing the character archetypes for both Ryojo and Geomma.
Several system windows from G-Man appear, with the final one indicating that the system has been thinking for 49 seconds.
Two students in the academy hallway watch Geomma and whisper about the black-haired kid. A green-haired girl gasps and whispers that he is the one who used a sashimi knife to cut people up. Geomma Kong walks past the gossiping students as text identifies him as the special entrance student.
Siegfried stands by a window and mentions that he has been searching for a student with truly exceptional talent.
A purple-haired woman approaches Geomma at night and announces that she has arrived to make a deal.
A blonde student in her uniform leans on her desk with a look of pure boredom.
Siegfried vows to see things through until the end, while G-Man confirms his intention to see the comic through to its conclusion.
Abel stands firmly and declares that she will not waste any time on teammates who do not trust or follow her.
A blonde boy stands at sunset with a glowing sword and warns others not to expect him to be like Geomma.
Saki leans against Geomma and asks if she can stay like this a while longer, while a note explains the production team's roles.
A hand rests on an old leather-bound volume regarding one who has shed their mortal form.
Abel and her allies struggle in combat as she shouts her disbelief regarding the current location.
A glowing sword is held high as a plea sounds for a single promise to be kept.
Geomma slashes through the air and vows to destroy the spell so his allies can take their enemies' necks.
A man screams in absolute terror and begs the demonkin to stay away from him.
Geomma looks up at a glowing blue silhouette that tells him they trust him completely. A massive structure filled with green energy stands beneath a bright divine light. Saki looks down and offers a white rabbit blanket to someone.
Saki tells the recipient to keep it as a quick clack sounds from her movements.
Saki blushes furiously and shouts an apology, while a note from G-Man explains why Geomma is the easiest character to draw.
Text explains that the series is taking a short break for the author's health, while Chloe looks on with a somber expression. A promotional banner invites readers to join the community Discord for more updates.
Geomma tells his friends he is heading out first while they watch him walk away from their table.
Nox and Chloe wonder why the department head was called away so suddenly, while Saki drinks her beverage in silence. Geomma reflects on his life and realizes that all records of his parents and relatives have been completely expunged.
Geomma walks through the city alone and wonders if this is what Shenlei had been talking about.
Geomma looks at his cadet record held by Medea and notes that his entire family history and parental information are missing.
Geomma realizes that his life seemingly began at the academy and finds he cannot recall the faces of his parents.
An overhead view shows Geomma walking alone through the empty academy grounds in the rain.
Geomma looks at a photo on his phone and realizes it wasn't a delusion, even as the image of his parents begins to glitch and fade.
Geomma sits on a park bench in the rain and concludes that his parents only existed to help him adapt to his current life.
Geomma clenches his fist while realizing that someone has orchestrated this entire situation.
Geomma looks up at the lightning-filled sky and wonders if one or both of his suspected targets is responsible for the setup. A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes the ground directly in front of Geomma as he sits on the bench.
Geomma reacts instantly to the attack by drawing a glowing blade while blue energy crackles through the air around him.
A rainy night falls over the academy as a voice calls out to Rachel through the storm.
The blonde girl dismisses a crowd of boys by explaining they simply are not on her level.
Back in the classroom, she reflects on the daily struggle of dealing with unwanted attention while the teal-haired girl listens.
A heavy sigh escapes the blonde girl as the teal-haired student wonders if her friend is feeling down due to the weather.
The teal-haired girl asks for advice regarding a personal worry of hers.
The blonde student confesses that her self-esteem has hit rock bottom despite her confidence in her looks and strength. Her pupils take the shape of hearts as she begins to boast about her own traits.
The blonde girl claims she has a top-tier figure, while the teal-haired student reacts with shock and embarrassment at her touch.
The teal-haired student changes the subject by mentioning that Geomma has started a new club. She asks if anything romantic happened between the blonde girl and Geomma during their time on Avalon Highland.
The blonde girl recounts an injury and Geomma's early departure, while the teal-haired student remains skeptical.
The teal-haired girl offers a polite apology for being overly sensitive about the situation.
The blonde girl recalls once claiming she had absolutely zero interest in Geomma as her friend listens with a smile.
The blonde girl suddenly asks if her teal-haired friend has developed feelings for Geomma as well.
The teal-haired student becomes flustered and questions why the conversation is taking such an unexpected turn.
The blonde girl explains that human relationships are never absolute before returning to the topic of Geomma's club.
She reveals that her application was rejected because Geomma finds those in the saint class to be burdensome.
The teal-haired girl questions how a simple club rejection could lead to such a massive drop in self-esteem.
The blonde student prepares to explain a specific event that occurred the previous day. She reflects on maintaining her dignity with a morning beverage while a sudden, sharp tack sounding accompanies her steps. The blonde girl cheerfully orders a cold iced Americano at the cafe car.
She justifies the cold drink by noting how much hotter the local summer is compared to her home country.
The teal-haired girl spots Geomma through the window and excitedly refers to him as her next prey. Her excitement turns to surprise as she sees Geomma sitting at a table with another female student.
Geomma and the girl with glasses share a pleasant conversation inside the cafe.
The blonde girl stares blankly at the scene unfolding before her.
She expresses her jealousy over how happy Geomma looked while talking to the girl with glasses.
A dark, menacing aura surrounds the teal-haired girl as her friend watches with concern.
Geomma walks through the academy and reflects on the peculiar naming sense of the world.
Geomma arrives at a meeting spot and notes that his friends have already arrived.
Nox, Titani, and Chloe gather to greet Geomma as they prepare for their meal.
Geomma asks about a missing companion and learns that she skipped the outing because she cannot eat raw fish.
Geomma is surprised by the news, while Nox notes that their senior's behavior is quite peculiar.
The group enters a restaurant as a soft, quick step sounding follows their entry.
Geomma feels a sense of nostalgia upon entering the establishment and requests a table for 4.
Chloe suddenly stops in her tracks with a look of pure shock on her face.
Geomma reacts with confusion and asks his friends what has caused them to freeze up.
They find an acquaintance working as a waiter who explains he has taken on a part-time job.
Geomma is baffled as to why a member of a wealthy and prominent family would be working undercover like this.
The restaurant boss harshly scolds the new waiter for being distracted as Titani looks on.
The group decides to take their seats and leave the busy waiter to his work.
Nox and Titani look over the sushi menu and are impressed by the variety offered.
Chloe remains in a somber, silent state as they settle at their table.
Geomma encourages Chloe to focus on the meal and move past the awkwardness of seeing the waiter.
The atmosphere remains heavy as the group reflects on the stiff and difficult relationship between siblings.
Titani praises the value of the sushi set, while Geomma is horrified by the astronomical price tag.
Geomma gives up on the argument and tells the others to order whatever they want since they are paying.
Titani enthusiastically prepares to place the order as a sudden, sharp clack sounding marks her movement.
Geomma reflects on the vast class disparity between himself and his wealthy companions.
The group is delighted when a tray of incredibly fresh and high-quality sushi is served at their table.
Saki asks Geomma about his pained expression and if his stomach hurts.
Geomma admits the ingredients are high quality but senses a major flaw. Geomma insults the chef's knife skills as Saki, Titani, and Chloe react with shock.
Nox realizes that Geomma just insulted the boss's greatest pride.
Saki gasps in surprise as a customer approaches their table during the tense moment.
The sushi chef looms over Geomma and demands to hear his criticism once more.
A heavy silence falls over Nox, Titani, and Chloe at the table.
Geomma bluntly states the skills do not justify the price, prompting an immediate challenge.
The chef challenges Geomma to personally demonstrate his supposed superior knife skills.
Nox and Chloe watch with concern as the confrontation escalates at the table.
The chef stands over the group and demands Geomma show his skills now. Nearby students whisper in anticipation of a fight while Saki watches with a nervous smile. Geomma stands up to accept the challenge as Saki asks what he plans to do.
The chef offers free food if defeated, and Geomma insists there is no going back.
The chef scoffs at Geomma, planning to humiliate the student with a difficult flounder.
The chef suggests using a flounder, but Geomma demands a red snapper instead.
Geomma points out the red snapper on the cutting board, shocking the chef.
The chef tries to intervene as Geomma confidently heads toward the kitchen area.
Nox tells the chef to watch while the chef frets over the expensive fish.
Nox assures the worried chef that Geomma is a man who can be trusted.
Geomma stands ready as he faces the expensive red slapper.
His true mastery is finally revealed. A tray of exquisite sushi class. The defeated chef falls to his knees and admits his total failure.
The restaurant patrons buzz with excitement over the boss's unexpected loss.
The chef begs to become a disciple while Geomma urges him to adapt.
Geomma declines the discipleship but offers to provide some expert technical advice instead.
The chef eagerly prepares to record every word Geomma has to say.
Geomma advises the chef to switch to a left-handed blade for better results. The chef is baffled by the suggestion to use his left hand. Geomma explains the chef's right arm power is mushing the delicate fish flesh.
Overwhelmed with respect, the chef once again asks to call Geomma master.
Geomma tells the chef to pay him back by feeding everyone for free. Knox excitedly announces that the customers will be treated to a free meal.
Geomma focuses intently on his task while his friends watch from their table. Chloe watches Geomma and admits she never knew he could make such focused expressions.
Saki quietly agrees while reflecting on the scene unfolding before them.
Titani enthusiastically suggests they join in and help out the busy club president.
Saki urges Chloe to assist as well since Geomma is working so hard.
A sudden presence startles the Yanstum.
Knox offers to teach Chloe the ropes of the restaurant work.
Chloe blushes and politely accepts the offer with a soft thank you.
Geomma stands in a quiet hallway.
Geomma reflects on the party and his 50-second sushi preparation. Geomma finds peace in the simple task and considers his future career. Geomma is surprised by Knox's sudden appearance in the quiet corridor.
Knox reveals that the day's work is finished and mentions Chloe's concern.
Knox passionately recalls Geomma's earlier advice regarding the value of hard work. Knox is shocked that Geomma seemingly forgot the wisdom he shared. Geomma confirms his belief in hard labor while Knox reflects on the experience.
Knox asks Geomma for advice regarding how to handle difficult and intoxicated customers at work.
The two students converse while standing in the quiet and dimly lit academy corridor. Knox finds it difficult to believe that Geomma is truly the same age as him.
Geomma asks his friend if he has any more questions to her.
Knox mentions that Chloe has been avoiding his calls regarding their family matters. Knox reveals that the auditory's background check into Geomma has been canceled. Knox declares his personal intention to participate in the record-breaking investigation squad.
Geomma offers his sincere thanks for the trust and difficult information Knox shared.
A firm, respectful handshake cements the growing bond of trust between the two boys.
Geomma reflects on the visible improvement in Knox's relationship with his sister, Chloe.
Geomma suddenly asks Knox if he is familiar with a student named Ha.
Knox confirms that he knows of the girl who recently joined Geomma's club. A flashback reveals Hana's uncanny ability to consistently achieve perfectly average results in class. Knox expresses surprise that Geomma is showing interest in another student.
Geomma remains silent as Knox stares at him with an unreadable and curious expression.
The sushi chef bursts through the door at closing time while stretching for Knox.
The chef offers Geomma a meager gift as a token of gratitude for his help.
Geomma reminds the man that a chef should never part with his blade so easily. The chef admits that a real master values personal skill more than their tools. Geomma agrees to accept the gift while the chef bows in a show of deep respect. A gleaming and incredibly high-quality sushi knife is revealed for the first time. Geomma reflects on the blade's quality, noting that it feels more like a weapon.
Memories of his previous master's questionable and humorous naming sense for tools surface.
Geomma explains that he is merely taking a quiet moment to name the new blade.
Geomma reflects on the long history and pride associated with the Seori Kang family line.
Geomma declares that the official name for his new gleaming blade is Everfrost.
A glitched and distorted mobile phone screen displays a portrait of Geomma.
A dark and jagged mountain silhouette looms against a cold and hazy night sky. Night falls over the academy grounds as a fountain glows in the courtyard. A group of menacing thugs with glowing purple eyes prowls through the dark. A mysterious figure in a dark hooded cloak welcomes the gathered crowd together.
The hooded man's eerie masked smile glows with a faint and unsettling blue light.
A member of the gathered group asks the professor why they were summoned so suddenly.
The mysterious hooded figure suddenly erupts into fits of maniacal and disturbing laughter.
The crowd watches the laughing man with a mixture of confusion and growing annoyance. An angry thug lunges forward with a punch to silence the hooded man. The hooded figure calmly identifies the attacker's rare earth attribute magic with precise detail. The thug begins a monstrous transformation as his hands turn to cracked, stony earth. He declares his intent to coat his massive stone hands with the hooded man's block.
The girl with purple hair interjects and warns the group against causing a scene.
The transformed stone beast lunges at the hooded man with a lethal strike.
The mysterious hooded figure remains completely unfazed as the powerful attack approaches. The hooded man effortlessly counters and throws the massive beast with one hand. The powerful stone creature is sent crashing across the floor with incredible force.
He coldly declares that the thug is unworthy of possessing such immense power.
The other thugs watch in absolute terror as the power sample is displayed. The hooded man asks the group if they are ready to proceed with the meeting. The purple-haired girl identifies the mysterious man as the second General Quarn's instructor.
The man admits he is still adjusting to being referred to as a teacher.
The purple-haired girl reveals the truth about her master Agora's death at Geomma's hands.
The question of Leon being the next hero remains. Geomma reflects on the situation as a quiet, rhythmic skak sounding follows his pen.
He notes that things are becoming increasingly important as he categorizes reality and dreams in his notebook.
The Council of Elders is viewed as the pinnacle of noble greed, treating even the auditores as pawns.
Geomma considers himself lucky that the council's mistakes have effectively turned the auditores into his allies.
He remembers how groups attempting to weaken Leon disappeared in the game once the council was caught scheming.
Observing the dynamic of his current group, Geomma realizes he is in a very similar situation.
Geomma reflects on how the auditore's mercy spared Leon while worrying that he is in even deeper trouble. With the Council of Elders checked off his list, Geomma focuses on the mysterious female instructor.
Recalling past information, Geomma wonders if the female instructor is actually a two-faced individual.
He notes her traits while acknowledging that villains in the game could easily change their physical appearance.
Despite magical disguises, Geomma knows that certain traits like eye color and sex remain immutable.
Frustration builds as he admits his significant lack of magical knowledge.
A quick skak sounding marks his frustration as he wonders if he should wait or learn magic.
Geomma is surprised to realize he scribbled a series of circles unconsciously on the page.
Looking annoyed, Geomma questions when he actually last took the time to study. He decides it is finally time to be brave and prepare for an unexpected attack.
Geomma resolves to pay a visit to Professor Damien in the near future.
Saki tells Nox to stop getting so excited over every tiny detail that happens.
Nox ignores her and shouts excitedly to the group about an upcoming event.
Saki asks Geomma what's wrong as Nox interrupts to announce that July 7th is approaching.
Geomma wonders if the date refers to his birthday, but Nox clarifies it's a historical anniversary.
Nox asks if Geomma was saying something, but the club president quickly dismisses the thought. Nox insists there is more to the story, while Saki urges him to stop making a fuss.
Information about legendary heroes like Altair Auditore, Mao Lan, and All Mute is revealed.
Nox is overjoyed that these legendary heroes will be participating in the Academy Festival.
Nox suggests doing club work to please the principal, but Saki accuses him of just wanting to party.
Geomma watches the chaotic bickering of his club and sighs at the mess.
Titani asks Geomma if he has any specific plans for the festival break.
A sudden sharp tack sounding interrupts Titani just as she's about to ask a question. Nox proposes a tasting booth to advertise the club, highlighting Geomma's mastery with a knife. A dark, menacing aura radiates from Titani at the interruption, while Nox sweats in fear.
Sensing Nox's life is in danger, Geomma quickly agrees to the plan, shocking Saki and Titani.
Saki stands up and questions Geomma's interest in such a vulgar and public display of power.
Geomma explains that they should enjoy the festival now because they will soon be busy clearing dungeons.
Saki stands over Geomma with an intense, glowing gaze that demands a better explanation.
She leans in close and asks Geomma if he is privy to some secret information.
Geomma feels trapped between the clashing, terrifying auras of Saki and Titani.
Nox frantically begins drawing a poster on the whiteboard to distract from the tension he caused.
Chloe admits she originally joined the club because of Nox's posters, leaving Geomma stunned.
Nox tells Saki to stop getting in the way while Geomma wonders what the deal is.
Saki stares coldly and declares that the club has far too many people trying to lead.
Traditional courtyard stands in sunset glow.
Nox and Saki agree to a duel to decide whose plan for the festival will proceed.
Geomma watches with confusion as his friends suddenly turn the situation into a competition.
A preview reveals the girls in maid outfits as the club president prepares for a chaotic future.
A notification introduces the world of Grokthar, filled with lizardmen and legendary beasts.
Promotional material features community memes and a request for reader support.
Nox smirks confidently while promising to show who is truly more helpful to the club.
Saki prepares for the challenge, refusing to let Nox's arrogant comments slide.
Nox stares intensely at Saki while strategizing how to counter her longbow by keeping his distance and using debuffs.
The duel begins with a sudden, quick caw sounding as Nox raises a recorder to his lips.
Saki lunges forward with a sudden, sharp paw sounding, her red bow gripped tightly as she closes the gap.
Her incredible speed catches Nox off guard with a sudden, quick tack sounding as she nears him.
Nox is confused as Saki draws her bow at such close range, though he prepares to continue his debuff strategy. With a sudden, swift foosh sounding, Saki leaps high into the air to deliver a strike from above.
Nox realizes too late that her proximity will trigger his blessing, and a sudden gluck sounding of pain follows as a bright light erupts.
Saki remains focused as she is enveloped by the blinding flash of the activated power.
A massive explosion sends Nox crashing away with a long, pained ah sounding as he hits the training hall floor.
Titani, Geomma, and Hana watch the one-sided conclusion of the duel with stunned and worried expressions.
Saki points her massive red bow toward the group while calling out for the club president.
Saki stands victoriously in the sunset glow and asks Geomma if he has seen enough to make a judgment. Nox lies defeated in the grass as a rhythmic beep sounding follows the appearance of green healing indicators.
Back in the club room, Geomma reflects on the high performance of his club members while Nox sulks.
Chloe enjoys her role as the kitchen assistant while happily frying a heart-shaped egg.
Hana reports to the group that she has successfully managed the purchase and scheduling of the festival ingredients.
Knox is overwhelmed by his administrative duties and wonders how he will finish setting up the entire booth in time. Saki shouts for Knox to be quiet and finish his work as punishment for losing their duel.
Saki grumbles about the manual labor of making kimchi stew while questioning why the winner has to work so hard.
Geomma considers the limitations of a sushi booth and notes that his magical blessing won't last long enough for a full festival. He reflects on his past, noting that he has been working since he was 17 and has never enjoyed a festival.
Geomma wonders if his attraction to mobile games was a secret desire for a normal and boring life.
Looking out the window, he laments that his peaceful life ended when the demons targeted Leon, making this his final festival.
Hana interrupts his thoughts to ask why he looks so sad and what is on his mind.
Hana accurately guesses that he is acting as if this festival is his last, leaving Geomma stunned by her intuition.
She asks Geomma if he remembers her words from when she first joined the travel club.
When he fails to recall the detail, she smiles and tells him to simply forget about it. Geomma tells Saki he is stepping out for a moment while Knox continues to panic over the workload in the background.
As he leaves, Geomma asks the group to handle things for him, promising to explain his whereabouts later.
Saki watches the door with a silent and thoughtful expression after the club president departs. The scene shifts to Professor Damien's office, where a soft tss sounding follows the pouring of tea.
Geomma announces himself at the door, and the green-haired professor warmly invites him to enter.
Damien sets down a cup with a sudden, quick tack sounding while offering Geomma some black tea from Russia. Geomma politely declines the offer by claiming he has an allergy to black tea.
Geomma notices a strange object on the table as Damien acknowledges his refusal.
Damien explains that the object is a mana-infused stone sample and offers a piece to Geomma.
Geomma declines the gift as the two sit across from each other in the sunlit office.
Damien expresses his gratitude for the visit and encourages Geomma to ask any questions he might have. The professor reveals that he has been conducting his own research into the topic that was bothering Geomma.
Damien searches through his papers and excitedly announces that he has finally found the information.
Damien places an old book on the table with a sudden quick tack sounding, explaining he traveled to Russia for it.
Geomma is surprised to learn the professor went to such great lengths just to help him.
A screen details the 4 tiers of spirit blessings recognized by the Academy, ranging from art spirits to soul spirits.
Damien turns the conversation back to their previous meeting and asks Geomma if he remembers their last discussion. Impressed by Geomma's memory, Damien suddenly asks the student if he would like to become his personal disciple.
Geomma thanks him for the offer, but admits he has no intention of pursuing an academic life.
Damien accepts the rejection with a soft slurp sounding of his tea and begins to discuss the Mythic Age. Geomma listens intently as the professor introduces the historical era known as the Mythic Age.
Damien explains that the gods of that time were not like spirits, but were instead mindless and bodiless pure concepts.
Damien notes that gods are far superior to spirits, describing the latter as mere fireflies compared to the sun.
Absolute beings are described as free of mortal limits, though even they could not escape death.
Geomma looks confused as Professor Damien explains that one god brought the Mythic Age to an end despite being kin.
A tense silence fills the room.
Damien notes that humans use the phrase, "May the blessing of God be with you," after the Mythic Age to revere him and pray for power.
Damien asks Geomma if his explanation finally answered the student's question.
Geomma walks away feeling he gained knowledge yet gave nothing back, noting Damien's trip to Russia but firmly rejecting the black tea. Geomma realizes his sensory range felt smaller because he lacked his sashimi knife, which he views as a high-tech sensor.
Walking down the hallway, Geomma admits to himself that he has definitely changed. With 4 days until the festival, the club members prepare food and costumes in their room.
3 days remain as Saki orders Knox around in the wind while he struggles with a heavy box of supplies. 2 days remain as Saki, Hana, and Chloe model maid outfits for the club's festival costume drawing.
A pot of stew simmers.
The club members watch the cooking pot with eager anticipation. Geomma reflects on 2 decades spent with a knife in his hand reviving countless restaurants.
He admits his current work feels like his own kind of romance. The club members stand ready at their booth. Knox notes 10 minutes until opening while Chloe warns that serving food is serious, though Hana and Saki urge everyone to relax.
The festival begins as crowds fill the academy grounds with an invitation to enjoy the event. Titani smiles and confesses to Geomma that she and others have also never experienced a festival before. A legend warns of a dangerous gate to Grokthar, a world of war ruled by goblins and orcs. To save the land, heroes must hunt royal lizardmen for cores and tame legendary beasts.
A festival banner is raised.
The blonde girl in sunglasses reassures Hana that her green hair and mustache disguise will keep her from being recognized.
Hana is caught off guard as the blonde girl asks her to smile for a photo.
The blonde girl enjoys the lively atmosphere while Hana finds the experience nice and asks if a swordmaster will appear.
The blonde girl notes that it works out for her since her uncle never attends such events.
The blonde girl smirks us higher. An announcer introduces the heroes who defended humanity from demons during the past year.
Mahatma Sinbad of India and Vladimir Yessup of Russia are introduced as rising star heroes to the cheering crowd.
The crowd is amazed by the scale of the festival and rushes to photograph All-Mute for breaking news.
Reporters swarm All-Mute with questions about her status as a 7-star hero and her unchanged friendly stance toward Korea.
Nox is completely overwhelmed and begins to tremble at the sight of All-Mute.
Nox shouts with tearful admiration for All-Mute's calm and cool demeanor.
Nox screams in pure excitement.
Saki drags Nox away by the ear, scolding him for spacing out while they are drowning in work at the booth.
Saki reminds Nox that he was the one who wanted the booth while the orange-haired boy reluctantly agrees to return to work.
Nox and Saki stop suddenly.
Nox falls to the ground in shock as he recognizes the blonde girl in the disguised Hana approaching.
The kimchi stew is ready.
Customers praise the delicious food at the busy booth as Geomma, Chloe, and Hana work through the rush.
Chloe chops vegetables with focus.
Geomma notes that he left the prep to Chloe because knives are restricted, though he handles the cooking himself. Geomma wonders where Nox and Saki have gone as customers continue to arrive at the booth.
Nox lies defeated on ground. The blonde girl in sunglasses runs toward Geomma with an excited greeting as Saki watches.
Chloe draws a knife in a sudden panic after being startled by the blonde girl's arrival.
The blonde girl laughs heartily while mocking Chloe's small size as Hana peeks from behind her.
Hana blushes behind her mustache disguise and offers a quiet greeting to Geomma. The blonde girl and the disguised Hana sit at a table and order a bowl of kimchi stew.
Geomma watches the new customers.
Hana handles the customer orders at the busy festival booth counter.
The blonde girl points out the green-haired maid to Saki while they sit at their table. Saki snaps back defensively after the blonde girl mocks her for pretending not to care.
Saki considers if they should have joined the festival officially while the blonde girl laughs.
Hana reminds the group that their priority must remain on the upcoming final exams.
Saki stands over the table while wearing her bunny-eared maid outfit.
Hana is left completely stunned by Saki's sudden and bold transformation.
Nox arrives at the counter with an order for table 9 while Geomma works. Nox expresses his intense fanboy admiration for seeing the hero All-Mute in person.
Geomma suggests Nox use ice on his face after an ow sounding of pain.
A detailed profile identifies Con Elizabeth as the renowned U.S. hero and celebrity All-Mute.
Narration describes the United States as a global superpower of hero culture alongside Korea.
Geomma reflects on the difference between true heroes and those who live as celebrities.
He imagines himself as a costumed hero in tights and immediately rejects the idea.
Geomma hopes to avoid attention by remaining hidden in the booth making kimchi still.
Saki teases Hana about her past behavior in class while the latter remains silent. Saki and Hana argue about their costumes and the nature of their club activities.
Hana turns a bright red with embarrassment after Saki's relentless teasing.
A purple-haired woman in a high-slit dress arrives at the booth with her guard. Students in the background recognize the newcomer as a top-tier hero on par with All-Mute.
The purple-haired woman identifies Geomma as the person who defeated her younger brothers.
Mao Rang finds Geomma far more attractive than her brother's descriptions led her to believe. Mao Rang orders her bodyguard to provide her with a seat at the booth. Mao Rang sits comfortably on her provided cushion while claiming she is borrowing the chair. Geomma identifies her S-rank combat gear designed specifically for powerful and lethal kicks.
Chloe draws her knife in a sudden defensive stance before Geomma stops her.
Mao Rang scoffs at the suggestion that she is seeking revenge for past events.
Mao Rang explains that she was simply curious to see what kind of person Geomma was.
The purple-haired woman confesses that she is actually quite grateful toward Jana. She explains that his victory finally made her troublesome brothers stop causing problems for the family.
Geomma considers the high status and reputation Mao Rang holds among the 7-star candidates.
Geomma tells the woman to leave if she is done talking so he can work. Mao Rang laughs and uses a derogatory term to mock the pride Geomma takes in his food.
Geomma watches with a dark expression as Mao Rang and her guard begin to depart.
Geomma demands that the woman never use that name for kimchi again.
Geomma declares his direct intent to cut the purple-haired woman down.
The scene shifts abruptly to the beginning of a subspace duel between the two combatants.
An illustration shows warriors and a dragon standing before a distant castle.
A rhythmic tick-tock sounding follows as students rush toward the academy's massive arena.
Cadets discuss the shocking news of Mao Rang accepting a duel against an unknown cadet.
A blonde boy walks calmly toward the stadium while students run past him.
A massive wah sounding of cheers erupts from the crowd as the match begins.
Hana and All-Mute watch the arena from their seats in the spectator stands.
The crowd watches with anticipation as the two opponents prepare to clash in the subspace.
All-Mute stares intently at the battlefield while quietly acknowledging the gravity of the match.
Mao Rang notes that the atmosphere makes her feel like she is back in school. Mao Rang warns Geomma that he could lose his mind and his future if he fails.
Mao Rang taunts Geomma by offering him a place as her concubine if he loses.
Geomma deduces that her real motive is using the match for her family's political justification.
Mao Rang laughs heartily and admits Geomma is far smarter than she initially thought.
A subspace barrier is deployed as the duel begins.
Mao Rang questions if Geomma is clueless as she prepares a high kick while he readies his sashimi knife. Geomma lunges forward while Mao Rang considers reconsidering her concubine offer.
A massive shockwave erupts from their initial clash in the area.
Mao Rang notes Geomma's skill and mocks him for hiding in the smoke.
Mao Rang is surprised as the smoke clears to reveal an unexpected development.
Mao Rang stares in shock at the sudden strike.
Nox asks if anyone is worried about Geomma, while Hana notes others went after them.
Nox stresses that the customers at the booth are the bigger concern than their leader's duel.
Saki tells Hana they just need to hold their positions until the others return.
Hana quietly acknowledges Saki's decision.
Cadets in the stands are confused by Mao Rang's sudden staggering during the duel.
Allmute looks on in disbelief as she observes the match from the stands. Mao Rang is visibly exhausted and breathing heavily while Geomma stands ready.
Mao Rang realizes they are still locked in combat and questions what just happened.
A narration describes a martial realm reached only by supreme masters as Geomma holds his blade.
A memory shows a young Mao Rang looking up at the hero Allmute.
Spectators wonder why Geomma deployed a domain and a subspace tool that doesn't affect reality.
Mao Rang realizes Geomma's true nature as she continues her approach. Mao Rang's past feelings of envy and jealousy toward top heroes are revealed. Mao Rang charges up her energy and warns Geomma not to get cocky.
Mao Rang thanks Geomma for making her come to her senses as she launches an attack.
Mao Rang flies through the air to deliver a powerful strike. Mao Rang performs a gale wind kick as Geomma reacts to the speed.
Mao Rang transitions into a storm kick with a rapid spinning with a fin.
Mao Rang delivers a crushing overhead kick while Geomma dodges.
A massive explosion of sound fills the arena as a sudden wah sounding erupts from the crowd.
Geomma holds a low defensive stance after weathering the impact.
Mao Rang unleashes another storm kick in her relentless assault. Mao Rang smiles maniacally as she attempts to force Geomma down.
A pillar of energy slams into the arena ground with a thunderous impact.
Debris is crushed under the weight of Mao Rang's massive energy strike.
Mao Rang notes Geomma's strength and understands why her brothers were afraid.
Mao Rang declares her goal to be the next 7-star hero as she kicks a large stone. Mao Rang unleashes a storm strike barrage of kicks against Geomma. A sharp clashing sounding echoes as Geomma parries the flurry of kicks. Geomma looks surprised as a new development occurs mid-duel. Mao Rang executes a heavenly crown strike with a glowing, massive foot.
Mao Rang is shocked that Geomma blocked her strike with his thin blade.
The onlookers are stunned as the two combatants clash once again. Geomma is enveloped in electricity with a quick crackling summon.
Mao Rang is overwhelmed by Geomma's sudden and incredible speed.
Geomma appears instantly behind Mao Rang as she tries to react. Mao Rang attempts to predict his moves only to be struck by a sudden slash. Mao Rang stands frozen in confusion as Geomma walks past her. Mao Rang lets out a pained cry, sounding as she is overwhelmed.
Geomma is envisioned standing alongside the world's most powerful heroes.
Geomma praises Mao Rang's momentum while his allies recognize his legendary stance. Mao Rang trembles as she refuses to accept defeat.
Mao Rang screams that she doesn't want to lose as she releases a final surge of energy.
Mao Rang is frozen in a state of sheer disbelief. Allmute reflects quietly on the weight of a name.
Mao Rang questions her limits while Geomma stands victorious over her.
Allmute observes the aftermath of the duel with deep concentration. A system announcement officially declares Geomma as the winner of the duel.
Saki reacts with a start to a sudden, massive wah sounding of cheers.
Saki celebrates the victory with her stunned club members. Saki laughs as she boasts about her accurate prediction of their return.
Hana checks on her lady as Allmute laments missing the kimchi jail.
Hana claims that she is already feeling satisfied.
Allmute teases Hana about her intense focus on Geomma during the match.
Mao Rang's bodyguard helps her recover from the intense strain of the duel. Mao Rang reflects on the global consequences of her humiliating defeat.
Mao Rang admits feeling deeply embarrassed by off. Mao Rang acknowledges Geomma's incredible potential to skyrocket in the future.
Mao Rang compares Geomma's power to the legendary hero Allmute. The bodyguard expresses confusion over Geomma's seemingly impossible level of power.
Mao Rang stares at the palm of her hand in silent contemplation.
Mao Rang envisions Geomma walking alone in the center of the massive stadium.
Mao Rang recalls the history of the world's most elite heroes.
Narration describes a path that is unreachable through mere effort alone.
Mao Rang identifies Geomma as a true monster.
A social media post about the monster rookie begins to go viral.
Video of the duel reaches millions of viewers across the globe. Students at the academy discuss the massive online popularity of the match.
Festival attendees marvel at the viral video while waiting in line for food.
The club members manage a chaotic crowd outside their busy festival booth.
A student desperately tries to secure a brief interview with Geomma.
Saki threatens the persistent interviewer to stop interfering with their business.
Saki is overwhelmed by the constant clicking of cameras and flashes.
Geomma handles the kimchi while a new trending hashtag appears online.
Headlines flood the internet celebrating the arrival of a new monster rookie.
Geomma reflects on the title once held by the retired Sword Emperor.
Geomma wonders how he inherited such a ridiculous-sounding nickname.
His club members tease him relentlessly while checking the latest updates.
Geomma considers his new public title to be a complete joke.
An orange-haired student checks on the status of the next due order. The booth faces an overwhelming waitlist of over 1,000 people.
Geomma notices Chloe accidentally cutting herself during the rush.
Chloe reassures him that the injury is only a minor scratch.
Geomma's master and Nox arrive at the bustling groove.
The master explains that they have come to help manage the crowd.
Nox lets out a pained axe sounding while being dragged by the master.
Geomma gratefully accepts the extra assistance for the kitchen.
The master mocks Geomma by using his new viral title. Chloe teases Nox about his behavior as they prepare the work.
Saki hurries Geomma along to keep up with the demand.
The master effortlessly hauls a massive container of kimchi into the booth.
Saki delivers a steaming bowl of kimchi stew to the waiting customers.
The festival grounds are packed with an enormous crowd of excited people.
Sunset settles over the Academy Festival grounds.
Geomma reflects on the day's activities while noting that he enjoyed himself despite the exhaustion.
Nox approaches to report that the cleanup is nearly finished and the boss is bringing more ingredients.
Geomma offers his thanks, but Nox defers the credit to their leader, while Geomma tells him not to be modest.
After acknowledging their help, Nox asks Geomma if he has any free time later that evening.
Geomma questions the request as a heavy silence falls over Nox. Nox reveals the momentous news that the family master personally wishes to meet with him. Narration introduces Altair Auditore, the legendary Old Man of the Mountain and head of the assassin family.
Geomma realizes the master recognized his domain ability while watching the earlier duel from afar.
Nox stresses that the invitation is an incredible honor rarely granted even to the world's top heroes.
Noticing Geomma's lack of reaction, Nox asks why he has suddenly gone silent. Geomma delivers a blunt refusal to attend the meeting, leaving Nox completely speechless.
When pressed for a reason, Geomma simply explains that he is far too lazy and tired to go. Geomma strolls away like thanking him for the help, leaving a stunned Nox calling out his name.
The chairman welcomes a visitor inside. A visitor arrives for a long overdue meeting with the chairman. The green-haired chairman is delighted to see Ellie as she steps into the office.
In a comedic flashback, Weapon arrives with a box of costumes for the club to wear.
Geomma questions the choice of attire while Weapon explains that the costumes will help their club rating. Weapon presents several maid outfits, which immediately capture the curiosity of the club girls.
He then showcases 5 Santa Girl outfits while imagining a spectacular performance by the entire group.
His grand vision is interrupted when Saki delivers a powerful and swift kick to his face.
The rest of the club members watch in stunned silence as Weapon is sent flying.
Blushing furiously, Saki aggressively declares her intention to wear the maid outfit instead. A final message thanks the audience for reading Sashimi Academy and wishes them a happy holiday season.